Good evening, everybody. Or afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is. We haven't even started yet.
Interesting sound on the stream, but I think that accurately represents the next 6 hours.
That's why
we're aiming for just 6? Okay.
I'm being optimistic.
I think last year was 6.
Well, I've got bad news for you. This set's larger than last set.
But
Is that
by
bad
how many
news
cards?
or good news? It's like
I believe
20?
that's all a matter of perspective.
More importantly, there are more ultra rares than last year, and ultra rares tend to take the longest.
Well, that and the mains that take 15 minutes to get through, and then we realize we're only 3 cards deep.
There's only exactly the same number as mains, and I think we're not going to talk about one of them for very long.
Mains are pretty unique. I think it really depends on the uniqueness of the card.
That's fair. Well,
also, there's cycles that we only have to talk about, like one of them, basically.
In most cases, yeah.
For the record, Slogfest was 6 hours and 21 minutes for New Dawn.
Prism Light says he just ate. He's got a can of Molten Dew. He's good to go. Hopefully our game didn't...
Molten Dew?
Molten Dew. Just like Mar drank.
Just like Mar, yeah.
Okay.
Commentary is not... This magic is not sponsored by Mountain Dew.
I understood that reference. .jpg.
Yep.
Anyway, we are, however, sponsored by Molten Dew.
Yes, we are sponsored by Molten Dew.
You missed the...
And Raid Shadow Legends. No, we're not doing that.
You missed the lawyer
Everyone's
bit where...
sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
I missed the bit where...
I'm just like, Commentary's Magic is not sponsored by Molten Dew, any of its subsidiaries, or any other company. Offer void where prohibited.
See store for details.
Yes.
There
Good luck. Good luck for that one.
Okay, so why are we all acting like a bunch of idiots at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday?
Because we're going to be here for 7 hours.
Because I've lost control of my life.
Because I just woke up an hour and a half ago.
One of us isn't even here yet.
An hour and a half? That's like... I'm scrubbed here. I was sleeping 20 minutes ago. Come on.
Okay.
I had an announcement to post.
I'm sleeping right now.
Yeah. Sleeping on several of these card ratings.
Maybe.
Anyway.
We'll get to that.
Let's briefly summarize what's going on here. So, Slogfest is an annual tradition. We look forward to this every year. Ara can explain it better. You want to explain it, Ara?
If you insist. It's only
Just
an annual...
throwing him under the bus.
It's only an annual tradition because sets release once a year. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to go through every card in Fond Memories and a few things that got hit with the rainbow laser and are doing much better now, yes. And give them a rating between 0 and 6, hopefully mostly between 5 and 1. And hopefully not so much on the 1s. But, you know, 6s, as you can see here, tend to, catch the banhammer. 0s are just, there's no polite way to put this, they're just bad. Hi, Sphinx. I see you down there, you're cute.
She's cute, but she's bad.
5s are the kind of thing that you really want to have around, because, they tend to help you out quite a bit. And you kind of hope that your opponent doesn't have them, because you might have a bad time. 4s are a little bit less impactful, but still are the kind of thing that may end up having meta impact. And then 3s are just an average solid card, doing good. 2s are less good, and sometimes you have to run these simply because, you need entry. Not all entry is going to be as amazing as some other kinds of entry, but you gotta have 8 of them, usually. And then there's stuff...
Or 11.
Yeah. Or 11.
And then there's stuff in the 1s category that's just like, well, this is a card.
It sure exists.
Yep.
It does card things.
It's not bad, but it's not good.
I mean, it might be bad.
Well, if it's bad, then it's going to get 0.
Schlorgador says he thought Misbrain. See, look, I'm already doing it. I have the moist brain already. Yes.
We've only just started. Your brain is going to get much more moist by the end of this.
Either that or much more dry. Which is why everyone right now in chat needs to go get themselves a glass of non-alcoholic liquid and hail hydrate, because it's going to be a while.
Imagine trying to do the Slogfest with
Well-
alcoholic beverages.
They can take a break whenever they want. They're not obligated to be here.
Take a shot for every 5.
Oh, God. Every unanimous 5, maybe.
That's 0. So
Yeah,
someone gave 0 cards a 5.
No, there's one.
I mean, I can
There
go
is-
through here and do the statistics to adjust it. It's just going to end up meaning that I'm going to be like, this one is a 3.7446.
Wow, you actually only gave one card a 5.
And it used to not be a 5.
One last note here on the card ratings. We do our Slogfests focusing on the card's individual impact in a specific game. Or rather, a non-specific game. We are not trying to predict which cards are going to see more play than others. If you are looking for that kind of a set review, you may want to check out Meticulous Talks Slogfest in 2 weeks. We're just focusing on, if you have this card, what is it going to do? All of us will agree 100% with each other's ratings. There will be no discussion, no arguing, no attempting to convince people. And yeah, this is going to go super fast. So
I mean, it's somewhat ironic.
I
That
thought
you
I
say
was
this-
the one who was asleep, but you're dreaming.
It's somewhat ironic that you say this, because I think our first card really represents that.
did he put a 2 on that out of spite? I think he did.
I think he did.
All right, are we ready?
Don't know if you're ready
Sure.
or not. Here we go.
There we go. All right. Starlight Glimmer. We're all equal here. It's a colorless main. Home limit 3 at the start of the game. Choose a color and a trait from among Alicorn, Changeling, Dragon, Earth Pony, Griffin, Pegasus, or Unicorn. This card is that color and has that trait. Main phase, pay 2 to turn this card over. Boosted side
Yep.
is just a 3-power character. That's it.
With a big
And home
happy
limit 4.
smile on it.
Look how happy she is.
So Starlight is primarily there as the go-to proxyable main for limited environments, but she is going to be legal in constructed play. That being said, the circumstances under which you would want to use Starlight as your constructed play main are few and far between, usually resulting from you wanting to play a tribal deck that doesn't have a good tribal main support. And that's basically it.
Like Blue Griffin, as an example.
Math checks out.
The one card that you might be able to consider running with Starlight would be a yellow event that we'll get to later in this set. But otherwise, this is a card that will almost certainly be relegated to limited exclusively. I'm rating this a 1.
Sure. I can go with that.
Basically, there is a tiny chance that this is a literally anything other than a 1, but if that's true, it's because you're doing something with it and you specifically need the color trait combination.
And it doesn't exist otherwise. Like,
Yeah, this is a 1.
Starlight Glimmer was better when she was a dilemma.
Pages, in the interest of being
Unequal, who's going to get kicked out of our town.
rated this a 2.
Shameful.
All right. Jeez, let's talk about an actual main.
let's talk about Princess Cadence. And, oh wait, it's no longer terrible to play Princess Cadence main. So, friend of the family. At the end of your turn, if you have friends at home in excess of your home limit, put any number of your friends into their owner's hands. and turn this card over.
Waiting.
Wait, what's it doing? Why is it doing this?
And then on the flip side, it says something like, "You're so cool, and you can do cool things."
I
It
specifically
says you may
tested
pay
this.
one less to play this card.
I specifically tested this because there was a bug in OBS that broke something.
The boosted side of Cadence says when you play a friend, if it is the second friend you have played this turn, choose one, put a +1 power counter on that friend and up to one of your other friends, or draw a card.
Yeah.
And home
So
limit 4.
I
Literally
specifically
doubling.
tested this. And now I am angry.
Yeah,
so
I
I
guess
think
since the home limit is 2 on the start side, it is important to note it is 4 on the boosted side.
yeah. And it's kind of good that it's 2 on the start side. Also,
Okay.
like
There we go. All right.
her
dumb.
flip ability is like putting friends into your hand is actually really nice. Especially when you're building your deck around doing so.
I would like to put this Angel Wings into my hand.
I would like to put all of these interplay effects into my hand.
Oh, no.
Interplay.
We have different opinions. What should we do? Wait, sorry, that was the previous card.
Yeah, I don't really think there's any. Well, there's minor differences.
Difference of opinion. Launch Tomahawk missiles.
Yeah, so playing lots of friends. So generally, you're going to play pretty cheap friends with this card, and they get big. Like 2 +1 power counters ain't nothing. Like that's pretty impactful and it's for free.
Or a card.
Or a card.
Drawing a card got certain main character banned. Granted, this is not necessarily every turn, and it's not for
And it's
free.
not completely free,
Yeah.
and it's after you already played cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to actually do something to get the card other than turn sideways.
But not running out of gas is very, very relevant, for sure.
I'm dinging this card a small fraction of a point because there's a picture of the trader on it.
You put it there.
I did put it there. I'm still dinging this card a small fraction of a point.
But he wasn't reformed yet. He wasn't completely reformed yet.
That's true. He was not Crayola Bug yet.
He was still a traitor to the hive.
He was still a traitor. Like that's kind of the point.
Cadence is definitely a great pink main, focusing a lot on either aggro or more likely mid-range, and she is helped quite a bit by a number of the multicolor cards in this set. I think that she is going to be impactful in the meta, but I think a lot of her impact, and more specifically a lot of her presence in the meta, is going to have more to do with the cards that she's able to run in her deck rather than just her own ability itself, which is just kind of icing on the cake.
Yes, that you have constraints around how you can build this deck. If your friends cost too much, this just doesn't work.
Yeah, if you're paying too much to play them.
That being said, it's still an excellent main and one that has a lot of versatility. I rated it a 4 or 5.
4.
4 or 5.
Y'all are cowards. This is a 5.
I'm agreeing with Ivory. This is a 5, and also this is our banned card reprint number. Well, not banned character coming back number 1.
Eh.
There's a lot of them in this set.
Yeah. This is not actually intended to be a vinyl reprint.
Well,
Not
no,
intended.
I meant Cadence got banned. This is the first character we're seeing that's come back.
Yeah.
I'm claiming that Bugle's only giving it a 5 because he doesn't give half points.
No, I legitimately think this is going to be one of the strongest mains in core.
Also, Pages gives it a 4.5.
Probably. There's Slugger
Yeah.
Herbs, like good main for Mosh Pit. Yeah, there's a variant that you could build there.
Yeah, it kind of is.
I mean, there's definitely a variant. I just
Doubling
lacks
the power of your friends, basically.
It just lacks that je ne sais quoi of removing your opponent's everything all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is going to be an absolute beast when you see it in competitive matches.
I think pink orange especially is going to benefit a lot from this main.
I do not disagree at all, and I think the pink orange deck looks incredibly fun to play and is something that I could see myself running for probably 8 months straight and not getting tired of it. That being said, I think a lot of the strength of that deck is carried by the cards in its draw deck, and the main simply adds a little bit of extra consistency. That's the only reason I didn't rate it a 5.
Pages gave this a 4-5, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Next card.
Yep.
I copped this one. That's okay. All right. Continuing the trend of Alicorn mains. Don't ask questions. Princess Celestia, Royal Tutor. Alicorn Royalty. Standard start slide. Power 1. Home limit 3. Immediate. If you have 3 or more events in your discard pile, turn this card over. And she just thought of an amazing lesson plan. Boosted side. 3 power. Notably home limit 5.
Mm-hmm.
When you play an event, you may exhaust this card to search your deck for a unicorn or alicorn friend with power less than that event's power. Reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle your deck. So, tutor, card search.
Royal Tutor, no less, finds alicorns.
Yeah.
And unicorns.
I mean, it's a good card.
Only unicorns with that naming scheme that indicates that they're going to get ascended at some point.
Evening time of day, something related to shiny.
Yes. Yeah, the name here is very spot on. It's very cute. But no horn, and she don't care. Get out.
No, it's worse than that. She doesn't even recognize changelings can do magic. Shame.
Well, that's how she got blindsided by them at the wedding.
All right,
Didn't respect.
All right.
Didn't respect the changeling.
All right. I'll allow it.
It's certainly a build-around main, and unicorns and alicorns do have some strong synergies. Alicorns especially have more tribal synergies that I think are useful, but unicorns have a broader variety of friends that individually might be impactful.
I am annoyed that this can't find Brad.
It cannot find
though?
Brad.
Are you though?
A little bit, actually. I mean, given what this thing does, it would actually be nice if this could whistle Brad up.
To be fair, Brad only listens to whistles from Twilight.
True.
Secret Twilight main. All right.
It's a bit of a harder flip condition. Getting the events in your discard pile means you either have to be playing them early, and that means that you're spending action tokens on not creating a permanent board state by playing friends instead, or you're running cheap events that are likely to be less impactful in the hopes of getting Celestia flipped early. That being said, when you've got a card like Same Day Delivery that can find any unicorn or alicorn in core right now and also doesn't actually cost you anything besides exhausting your main, that's pretty good.
The problem with Same Day Delivery is then doesn't go to your discard pile.
Right. Same Day Delivery is not a card you play to flip Royal Tutor. Same Day Delivery is the card that you play after you flip Royal Tutor.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a shame it can't do double duty. Meanwhile, Tranquility is the opposite.
Yes. Hey, there's still some 1-power alicorn or unicorns you can find.
There are, and there's a new 0-power one even.
Yes, there is. Sea Pancake asked, did she really need home limit 5? She has a big school. You got to fit all those fillies somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all those random fillies in the background here, learning magic and, doing stuff.
But yeah, she's got a very powerful effect. The thing keeping her in check is that flip condition.
Yes.
And we'll just have to see how people build around that. Now, notably, training might help with that.
That is in her color, yes.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, training only says friends, so you do have to play at least 2 friends to get anywhere with that.
Well, she's not going to be boosted when you're trying to get your events in the discard anyway.
Right. It just means that she's going to have a slower start. So
Hope-
It's going to be interesting to see if the toolbox utility that this main provides is better than the action token saving that Spell for that can offer, because otherwise I think they fill relatively similar roles.
Yeah, instead of event-based toolbox decks, we're getting friend-based toolbox decks. What madness is this? Encouraging control to play friends?
Look, they don't sit here and get to wipe the board for free without any impact on themselves anymore. That's not how this works.
That's how you get friends banned. You make control play them.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, you're kind of right. I rated this a 4.
3.
Also a 3. I think the flip condition and impact aren't where they need to be to have this any higher.
I'm more on GP's level. I gave this a 4.
I'm optimistic that people will be able to get around the flip condition and enjoy the powerful boosted side, so I've given this a 4.
And what's Page's got?
3.5.
3.5, yeah.
Split the difference. All right.
Ara, I'm so mad at your rating on this next card, and I know you did it intentionally.
Okay. Now we have a real main. Princess Luna, double your fun. Alicorn Royalty, whole limit 3. During face-offs involving this card, flip an additional card. Then ignore one of your flip cards. When you flip a card with 3 or less... What?
Nothing.
When you flip a card with 3 or less printed power for a face-off, you may turn this card over. I would like to turn this card over.
Have you flipped a card with 3 or less printed power for a face-off?
I,
Ara
in fact,
apparently
did.
has.
Your flip cards with 3 or less printed power have their power doubled as long as they remain flipped. Is the boosted ability here?
Standard main stats otherwise.
Should we get the meme out of the way?
Did
right.
you? What did you do?
I flipped a 3, and then I had a boosted Luna, so I'm going to give it a 6.
You know what? That's fine.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
That's what I was laughing at earlier.
Oh,
That's
I thought I had read it wrong or something.
No, sorry.
It's all good.
All Ara's fault.
Yeah, he does that.
Which totally ruins all the stats.
Yep.
The actual number here is somewhere between a 2 and a 3, and I guess I'll err on the side of caution simply because it's funny.
I think
Give
it's
it a 4 before.
I think
Well,
it's
yes,
a 3.
because it was a 2, and it got doubled to 4.
Yeah,
Got it.
I think that's what I was doing at the time there.
Jokes aside, I think this sits comfortably at a 3. It's
Yeah.
good. It's not terrible.
Yeah, this lets you get away with running a bunch of small stuff, and yellow wanting to get up there and start winning face-offs without having the trader go and trader smash.
Yeah.
I thought
So-
you gave it a 4 just so that you could run Yellow Farm without running Thorax.
You know, that's a really good argument.
Yeah. This main is a farm main. Yes, aggro decks have a lot of cards with 3 or less printed power in them, but she doesn't do anything to help you confront problems or otherwise score points unless you are constantly flipping cards, and that's what farm tries to do.
Yeah.
So she's definitely a very unique farm main because she says, hey, you know those cards you don't want in a farm deck? You want them in a farm deck.
You want
Building
some of them at farm deck.
Building a farm deck with Luna broke my brain. Bugle and I sat there trying to work on this about a week ago, and it is so dramatically different from building any other farm main.
Yeah, it's very, very different.
Yeah, so you're going to want your flip average to be very bimodal. It should either be 3 or it should be a 6 or 7.
Yeah, though, I mean, they're like normal farm decks, sometimes you have to include a powerful card because it's powerful for the deck despite the flip average. So there might be the occasional 4 or 2, like Raptor Razor.
Yeah. Which is fine. I'm also curious whether or not Luna is going to be able to play Troublemaker Control. I could see a theoretical yellow-pink TM control list, or control list using Troublemakers. But boy, you're going to need to start some face-offs, and that is, of course, the most challenging part.
Yeah. You can't always have staff turn 1.
Right. That being
Why
said,
not?
That being said, it is nice that the first face-off where you flip Luna to her boosted side is also going to give that card the additional power while it's flipped. So,
if you successfully flipped low, yes.
Right.
Which you probably did, because, you designed your deck properly.
Yeah. Notably, both sides do say printed power, which is going to be relevant for a card later on in the set.
It's also relevant for a card from last set, I think, Fern Flare.
Fern Flare was 2 sets ago.
2 sets ago.
I think.
Yeah, all the Kirans were Leaders and Legends.
Yeah. Also relevant with Critter Cavalry, that card that no one plays anymore.
Ugh.
But that's plus 10.
Is real big. Sea Pancake says first friend farm main who might be playable? Maybe. We'll see. There were certainly a lot of friends in the versions we were messing with.
Oh, I think Thorax Farm worked before.
That's not friends, that's tokens, and you know it.
I suppose.
It's a 3 across the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
As is appropriate. Deck was constructed properly.
The 3s have been sextupled.
Yep. Google, I think this one's you.
Yeah! We are done with mains, and we are talking about blue friends. And this is a fun one. This is Angel Wing's Returning Fan. She's 3 cost, 2 blue requirement, and 2 blue power. She's a Pegasus with training 1. Do we want to go over the keywords?
Yeah, when they come up for the first time, that's fine.
So training is, when this card enters play, if you have a friend, not a character, a friend with higher power than this card, you may draw a card, then discard a card.
Or rather, draw a number of cards and discard same number of cards equal to the training value.
Yes. Yeah, I guess I was just reading off of her training 1. But yes, we do have training 2. And Angel Wings has the unique ability, when you discard this card, you may pay 1 to put it into play, which conveniently works with training.
How about that, huh?
I'm just glad Angel Wings is out there giving her best, you know?
It remains to be seen how competitive training's going to be, but if there is a deck that wants to focus on it, this is definitely a card you're going to include.
It's going to be a lot less competitive than competitive.
I mean, maybe.
I see what you did there.
Card filtering is not terrible, but hey, I like paying 1 action token to put this card into play. It is also worth noting that this is part of a cycle. You'll see the rest of that cycle come up later.
Yes, a lot of cards with an alternate way to put it into play for just 1. So Angel Wings is in fact entry, despite having that 2 blue wreck in the corner there. You just need to fulfill her little quest.
Any strong opinions one way or the other?
I think there might be a fun blue-pink deck that can use her.
Ara was mentioning that earlier, weren't you, Ara, with Pinky Sense?
Yeah, go ahead and discard this to Pinky Sense, and oops, it accidentally went into play at Hasty.
Or Spitfire. Spitfire would also work.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, discarding her to Spitfire, discarding her to what is his name? Flash Magnus. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few ways to do shenanigans with this.
It's fine. Like it well enough. Give it a 3.
Prism Light says these sound like they're hasty. Some of them say main phase, and some of them are triggers. The triggers ones are kind of like hasty, but you need to do that condition on not during your main phase for it to be hasty, basically.
They're as fast as whatever you're using to get them into the discard.
Yes.
Or whatever.
I think this is a 2.
2/5. The discard interaction, I think, makes, especially with something like Pinky Sense, helps this.
I think this is more like a 3.
Fine, have a 3.
I also put this at a 3. I think there are cheating things into play is just very appealing, and I think her quest is not that hard to do. I mean, worst comes to worst, you can just discard to hand limit, right?
Yep.
Pretend she's a fire of friendship.
Yeah. Her main
All right.
problem is she's undercosted otherwise. So, meter
Yes.
quest or card.
Cursed says the quest cards are generally quite nicely balanced, good value if you get the alternate condition, otherwise only worth if you hit the training, and the same is mostly true of the other quests, he thinks. I agree for the most part. I think there's
Yep.
one exception. Well, 2 exceptions in opposite directions, but that's okay.
Well, 3 exceptions in.
Yeah.
6 exceptions. No.
Yes.
Sounds good. All right. Where are we going next?
We're going to Gallus. Get my favorite bird boy.
Really? Over Terramar? Wow.
Yes!
Rude.
Gallus is best bird boy.
Correct.
I love
Terramar
this
didn't
art.
get a cheerleading outfit. So,
Yeah.
Don't
Gallus-
tempt me.
do what you want. Gallus cleaning up, 3 cost, 3 rec, 1 power, training 2. So this one is not only easier to get the training effect than Angel Wings, but also filters you deeper. And has the added benefit of when you discard a card, put a +1 power counter on this card. This card flips for 1, but in almost every circumstance where you play this, you are going to have it as a 3 cost, 3 power friend that's only going to get better.
Yeah. I do believe that if you decline, you can't only draw 1, discard 1. It's either 0 or 2, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't say up to, it just says may.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, this card is has a pretty high cap. It's not hard to discard cards.
Yeah.
Especially in a deck that wants to do that.
Yeah, you could play Daring Dive.
Yeah, there's also a... If
Like-
you had infinite copies of this, there's a weird, inchworm situation where you can keep elevating them one...
Yeah.
So you're saying we need to talk about that yellow card next, is what I'm hearing.
I actually kind of compare this a little bit to Granny Smith, the Diligent 3-1.
I can see that.
I think this card is amazing. Well, potentially amazing in Limited if you can get enough training, which is a lot of training in this set. But even in Constructed, I think it's not a terrible choice for some decks.
Pinky Sense.
I think if you are discard focused, you want this card, and if you're not discard focused, you probably don't.
Well, if you're discard focused and you're confront focused.
Sure, that's fair.
You like big things.
Yeah.
The one
You like
exception
big cards.
The one exception I could see to this card seeing play in a deck that doesn't care that much about discarding is it is still a Griffin, and Griffins do have some nice synergy here, and having a 3 cost, 3 power Griffin that can also filter you merely as, an accident that might also end up in a set with cards like Spitfire or Pinky Sense is still pretty good.
Or just use him to discard your GGs in your Griffin deck.
Let's see, what is
Yep.
this? Is this solid 3s?
I got it as a 3. I think everyone did.
On the count of
this
3.
one is a solid 3.
On the
Yep.
count of 3, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we now talking about another Griffin?
Yep.
Cursed does point out that the problem right now is Griffin Tribal is currently a Living to Laugh deck. But on the other hand, Living to Laugh decks need to confront now.
That's true. Also, I
now
resent
confront from time to time.
Yes. I also resent the fact that Griffin Tribal is a Living to Laugh deck. That's not true. It's 2 Living to Laugh decks.
It's also not Living to Laugh anymore. It's still partying now.
True. Okay, Cheese, go ahead.
So we've got Gigi. Roll the dice.
Gigi?
Yep, I'm going to call her Gigi.
Gigi?
Why?
Gigi.
We're just going to call this one Good Game.
Gigi.
Oh my god, yeah, I guess you are.
Anyway. So when you flip this card, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. It's hasty, and when you win a face-off by 5 or more power, you may banish this card from your discard pile to score a point. It's also cost-efficient, although it does have a rec of 4.
She has an ability in 3 different zones, and none of them are in play. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Flip, hand, and discard. What'd I say? Oh yeah, I give it a 3. Yeah, this card, I think it does stuff, but like, I don't know if you ever want to play it.
I think 2 cost 3 power at Hasty is not insubstantial.
No.
And then you don't mind it going away after the DFO that you just did with Blue.
Yeah, then you belly flop her.
Yeah. Or just retire to home limit.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the worst part of this is that the chaos effect is mandatory.
That
in
chaos
the deck,
effect being mandatory isn't bad though. Like if
in
your
the deck
hand
you're
is
running
already
this
good,
in.
the worst thing that happens is you just discarded the 2 cards that you drew.
Yeah, you discard the top 2 cards of your deck.
This kind of gets down to the whole, like, milling cards out of your deck or your opponent's deck isn't actually relevant unless your deck would completely empty. And the fact that you draw before you discard here means you're not at risk of having to pitch something good or mediocre and drawing something worse.
Plus, like, with all of the discard replacements that we have nowadays, she's not a cost in any way. Well, her chaos is not a cost, rather.
Right.
So, draw some Foffs, discard some Foffs. Sounds good.
Or put him back on top with Pinky Sense if you really want to.
Sure.
Don't know why you would want to do that, but you can.
I mean, your opponent could be running Pile of Presents.
You're right. You're right. If we're going back to Harmony, this card is garbage and unplayable, and we all need to sink our ratings as a result.
And you're starting all those face-offs in the main phase.
Yep, sure are.
Yep.
I like this card. I think that, again, Griffin is a strong tribe. I think even if you are using the worst mode on this card, you get a cost-efficient friend, and it's easy enough to get it in the discard pile, and I think the other 2 effects are useful. I gave it a 4.
3.
3-5.
I also gave it a 4.
I'm in complete agreement with GP. I gave this a 4, as did Pages.
All right. A character we haven't seen before. I'm sorry, I'm not going to start yelling. I didn't have anything prepared for this.
The flavor text is outstanding.
At which point I get yelled at for not having my mise en place. Anyway, Gordon Ramsay, Tartarus Kitchen, 1 power, 4 cost, 3 blue rec. When this card enters play, you may frighten a friend here. If you do, put a number of +1 power counters on this friend equal to the frightened friend's printed power. What are you?
And an idiot sandwich.
That's right.
But I don't want to be bread.
You're not bread. You're between bread. You're an idiot sandwich. If you're not familiar with Gordon Ramsay's various kitchen cooking shows, there's a bunch of rather interesting situations in there, some of which are very meme-worthy. Anyway, so scare something and then make this thing big.
I agree with C Pancake. This is a pretty fantastic card to pull in limited.
It's not bad.
Yeah, in limited. In constructed.
In constructed, I'm much less a fan of this. This is very expensive for what it does. There are other cards that can do this better.
Yeah, and also it being location restrictive, that expense is like, I don't know. This is gonna be a harder justification because frightened decks tend to want to run on the cheaper side. 4 is a pretty big ask for a lot of them.
It's a whole turn most of the time.
And if a frightened control deck is running this in constructed, it's probably trying to also slow things down with troublemaker walls, or at least I would imagine it's going to, which means you've just lowered your flip average pretty significantly.
Well, notably, as a counterpoint here, notably, this card is a unicorn. So some sort of Celestia purple deck might be able to take advantage of his low power. Like, you could find him with Tranquility. He is expensive, yes, but you also, like, getting a decent body out of this character is not insubstantial. Sure, if he gets frightened himself, he's awful, but like, he is efficient. Like, he does do things that are like,
I don't think he's efficient.
Well, 4 cost, 3 power that also frightens a friend is technically efficient.
yeah, I would say that's he's not power efficient.
Wait,
Unless
we
you're scaring
have-
something big.
But we have like same cost, same power that frightens a friend.
We do. That's true. I gave it a 2.
2, I think. Yeah.
Yep, 2.
Yeah, I think this is a 2 for me.
I gave it a 3. I'm not expecting to see a lot of it, but if someone can use it, I think it's not bad.
Pages also gave this a 3.
All right. Let's see what we got next here. Meadowflower. Ivory.
Yes. Meadowflower, Dizzy Spell. Pegasus Friend, 2 cost, 3 blue rec, 2 blue power. Main phase, banish 2 cards from your discard pile to move this card. Sure. I mean, it's not awful.
Free movement is always very good.
Banish my Grogar from my discard pile, yeah.
Sure.
What
if
deck
you're
are
running,
you running
if you're
Div and
running,
Grogar?
yeah, I was about to say.
I am running a deck that is running only Grogar as troublemakers and training to get it in the discard pile and stuff that banishes it from the don't ask questions. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Grogar and Golden Parachute, and like that's the whole thing. And then the rest is just blue. It's-
Pancake says blue is the new orange. Kinda. Like, I think blue got discard synergy because of training in this set, right?
It's a fine card. It's, again, one of those things that's better in limited. I would probably end up preferring something like Squabble if I was going to run a card in Constructed that had other forms of free movement. But this is fine. Give it a 2-5. Cheese.
3.
I think I originally had this as a 1-5 for some reason. I guess it's a 2.
I also gave this a 2. It's not the worst. I just don't
My-
expect it to.
Free
I don't
movement is good. Blue doesn't care about his discard pile.
Yeah, exactly. Except for Gigi, you don't care.
Gigi!
There are a handful of places where you do. The main concern I think I'd have here is that you don't run this unless you think you're going to have a bunch of stuff in the discard, because its ability doesn't turn on until that point. So it's later.
Yeah, that's true. She is mid to late game. She's not an early game card.
Yeah, and then she's main phase only, and she's only 2 power. It's just like, it's okay.
Well,
Also,
I gave her a 3.
also, don't eat oats before you go on the Disatron. Bad idea.
Pages also gave this a 3.
Next card.
Oh, here we go.
Ah, the crime cycle.
There's a cycle?
Yes.
There is a crime cycle, yes.
It's the main 6 committing crimes.
Oh, I suppose. Okay. Well, we'll start with Rainbow Dash property damage. She is 2s across the board. She's a Pegasus, being Rainbow Dash. Immediate. Exhaust this card to choose an opposing resource. That resource loses and can't have abilities until the end of the turn. It's Camo Dash.
It's blue limestone for resources.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a 2/2/2. Camo Mod was a 2/2/2.
Camo
Yeah.
Mod also was main phase timing, and
That's true. She was made for
She predated immediate.
who Rainbow also has an interesting flavor text, let's say.
yeet.
That is my best attempt at transcribing the noises she was making while breaking AJ's barn.
Yeah, this card is blue resource removal that isn't tied to art counters.
Or itself being a resource.
Or having to select only one card at the moment you play it and never being able to change it.
Yeah.
I think that flexibility is why I like this so much. It's also a friend. Blue likes its friends. It's also a Rainbow Dash. Blue likes its Rainbow Dash.
Blue really likes Rainbow Dash.
It's
This card
like
is
she's the epitome of the color or something. Also,
How-
notably, you can play Confront Chicken with this.
yes, you can. That's
yeah,
true.
Yeah, that's true.
Any immediate exhaust.
Slorgadorb, Rainbow Dash's best pony. Yeah, kinda.
X'd it out.
In the card game.
X'd it out.
No, Rarity is the best because she's the one that hasn't gotten banned yet. That's what best means, right? Having the worst cards.
Sure. I really like the flexibility of this card. Blue resource removal is something the color is really happy to get, and now it has one that is adaptable turn after turn. Yes, it is a friend. It can be disrupted, but the fact that you can answer multiple opposing resources across multiple turns, depending on what's most impactful at any given point in time, made me give it a 4.
3.
3/5.
3.
To counterpoint GP, I feel that if you have any other resource removal that you can run, I would rather run that over Rainbow, so I only gave this a 3.
They just gave it a 3/5.
Alright. Yeah, we already saw this one.
Did we?
Technically.
Yeah.
Well, yes, when OBS decided those are
To
some
jump
those are
9 cards in the future.
no, there's a reason why I did that. Hey, those are sure some card numbers. Hey, these both lead with 1s.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what it
Oh,
was.
is that what broke?
Yeah.
F.
Yeah.
Like I tested that and had a different, and then OBS
Who
decided.
is
Nope.
this? GP. Okay.
Ruffled Pages Exchange Student, 3 cost, 3 power, 0 rec Pegasus. If you control no blue friends, you may pay 1 less to play this card. Part of a cycle, what we called the 3-entry cycle. It is very nice to have a method of getting 3 power in play on a body for less than 3 action tokens, which is going to happen quite a bit at the beginning of games or after a board wipe. Past that point, it is merely a 3 cost, 3 power friend. I guess the question you have to ask is the fact that you can get an efficient body early or to help recover better than the fact that you have a more expensive dead card in your hand, dead in air quotes, later on? Overall, I like the cycle.
I think so. For me, the cycle depends on what color it's in. I think for blue, getting this out early, especially having the 3 rec versus 2 rec, is pretty relevant. So I gave it a 3.
I give it a 2.5.
I am much less optimistic about these once you've got literally any other friend in play. The board wipe thing and the fact that these are 3 power, so you can use them with any number of problems to flip a 1 power confront on flip are the only reasons that I'm not giving this a 1. So I give it a 2.
That seems pretty harsh, but understandable. I gave this a 3. I think this is fine.
I think the decks that want these really want these, like especially because Love Vampire is a card that exists now, and we'll get to her later. But getting to 3 power in your off color is not easy with a single card in current core. So I think this entire cycle is a 3.
It will probably be better post-rotation when stuff like motivational speech rotates out. So
Yeah, that too.
That being said, I should probably give it an extra half a point because the way the book is positioned on his mouth makes him look like he's doing the ooh face.
I actually just
Wow, it
noticed that.
does.
That's show art.
Ooh.
They knew what they were doing.
Next card.
Yep.
Scootaloo.
Oh wait, what did Pages give that one?
What did he give it?
He gave it a 3.
Yeah. Okay, Scootaloo looking up. 1s across the board. Even training 1. It's one of the 1 cost, 1 power, 1 rec keyword cards. And the keyword is okay. I mean, it's a card.
Yeah, this is also a cycle of French vanillas that are either 1/1/1s or 2/1/2s, right?
Yeah. I like, and so sea pancake. Okay. I was like, there's too many words there. That may or may not do something. I mean, if you're 1 power, training will generally do something unless it's the very first card you play before flipping your main.
It's a matter of, is training 1 worth a card slot?
Yeah, and I generally don't think it is. Like, I think it's a 2.
Yep, I gave it a 2.
All right, fair. 2.
2.
2.
Pages gives it a 2.5.
2.5. Next card.
All right, here's a dude we haven't seen in a while. Solar
Yeah, we
Wind
haven't
Cloud
seen this guy
Control.
since Premiere.
Really?
4 power, 3 costs, 1 rec. Agile. All right. So this deals with one of my biggest concerns with Agile is if you're going to give me a 2 power body and slap Agile on it, that ability better be stellar. This guy's just big.
Power? Or, yeah. Yeah, for me, this card, like, Agile without Swift is just a really hard sell. Even at 4 power, it's a hard sell.
I think you can, well, I think you can make a sale at 4. I don't think you can make a sale at 3 or 2 unless there's some kind of extenuating circumstance like an ability.
For me, it would have to be able to confront a problem by itself. And
This can do that.
It can technically, but there are very few.
There's actually there's quite a few between Buckball and Surprise Takeoff and Lacking Lesson Plans.
Yeah, and if nothing else, like, I feel like 4 power is where friends start becoming threats in their own right, simply because it's just like, ugh.
At least in Limited.
Yeah, I think this card is a bomb in Limited, and I don't want it near my constructed decks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that there's something to be said for the fact that it's power efficient with less costs, and you don't need a flipped blue main to play it.
Oh, Pancake's like, also it's common.
Which is why I rated it higher than you guys.
Yeah, I could see playing this in Pauper, actually.
Maybe.
I'm not.
I'd have to look at the slots.
I think if there's one constructed deck I would even consider playing this in, and I'd have to consider it would be Flight Instructor, as it is an unusual power that is playable off of your main on restart side.
Flight Instructor is an interesting case. But like you also have, what's her name for that? Caramel Apple.
You do, for now.
2/5.
Yeah,
2/5.
2.
I'm still gonna stick with 3. I think this card's better than you're giving it credit for.
2, as did Pages. 2.
All right, and that concludes the Blue Friends.
Ivory.
It's
Just
a pun.
Just because someone asked, this is a woodworking joke.
Yes, it is a pun.
Apple Bloom, plain and simple. 2 cost, 1 orange rec, 2 orange power, Earth Pony full, handy. What is handy? Handy is when this card enters play, you may ready or exhaust a resource.
Not one of your resources, a resource.
Like Desert Road. Oh, wait.
Ha! Don't do that in tier 3.
No, do that
Just-
in tier 3.
Just play Rainbow Dash the turn before and exhaust Rainbow Dash to turn off Desert Road.
He's got a point.
I mean, it's a card. It does
Card things.
yeah, it does card things.
It does do card things. It's kind of difficult to rate handy when this is the first card we've seen it on, and we haven't seen a whole lot of resources in current core that have mattered about exhausting, although there have been some. Don't worry, there are more coming.
Yeah.
I mean, this card on its own, I mean, it's a 2. It's not a 1. It has usefulness.
I give it a 2/5 because there is a handy deck, and this might go in it just to get more handy.
I could see that.
Yeah.
That being said, sorry, go ahead, Aura.
Yeah, it depends very heavily on whether or not this is, or resource exhaustion is relevant in the meta.
Yeah, I do think handy is actually more relevant in white right now, but I mean, play orange, white, handy. That sounds fun.
Snack. Yeah, I got a 2 for it.
Like already, I don't know if I said mine already. 2/5.
And Pages gives it a 2/5 as well.
I do think that handy. I want to see how handy works out in limited, man. I really do.
I don't think it's going to be particularly interesting in limited.
There are a lot of exhaustible resources in limited right now. Well, in this set specifically.
It's almost like that was intentionally done.
Yeah.
How about that? It is worth noting, we're talking about limited on a number of these cards because this was a set that was definitely designed with limited in mind. Note that I did not say that this was tested with limited in mind. I said it was designed with limited.
But wait, there's no packs. How are we going to do limited?
Well,
Testing limited is really difficult.
fortunately, there's a document somewhere with the sequences for fond memories.
There's still online weekly drafts and cube events.
Yeah, I want to play sealed with this format a lot, actually.
It looks like it'll be fun. Next card?
Next card. Who is this? AJ Price Fixing. The Crime Cycle returns.
AJ Wood price fix.
Yep. Go for it, Bugle.
Applejack Price Fixing. 2 cost, 3 orange requirement, and 2 orange power. Earth Pony. Stubborn. And main phase, exhaust this card to pay 1 less for the next resource you play this turn. She's Rainbow Shine for resources. Well, and main phase, and doesn't draw you cards. But she is stubborn.
And you can't use her to play Confront Chicken.
Yeah, but you can use her and confront with her.
Yeah. I just enjoy that the frame that the animators gave me just happened to have this little money chest here.
It's pretty good. Thoughts, Bugle?
I like this card a lot, actually. I think cost reduction is very valuable. Everyone knows I'm a champion of ways to get or save AT in colors that are not purple. And orange has a lot of very good resources, as does colorless. So I think you can get a lot of value out of this card in a resource-focused deck.
I agree. I think that if you are running a resource-focused deck, especially one with Grogar or Grocord, so that you can have high rec at the beginning, this is a good card to play. However, my experience with it was there were very few resources that I wanted to have multiple copies of in play simultaneously, just to avoid overcommitting or having redundant effects that didn't stack. And so drawing Applejack after resources were already established left me feeling a little lukewarm on it.
Well, that makes sense. You don't play as many resources in a game as you do play friends or events.
Yeah. It's still fine, but I think it's very sensitive to when you draw it in a game, and because of that, I only gave it a
3.
3.
I think I gave this a 4. Yeah, I gave this a 4. I don't know. I see this being used a lot in orange decks, even if it feels bad to draw it after resources are already in play.
Yeah, I gave this a 4. My orange decks lately have had a lot of resources. I'm honestly fine like cycling a shovel for 0 AT and getting an extra counter, for example, like despite it being unique. So yeah, I gave this a 4, and Pages also gave this a 4.
Alright. Next card.
Yep.
Alright, before anyone asks, the art resources for the buffalo trait symbol are gone. So it's an ally buffalo. That's why.
Got it.
Okay, Big Hoof, charge on, 2/2/2 in orange across the board. Immediate during a face-off. Retire this card to flip an additional card. Immediate during a face-off. Banish this card from your discard pile to flip an additional card. It's Big Mac and AJ, except instead of gaining power counters, you flip additional cards.
I like flipping cards.
I also like flipping cards.
I think
also-
Big Hoof likes flipping tables.
I think you might be right. It is worth noting that where Big Mac and AJ could give 2 power when they were in play and 1 power from the discard, you are likely to get significantly more as a one-of modifier with Big Hoof here. But I think it's still probably pretty good. It's not location restricted, and even though it's 2 power, I might be willing to risk playing this in even a deck that cares about its flip average, like Orange Farm or Control Farm.
I like that Big Hoof can farm on his own, in theory. like three flipped cards will usually beat a troublemaker in a farm deck.
Yeah. This is a friend that is far more an event than an actual friend, and that's okay. Yeah.
It's an event that flips for 2.
Right.
It's an event that you use to start a troublemaker face off the next turn, basically.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. However, because it's 2 power, I did dock it a point.
I gave it a 2/5.
I think it can overcome this. I gave it a 4.
Yeah, I think I gave it a 4 too. It's just there's a little bit of a meme here, I think, but yeah, this seems solid.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
stick.
solid.
Yeah, if it was 3 power, it'd probably be a 4, but at 2 power, it's a 3.
2 cost 3 power? Yeah, I would give that a 4, but yeah, I gave it a 3. I think there are decks that want it, and there are decks that are like, I really don't want this too.
Pages gave this one a 3. Next one.
Oh, this is a good card for you.
Yeah, I also got to change my rating on this because I agree with Bugle on this one.
Okay. I don't
Go
have
for
to
it,
tell
please.
everybody.
Bon activation signal. 3 cost, 2 power, 2 rec. Handy, main phase, if you exhaust this card. Exhaust a card this turn, sorry. You may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. So I gave this one a 3 because of mostly one cost handy.
Okay.
And it's interesting,
There's
and
so-
exhausting is easy to do.
But there's so many exhaust things that orange is gonna do. Like,
Yeah, no,
there's
I think you're always going to pay 1 for this card. I don't think you're ever going to pay 3.
I think this card is incredible entry. There are 3 colorless resources in current core, counting this set, that orange decks are basically always willing to run. You've got Staff of Sikonis, you've got Pirate Ship, and you've got the new Snack Stand. And all of those just give you a lot of value the turn you exhaust them, which then lets you play a 1-cost entry friend and lets you use that ability a second time. I think this card is insane with Snack Stand. I think it's very good with Pirate Ship and with Staff. And orange just also incidentally has a lot of other things that can exhaust. I think you are very, very commonly going to be able to use this as a 1-cost 2-power friend entry, and that is insane.
It's not just the 1-cost 2-power friend entry, though. It's the 1-cost 2-power friend entry that also has utility built on top of it. And
right. It also has a relevant enters playability, like how people run Loyal Pony.
Yeah. Prismlight asks, "Isn't this free with Snack Stand?" No, Snack Stand reduces the amount that you pay to play a friend. Bonbon is not being played if you're using her main phase ability.
Yes, you are putting her into play. That's
Which
okay.
It's actually better. Go ahead, Bugle.
Yeah, it's better because you can then ready your Snack Stand and exhaust it a second time and pay 2 less for a different friend. Which doesn't have to be orange. Like, you can name your other color.
I think Bonbon is absolutely fantastic. And I agree with Bugle. This is
I think she is the best orange entry printed in the game. Like,
I don't
not even just
see how this meets the definition of 5.
Having played with her in several decks, there's no card in that deck that's as impactful as Bonbon.
Yeah, she's actually very, very efficient.
I'm sticking with my 3.
3, 5.
maybe I need to actually use her more, but I stick this with 4.
4 seems reasonable as well.
I'm a 5, which I believe GP is also a 5.
Yes, I had been a 4 before. It's probably not quite a 5, but I'm real hot on the deck that she goes in. So
What's
I think
Pages give this?
3/5.
3/5. Okay, next card.
Remember this guy?
Yeah, this guy. Didn't we ban this guy a while back?
Yeah, Bugle. Remember this guy?
Yeah, this is our first obscure character banned card coming back. There's several more of those.
Yeah. Okay, Globetrotter first in line, 3 power, 3 cost, no wreck. If you control no orange friends, you may pay 1 less to play this card. So, same thing as Ruffled Pages earlier, just orange. Also an Earth Pony, because, yeah.
I think the entry here matters less than it does for some other colors. That being said, I gave the whole cycle across the board the same rating, so this is a 2/5 from me.
It's just a 2 for me.
I also gave them the same ratings. This is a 3.
I gave this a 3, though maybe I actually should give this one a 2, simply because of how good Bonbon is.
Kidding.
But I'm going to stick with 3 for the cycle.
Cheese?
Cheese gave it a 2.
Okay.
And Pages gave it a 2/5.
Yep. Ivory.
Okay. We got ourselves a large limestone pie friend. Limestone pie stone soup. 5 cost, 4 orange wreck, 5 power. Stubborn. Immediate exhaust this card to choose a player with 4 or more cards in their hand. That player discards a random card. 5 is a lot.
5 is a lot.
Yeah, 5 is definitely. I mean, there's ways that orange can reduce that cost, but 5 is still a lot.
5 is a lot. I think we can all agree with that statement that 5 is a lot. I
would like it better if you could choose the card, but
That would
Oh,
be
God.
kind of good.
Yeah, it'd be kind of insane. Random discard is still the second best method of discarding.
Yeah.
And it is stubborn, and it is big, and like it's fine.
Yeah.
Notably, being immediate means you can do this immediately after they draw a card to go up to 4.
Yep.
This is I think I agree with C Pancake. Like, this is something that I'm not entirely sure I really ever want to see in a constructed deck. This also didn't have Stubborn, I think, when we originally rated this, which does improve it significantly.
Yeah, stubborn does make this much better.
Not terrible.
Because
Yeah.
I had this at a 1, and I think merely the fact that it now says Stubborn makes it better.
Stubborn makes it a 2.
Yeah.
Now, if this was like a 2/2 card, it would be insane.
If this was a 2/2, I'd put this at 5.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, it'd be a 5. It'd be a 4.
The
But-
cost of this is what makes it less stupid.
Yeah, but I don't think Reanimator runs this.
No,
I don't
it
think
doesn't.
it's impactful enough for Reanimator.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know if there's a constructed home for it, but I think it's a fine enough card if a deck did choose to run it. Like, Big Orange might be the only thing that would consider it.
I'm kind
I
of
get
sad because I like this art. She's just so angry. Angry.
She's always angry.
She is angry. And
Do we
she can be angry that she gave...
But she's
I gave her a 2.
smiling. Are you telling me people can be angry while they're smiling?
Yes. Prism Light says Sea Poppy. Yes, this does work with Sea Poppy. This, in fact, works on you with Sea Poppy under the right circumstances. It's still huge and orange and difficult to deal with.
But you can play Sea Poppy and Pinky Sense and then not actually discard the card. I love it.
Pages also gave this a 2. I think we're at 2s
Yeah,
across
this
the
one's
board here.
2s everywhere. Yeah. Oh boy.
Go for it.
It's Smolder! Does this count as the crime cycle?
No.
This is the quest cycle. Or no, this is not the quest cycle.
No,
This is the bulk cycle.
Yeah, this is the bulk cycle. I'm just saying, she is kind of engaging in some questionable maintenance here. But anyway, she is Smolder, percussive maintenance, is a 3-cost, 3 orange red, 2 orange powered dragon with handy. And when you exhaust a resource, you may put a +1 power counter on this card. Notably, you can exhaust your resource or their resource to get counters. And you could, with her handy, you can ready a resource you already exhausted to then exhaust it again. I think this card can get very big in orange resource decks right now.
I think this card is going to be Hugh. I'm pretty sure that the 2 power in the corner is a lie as far as Smolder as a friend is concerned, simply because you're going to put this into play, something's going to get exhausted, she's going to be 3 power.
Yeah, she is basically always going to be a minimum 3/3/3, and that's for 1 turn. Like, she's going to get larger.
Yes.
Unless the opponent plays Rest in Pieces, and then you're sad. And
Can he play more resources, and then it's all good again?
I think the only thing that's holding me back from giving this card a 4 is the fact that there are already so many payoff cards in the orange and pink deck that I don't know if Smolder can fit in there, and I think that's the best deck to make use of some of the handy type things. So there's other decks like a mono orange handy focused thing that Smolder could go in, and possibly orange white as well. I don't think those are quite as strong. And again, even in those decks, you still have a lot of choices. She's still pretty good, though. I gave her a 3-5.
3.
I gave this one a 4.
Yeah, I gave her a 4. I think she has the potential to get very big. I do agree with the GP. She might not go in the pink-orange deck, but she's a consideration in that list for me just because sometimes you just need a big friend.
3.
And Paige just gave it a...
Paige just gave this a 3-5.
3-5.
We're done with orange friends.
We are!
Orange friends.
Now we're on to the real friends.
Yeah,
We've done 20 cards now since Glimmer was 0.
Yeah, but the pace has picked up significantly. Let's keep it going.
Yeah.
DJ Pony on shuffle. 2 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, chaos. When you flip this card, you may shuffle a card from a discard pile into its owner's deck. Goodbye, Golden Parachute. Or hello, whatever else you wanted back in your deck. Main phase, banish this card to shuffle a discard pile into its owner's deck. We have entire discard pile recycling in core. It's a friend that's gone forever. Doesn't matter. It's entire discard pile recycling. This card is...
Yeah.
This is an actual real replacement for
Juggling routine.
juggling routine.
Yeah. I know Godot has been asking for this in core for the past 2 sets, so I'm sure he's very happy with this card.
There are pink control decks that actually really want this card.
I'm very happy with this card.
I like this card, not just because of its offensive uses, but because the orange-pink deck runs out of cards, and then you have to get them back.
Yeah, this is like recycling tools is super valuable.
I gave it a 5.
I gave it a 4-5.
4 5.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think this is a 5. You could use this in so many ways. Exactly 2 ways.
Considering that the 2 strongest decks in the previous meta were Reanimator, which brings things out of its discard pile, and Living to Laugh, which wants to mill its entire deck, this card will have incredible impact as an answer to both of those decks, and it has uses on top of that. It's a 5.
I don't think this deck actually answers Reanimator.
No.
Cheese and I were talking about this last night, and that's kind of a good point.
She's main phase. I could have
She's
sworn
main
she was
phase.
immediate.
No, she is not immediate.
Okay, never mind. Still an answer to.
It is
Living
answer to
Laugh.
Living to Laugh, and it's a good card. It's just like it's not great for Reanimator, but like also Reanimator generally reanimates the same turn that it discards, so it's not that big of a deal.
The real question here is, does this card actually end up being a 5.5 because it enables a combo deck and summarily gets banned?
Given that it has to banish, yeah.
What combo deck
unless-
are you
I don't
doing
know.
with this?
You
Unless
just play
the
Herd of Adoring
combo-
Fans on her first, and then banish the copy.
Yeah. No, like there's ways, but like at that point you're getting really complicated.
Yeah, it's probably not viable, but odds are there's something you can do with this.
Yeah, banishing here is definitely a preemptive
Yes.
measure.
Yeah. I think it's totally reasonable.
We are not dumb enough to make this discard itself or retire itself. No. Okay. What did Pages give this?
5.
Also a 5.
All right. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a fun card. Have fun with this one, GP.
Feather bangs.
You mean cheese?
Wait, yeah, no, me.
Yeah, this guy's back too.
I'm mostly waiting for GP's just.
Why does he have a heart? Yeah, when you confront this card's problem, you may put a Earth Pony token friend thingy into play. Yeah, that's cool. It can help you confront the other problem. But you need to be confronting to begin with. It's okay.
C Pancake asks, why is this a May?
What if you don't want to put the friend into play?
Because sometimes Featherbanks can run fast enough to get away from his admirers. But not always.
Yeah, I think the 1 rec sells me on this card a lot. Being able to play this off of an unflipped main is pretty relevant.
I kind of wonder if a Cadence deck might choose to start with searching high and low just to be able to run Featherbangs and put Earth Pony tokens in play at home to flip.
That's
Oh.
pretty funny, actually. I hadn't
Somebody
thought of
wants
that.
to play Skystar Chicken.
A little bit.
I also think this card is very relevant if you are trying to take advantage of the pink resource, whose name escapes me.
Baked Bads.
Yes, Baked Bads, yes.
Absolutely. Anything that makes pink fodder that is cheap and power efficient is worth considering for a number of different reasons, not the least of which is Baked Bads or Belly Flop. I like this card. I think that there are a number of pink decks that'll run it. I gave it a 3-5.
2-5.
3.
3.
3.
Pages also gave it 3.
Nice. Okay.
So, have you run out of Griffin names yet, Ara?
Yeah.
This one was easy for him to come up with, though.
No, this one was not easy. This one was, alright, do I actually want to be a meme lord here? And the answer is yes.
It's okay. This is a good meme.
What's the meme?
It's a JoJo reference.
Oh,
It
okay.
goes very well with the Griffin that was printed in New Dawn.
Giovanna?
That
Yeah.
sits, I think, 2 desks over from Giorno here. Yeah.
Mm.
Giorno and Giovanna.
Where's the pizza?
Guillermo.
Do not mess with kerning like that. That's terrible.
No, the kerning here is correct, barely. Kemming, yes. Okay, so another one of the
Re-entry.
re-entry cycle, just pink this time. It's a Griffin, which is notable. And the memes.
Pink really likes this.
I
Yeah.
could see this seeing play in the mono pink still partying deck. Because like turn 1, you pay 1 to play this, and that's 3 power, and it's a Griffin.
Worst case scenario, discarded to Kluge down.
I like Kurt's comment. This is accurate.
Griffin should really treat their names like floating point numbers. We know the G is at the start, so we don't need to write it down.
I agree.
Iorno.
Right. So the problem here is that if you go into the comic canon, they break that instantly, and I will forever shake my fist at Andy Price for this decision.
Oh yeah, that comic canon is incorrect.
All Griffins start with G.
Correct. I gave this a 2 1/4. The quarter is merely for the memes.
It's a good meme.
I think it's 3. I think that pink and blue like this kind of card. Like, there's so many cards with 3 rec and pink
Yeah, they're really
that
are.
are really good.
Yeah, you're right. I can't rate this one at the same level as some of the other cycle. This is a 3.
I also put this at a 3.
Yeah, I agree. Pink and purple, I want to say, like this the most right now. So
And Pages gives it a 2-5.
one last Griffin.
And it's a
Well,
big
for
one.
now.
Gunter, it's just business. 2 costs, 3 pink rec, 2 power. Your friends in all zones have as an additional cost to play this card. You may retire another friend. If you do, as you play this friend, draw a card.
It's build your own cadence main. Kind of. Sort of. What it actually is, hey, can I borrow that for a quick sec? Yeah, thanks. No, I'll totally give it back.
I'm very happy I found this piece of art for this card.
I'm going to play a minuet and take your thing. I'm going to play another minuet and retire your thing and take your thing.
And
I
draw a card.
want to take control of all the friends and then retire all the friends.
I think that's bad and leads to NPEs.
There
This
is
card
no
is not a Jar
compromise.
Because it's a super rare. Can't be a Jar Jar.
It's also a Griffin. It's very, very good.
Go on.
There's a number of effects that can... Being able to take any effect that can steal opposing friends, like Minuet or Pinky's Present, both of which will continue to be absolutely constructed playable, is very, very good. Being able to also find additional use for dead friends at home to not have to spend cards as you are advancing your board further is equally good. And it's cheap. And it's a Griffin, so you can get even more discounts off of it and Griffin synergy. The tribal synergies that are present in this set are the 3 weakest synergies before, and they got a lot of help.
Yeah. Notably, this does not say a non-token either, and Pink is good at making tokens.
Yeah, we just saw one.
Yeah, so like turning those tokens into cards, that's huge.
C Pancake asks if this has been tested with still partying. I think if it was tested with still partying, it would probably go in the mono pink version, and I personally have not tested that one, but my guess is Josh will find something to do with it. Or MM, rather.
Yeah, so the thing about that is that deck wants 15 unity. And if you're retiring your friends to play friends, you're not actually increasing your unity very well.
It doesn't struggle that much, though. Like, hitting 15 unity has almost never been the problem in the mono pink version of that deck. And you are going to have friends you're going to play even once you're past 15 unity because they're going to be disruptive. So being able to trade in something else to just add a rider of all your friends' cantrip is pretty good.
Yeah. Especially when they're costing 0 because they're all Griffins.
Alright, see Pancake going for a bit of a clause here. Alright. Thinking that this is going to be a 5.5 because it's going to get something banned.
I think it's a 3.
I think it's a 5.
Yeah, I think this is a 5. I want to know why you think this is a 3.
That's a good point.
All it does is draw you cards.
It doesn't.
Somewhat.
It doesn't. It does not. It gives you a retire engine.
Sure. There are lots of other retire engines.
Well, it gives you
Are
a
there?
retire
There
engine.
aren't.
It gives you a retire
part
engine,
of why this card was made.
but you have to be playing friends to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Name,
It is
name
not
other
the same-
retire engines.
It is not the same thing as Soren Pie powered in terms of just eat everything. Yeah. This is
Yeah.
I have friends to play to get rid of whatever I have stolen, and I have to continue drawing cheap enough friends that I can do something about it. So this is nowhere near as powerful as something like Soren.
Sure.
For just the purpose of retiring, sure.
Now, it still gets you some decent resources otherwise, and I guess I'm sitting here kind of in the same boat. This is either going to... It's
Like,
going to be...
I view this as a nice card to get rid of things that were going to die to home limit anyway.
I can see this being just a really solid 4, or I can see this being a 5.5 and needing to get something banned. I don't think there's an in-between.
I put it at a 5. This is one of my favorite cards in the set. I don't think it's one of the strongest cards, but I do think it's very good. But yeah, I gave this a solid 5. I'm very glad he's a Griffin. I think he's a lot better as a Griffin than he would have been as an Earth Bunny.
The fact that it is the first mono pink retire outlet that we have in core is why I rated it as a 5, even if the individual impact for only using it once is not that high.
Prismlight asks, does this play from discard or banished? Yes, that's why it says all zones, but the friend itself has to be able to be played from those zones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still have to be able to play it normally.
I think I can give this a 4. I just don't see
Yeah,
the
I
5.
guess you can use this with closed loop.
Yep.
That's funny.
You can use it with closed loop, and you can go real spicy and run Minuet to bring back Starlight's dad.
You can use it.
Ooh. Starlight's dad in this card is actually very interesting. If you have 2 Starlight's dads, I guess that's still just paying 1 to draw, isn't it? Never mind.
It's funny.
It is funny.
It is a funny way to pay 1 to draw.
Well, there you go. There's the beginning of someone's combo engine right there. So have fun with that.
Pages also gave this a 4.
Oh, and you can use this with Tempest too, actually.
Orange Tempest, yes.
Yeah.
Playing friends from the top of your deck.
That's actually kind of good. All right. Someone will have to look into that one. Yeah, 4 still. Okay. There was a lot to unpack there, wasn't there?
There was.
That was the card that had the most discussion so far.
All right.
Let's talk about some hands.
Hands.
So this is Lyra, totally wired. She is a 3-cost, 2 pink rec, 2 pink power unicorn with Eager, and I do believe this is our first Eager card.
It is.
Eager is at the start of your turn. Once per turn, if you have a friend with Eager at home, you may draw a card. I think the official ruling on that is it's not once per character.
Yes, this is like Studious. It doesn't matter how many Eager friends you have. If you've got 1, you draw a card.
Yeah,
this used to be the other way, and we quickly realized.
And then it was very broken.
Bad.
No, it was great. It was amazing. And then we can't have nice things, which is why it got changed.
Yeah. I think this card is very good. Or right, she has more text. When you draw a card, if you have drawn 3 or more cards this turn, you may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. But yeah, I think this card is very good because worst case scenario, you're paying 3 for your entry friend and you drew 2 cards. That's not bad.
I completely disagree. I think this card is completely unplayable because you will never actually play it. You will only use its ability.
Okay.
All right.
I get what you're going for there.
Yeah, I think that this card is easy to hit the 1-cost thing, and I think that it's like drawing extra cards, an extra card, like double the cards.
Well, okay. Eager on its own is, This card in particular, I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of marginal on this for the wrong reasons.
I think Bugle's giving every card with Eager just +1 flat, just for having Eager.
He kind of is, and I get it, because the difference between you having 0 Eager and 1 Eager is pretty huge. It's basically like having a Still Partying in play. Except you can get them into play a lot easier. Like this one, for instance.
Well, it doesn't trigger on your opponent's turn, but
sure.
Still, like 1 Eager is very like drawing 2 cards a turn is great. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I give it a 3/5.
3.
2/5.
3.
3. Or sorry, 4. And if this was 3 power in Magical Christmas World, I would have given this a 5.
Pages gives this a 3 and then complains that it's too complicated for a common.
It's really not.
Debatable.
I disagree with
Yeah,
Pages.
it's not. It's just Eager and cheap.
We'll yell at him about that later when he comes in.
Okay, next card.
Next card, Pinkie Pie. Reckless Endangerment, back on the crime cycle. 3 cost, 2 rec, 3 power, Earth Pony, Hasty. Players can't confront this card's problem. Players can't confront this card's problem unless they have at least 3 characters at this problem. It's like Hasty Eccentric, except it's better and worse.
Yeah.
It's different. That being said, it's a 3 cost, 3 power Hasty friend that can potentially prevent confronts. And Pink certainly has a lot of methods of removing friends, so if you can just remove a single friend off of a problem, it's not bad.
I think that's very fun, but the thing that I want to see is opponent has 3 characters there, you have one very large character there and are confronting, and you want to stop the single face-off, so you play this card.
This is very expensive to be played at Hasty.
This is very expensive.
It's a 3-cost 3-power hasty, and I could see a mono pink control deck doing this, especially if it's got Party Science as the problem.
Right.
My thing is that pink would, like, if your goal is to stop confronts, because this is going to stop a confront for a turn, but you could also just, like, use any of the 5,000 dismissal cards.
There's not 5,000 dismissal cards in core, though. For Hasty, it has Belly Flop, which requires you to retire a friend. Chaos Magic Blast, which is semi-random. And I
Griselda.
always forget Griselda, thank you, who requires you to have an abundance of griffins.
And that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
this also stops the traitor.
Yeah.
There's that. And what was that problem? Cheering up a friend. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
This is Screwball, except Hasty and power efficient.
This also means that your opponent could need to even further overcommit to confronting a problem, because if you use a dismissal card like Belly Flop,
Right. You'll
they
put them
need to
under
have
the...
an extra friend.
Yeah. This, I don't think I'm ever going to play this with Hasty, but this is still really obnoxious.
I
See,
mean,
that's
it's not
interesting.
effective not played at hasty speed.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever.
It's useless.
I don't think I'd ever play this not at hasty speed.
I don't see myself paying 3 for this. I
You're
really
gonna
don't.
pay. You're gonna pay 3 for it no matter what. And if you're running Party Science, then you're gonna pay 2 for it on your opponent's turn, and then it's even better as a hasty card.
Yeah.
Like explain your logic.
I still don't see myself paying 3 for this. I think I've got better things to do with that much action tokens on my opponent's turn.
Well, then your statement shouldn't be, I can't see myself playing this at hasty speed. Your statement should be, I can't see myself playing this.
That's my
And-
statement.
On my turn, I can see playing this merely because it's yet one more thing that my opponent has to deal with. Like, that's its real value to me.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. You're playing this to block your opponent from confronting. You're doing this on your turn. Are you saying that you're only doing this as a face-off chicken effect and not as a method of preventing the opponent from confronting on their turn?
I am doing this as a method of, normally, I'm going to make them sit there and be like, well, great, now I don't want to deal with that problem because I have to commit so many resources to it. Like, the point here is to make them react, not to be proactive or defensive about it.
I completely disagree. But I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 2.
Like, it's still fine, I think. So, 3.
It's interesting that you guys both gave it 3s, but for completely different reasons. I also gave it a 3. I just think it's funny.
I gave it a 3, and I think it's very relevant that this card has 2 rec, because a lot of Pink's disruptive events have more than 2 rec. So being able to play this off of a Pinkie Pie entry of some sort is relevant.
Yeah, not bad. Pages also gives it a 3. Okay, next card. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's you what, mate?
Pipsqueak. So 1/1/1 eager.
I am irritated that Ara did not take the opportunity to say "pip hip hooray" in the flavor text.
Oh,
I thought about that, but I didn't do that. The real question is, where did I hide the pip?
right there.
See, Bugle's giving us +1 for eager.
He's over there.
Everyone else is like 3.
Okay, Bugle's +1 for eager actually matters here because it is a friend you can play to flip cadence and doesn't have to require a huge investment, and also
That you
draws
want
Yeah.
at home.
Yeah, like
I think
I
if
don't think
you're
it's
running
bad.
Cadence in anything other than Pink Orange, who has a different 1-cost eager friend, you run this card.
See, I gave this a +2 for having eager.
Yeah, this in particular, the eager is kind of big here. Just
Yes,
because
the only reason this card is not a 1
it's so
or
easy
a
to get
0.
this. Yeah, it's so easy to get this out. It's just like, yes.
This is a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3.
2-5. I would like one of the other eager friends.
How is the Mosh Pit player lukewarm on card draw?
Because the Mosh Pit already is having trouble finding slots for cards.
That's because you're cramming it full of dismissal.
Yeah,
Yes.
because you sit there and you play Hasty Friends at main phase timing. No wonder you're having issues.
Yeah.
I think this is a 3.
I think a 1-cost card that draws you a card every turn is insane. If this is a 4.
What did Pages give it?
Pages says a 3-5.
Okay.
Yeah. So the real question is, there's a life-size Pip Petals, hidden on a card somewhere. Good luck.
Is it this card?
Somewhere. A card
Is it-
somewhere. Good luck.
Okay.
Now,
Amusingly, Pip Petals is also a small pony.
well, yes, that's the joke, because
Oh my.
a life-size Pip Petals is about a pixel in height. Good luck.
Pip is short.
All right. Silverstream, go fish. 2 pink power, 3 cost, 3 pink wreck. Alley Hippogriff, because, of course. Eager. All right. I'm down. When you draw your second card each turn, put a +1 power counter on this card. So, as long as you remain having an eager friend somewhere, she gonna get big.
Which she is. So
It's fine.
remember when
Eager's-
this one was when you draw a card, put a +1 power counter on this card?
Yeah. Put a stop to that one pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, that one got stopped immediately.
What's this? A large influx of +1 power counters?
It's fine. It's a 3.
3.
Yeah.
2-5. It does take a little bit to pay off, simply because it has to wait a turn to draw you the card unless you pay to draw for some reason.
Or
It's-
do one of any number of things to do it. but-
It's somewhere between a 2-5 and a 3, I think.
Yeah, I feel she's the weakest of the cycle because you can't enable her multiple times like you can with the other ones. But she's also the one that you don't have to build around. She just happens. So I gave her a 3.
And
Pancake's pretty
Pages-
hot. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Pages also gives her a 3.
Pancake is pretty hot on a lot of these pink cards for draft as well. It's interesting to note.
I also think having eager, like, you don't want this card at home.
Yeah, there's also that.
Like, the eager on this card is kind of irrelevant.
Well, not irrelevant. You DFO with her and then you draw a card.
Yeah.
with her.
Which gets her up to power,
But,
so
like,
it's fine.
if you're running this card, you're gonna have other eager cards.
Well, you'd
And one of
certainly-
those is gonna be at home.
You'd certainly
Yeah,
like
that's
to have
fair.
other eager cards, yes. You don't want her at home, generally.
I would consider running this card. Okay, you know where I'd run this card and not feel bad about her not being at home is in a Silverstream list with the main.
Oh, because you're drawing.
Because
off
you get to
of-
hunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, fair.
And then sometimes you might draw an extra card after the opponent successfully started a face off.
Ivory.
Yes.
Oh.
Next card is Whoa Nelly Bargain Hunter.
Oh Lord, she coming.
Fours across the board, unicorn. While you have 7 or more cards in your discard pile, this card has +3 power. While this card is in your discard pile, your hand limit is increased by 2.
Ara is a coward and did not use this card's actual name.
The Wonelli is her fandom name.
That is her fandom name. I specifically looked it up.
I know.
Not her meme name, but that's okay. This card is. This guy has uses.
I feel like I should give this card a 4 just for the memes.
4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
Not your low rating that you gave it. I mean, it is
I don't-
expensive, and Pink tends to not
yeah.
play expensive friends, but it is. I mean, Pink is always gonna have cards in its discard pile because you know how
It's
Pink is.
pink. Wait,
usually
but like
will,
a
yes.
4 for 7. The thing, like, this takes a whole turn to play, and if you're using it for its second ability, then like, okay, your hand limit is increased by 2. So what?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the second ability. It's very expensive. It becomes a massive target, pun intended. And the first ability is like, okay, sure, you can get to that, but still 4. Like, yes, I can see using this. I'm pretty lukewarm on this whole thing.
I just honestly don't ever see you spending a whole turn for this.
Everything you said is correct except for the existence of one card. Pinkie Pie Still Partying. This is the one card that I have an asterisk on for my score. I think this card is actually very good in Still Partying lists. I think the +2 hand limit is very relevant in those lists, especially if you're running. What is the card? The pink, the Last Laugh. That's 2 extra cards, or you're drawing there, or 4 extra cards if you have Nightmare Moon in play. And she provides a lot of that pink unity on her own. You don't need to run Spontaneous Song and Dance anymore.
Maybe.
Sure, I think
said,
she has some
outside of
utility
those
in that
lists,
deck.
She's a 2.
Sure. Although I think there's one other deck that would consider running her that may not necessarily go Still Partying, and that's going back into Adventure, and we're going to run Lyra and draw 3 of these in our opening hand.
That's disgusting.
You go right ahead and do that.
I certainly will.
That is, I mean, even drawing 1 in your opening hand with Lyra is actually pretty funny.
Drawing one's great.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Alright, that's pretty funny though.
It averages out for me. I got it as a 3.
2.
1-5. Like I said, I'm just really lukewarm on this.
I think it's a 3.
4 asterisk.
Soon we'll get you to do half points, Bugle. Join us.
Well, halfway between 4 and 2 is 3, so that doesn't matter.
Gonna get you to do half points sooner or later. Pages has this at a 3-5. That's the end of our pink friends.
Yeah. Now we're going to one of the best named cards in the set. Baby Flurry Heart. Peas was never an option. This is a 3-cost, 3 purple rec, 3 purple power Alicorn. When this card enters play, you may banish an opposing resource. If you do, gain a number of action tokens equal to that resource's cost. Doesn't kill Desert Road, terrible.
Completely unplayable.
Completely unplayable.
Dies to Lightning Bolt.
That's its only real problem here. This is just kind of amazing otherwise.
Yeah. Outside of Desert Road, this is, I would say, this is the best resource removal in core, with the possible exception of Mysterious Disappearance.
Mysterious Disappearance is vastly better.
I completely disagree. I think that this is a meta that is going to have higher cost resources than what we've seen in the past, and a lot more decks that are running them, which means that, especially with purple and control decks needing to establish more of a board presence, being able to play double duty and also working on enters play is quite nice.
Yeah, because you can, this is a little bit niche, but you can absolutely play Portal games with Devil Babby.
Yeah, you can play Luna's Future to banish a resource.
Except you can get action tokens back for doing it.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this card is very good. Like there are still reasons to run Mysterious Disappearance. Immediate the chaos is nice for if you're running Pinky Sense. I think outside of those cases, you want to run this resource removal.
I really, really like this and think that it is the best purple resource removal in core. I give it a 4.
3.
4.
I think that a lot of purple decks are going to use this, and they're going to almost always use this. But I'll see if I'm wrong. For now, I'm giving it a 5.
Yeah, I actually increased my rating just now, and I put this at a 5.
I brought mine down a week ago because we had this discussion. You can't do that.
You
That's
convinced
not
me.
fair.
I mean, I really don't think purple's gonna need to consider anything else with this around.
I mean, it has to. That's the thing.
Because Desert Road exists.
It cannot run this as its only method. It must run this and something else.
Just run property damage.
But the fact that you can find this with what's her name, Celestia, is also very relevant. And she's cheaper with Flash, and that's insane, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. In Alicorns, this thing is absolutely absurd. And
also, she can play her part.
So we talk a lot about Desert Road. How often do we actually see Desert Road being stuck in play?
I
think you're going to see it more.
Yeah, I was about to say, that thing hasn't really shown up in the last meta or so.
Well, we'll see.
Wasn't
If
Joshua running
Cries
it?
in corner, running Desert Road in Invitational. No one notices.
Yeah.
You noticed, just didn't get it out in time.
I sure didn't.
It's like that.
Maybe that's
it's like
why
that
people didn't run it.
It was that scene in Zootopia where the police chief's like, I saw, just didn't care.
Yeah. Apparently, I've actually been talking about this card as a 5, so I increased my rating again, back to where it was.
Yeah.
All right.
You're not
now
allowed.
I'm perfectly tied with Pages, who
you're
gave
not
this
allowed-
a 4.
You're not allowed to lower your rating in response, Bugle.
Wow,
do
you are
putting
tied
it
with
back up to
Pages.
5?
Yeah.
You have a next card?
I cannot give this card the name that it really deserves.
Golly.
No.
Golly would have been pretty good.
Would the first word of the subtitle be little?
Yes. The second word of the subtitle is something I will not print on a card.
Cozy Glow, think big. 2 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, Pegasus Foal with Chaos. When this card is flipped, put a Troublemaker from your discard pile into play face down. Just as a reminder, Troublemakers enter play face down. And ability in play, Troublemakers here have Epic.
This is my favorite Cozy Glow art in the game right now.
This is the card that most encapsulates Cozy Glow's essence of being a little...
Buy some apples.
Pony.
Yes.
A little pony, yes.
Is this Pip?
No.
No.
No,
it's a small Pegasus. Are you sure it's not Pip?
Yes.
Okay. So this allows you to farm your own non-epic troublemakers and sometimes put random troublemakers into play. Face down, of course. But
Not random. You choose them.
oh yeah, from discard pile. So you randomly get to put.
Yes. Assuming you are not stacking your deck.
Yeah.
Which you're in purple, so you most definitely probably are.
Probably should be. I disagree.
I don't know if you're going to want to flip a 2.
Not with that attitude, you're
unless
not.
You've got some
If you
other
know you're
stuff
going to
on.
lose,
That's when you stick something and you're just like, well, either I get a Troublemaker or I get a Troublemaker and I get to scare something. Seems good. This is also not the cozy art that most correctly communicates her little buy some applesness.
well, that's because you would need a holographic card that you can shift from happy to sad.
No, It's because
Or angry, rather.
no, that art is when she's like flying over to Chrissy and just being like, "Need us?"
That's fair. Something that I don't think we actually talked about is the fact that Cozy is going to hose your opponents that are trying to sit behind non-epic troublemakers, because it doesn't just affect your own.
Yep.
That is interesting.
Just run them up her and be like, "You know what? We're
Neither
all
of
in
us
here.
get to confront.
We're all in here together."
And
Yep.
then they
Wanna
beat
be-
them up, and now you're sad.
Wanna-
Except
Golly,
they just-
sure is a shame this Aramospi is epic and you can't confront behind it.
Mm.
Having to beat up your own Aramospi sounds awful.
This is very disrespectful for adventure TM control.
This is Cozy Glow. What do you want? That's like par for the course.
It's exactly what I want. I also think that this is a useful card to consider running in some versions of Purple Farm using Professor Twilight or Professor Sparkle, because that deck usually relies more on dumping its action tokens into winning face-offs, and even if you're not running as many non-epic troublemakers, the chaos effect here lets you kind of double dip on TMs you've already beaten up, and it's a body. So I think it's worth considering as at least as a 2 maybe in the deck. I've got it as a 3.
3.
I think I have this written down as a 2/5. It is really cute though. It should be 3. Fine, have a 3.
Yay!
I also gave it a 3, though your definition of cute is terrible and needs to be fixed.
I will remind you
Next card.
that I like.
hold
I
on.
put this at
What?
2. I am very unimpressed with this card in play. I think the Chaos is the only reason to run this card. And I'm not even convinced that the Chaos is worth running, because Purple doesn't actually have that many ways to set its hand in core right now. Or not hand, top flip.
I'll farm Smooze in Adventure.
And Pages gives it a 3/5.
My ratings are based entirely off of core.
That's fair.
Adventure's a bad format.
Adventure is a good format. Shut up.
It's fun,
Adventure-
actually.
Adventure's a bad format. Harmony's a worse format.
Harmony is. We don't
Correct.
talk about that format.
All right, next card.
Adventure lets you control.
Hey, guess what? It's been 2 hours and we're on card 31.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're still on the. You know how this always works. Mains take the longest, friends take the second longest, tied with ultra rares. Resources and events usually go by faster.
Think you do. 2-2-1, training 1. So this is kind of sort of like Pip, but worse. I think everything we said about Pip applies, except for this costs more.
Do you mean Scootaloo?
Sorry, was it Scootaloo?
Scootaloo has, yeah, it's the 1/1.
That was the
training.
1-1-1? Sorry, okay, yeah. Same as
Pip is
Scootaloo.
the eager one.
I saw that, GP.
Yep. I actually agree with Ara's rating on this, mostly because the training deck is already strapped for card slots, and this will only end up working if you already have a 3-power character in play, and I think that is terrible. I do not think there is a deck that would consider running this.
Yeah, I guess I agree.
She's cute,
I'll also reduce. I think everyone just did. Do what Ivory. Do it. Do it. Good job.
but okay. She's cute, but unfortunately, she's not very good. Have a
Yeah.
1.
Ones across the board except for Pages.
Who's not here to listen to this conversation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next card.
All
Yep.
right. Dr. Hooves research grant. 2 purple power, 3 cost. 2 purple wreck. Studious. Oh, Earth Pony, because of course. Studious. And let's see. Main phase. When you have 6 or more action tokens, you may reveal this card from your hand and pay 1 to put this card into play.
This is one of the weaker of the cycle. Or
Yeah.
possibly the weakest.
Not
No.
not the weakest.
I don't know. I look at this and I'm like, yes, purple is very good at gaining action tokens, but at the point that you'd want to, or that you'd be able to meet this thing's requirement, either you've been sitting there for 2 or 3 turns, depending, and then you pay 1 to get your entry, or you've already got an army of action token generators, and then why are you playing this?
Yeah.
Because you need a body.
Army
Like,
of
I-
action token generators.
I view these cards as entry cards. Like their rec is irrelevant because like you're never going to pay 3 for any of these. So
Mhm.
I actually just don't think purple's gonna run this.
so yeah, I actually do think this is a 1. I don't see ever running this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the one place I think I could see running this, and as I'm thinking about it, it's weird. You might do this in Seleno purple kind of pirate booty style aggro, and do nothing for the first 2 turns, then pay 1 to put this into play, flip Seleno, and have 3 action tokens left with your entry as well. That's about the one deck I can anticipate this being used in, because 2 purple entry, as we've discussed in the past, is much worse than 3 purple entry.
Yeah. I think this card is actually very good in limited because as entry in limited, a lot of limited games you don't do anything turn 1 or 2 anyway. But constructed, if you're not doing anything by turn 3, you're probably in a
You're
bad
gonna
spot.
have a bad time. Yeah, I think that kind of lines up with what Sea Pancake's saying in chat
Yeah.
there, which makes sense. Have a 1.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1. I had it
Ye-
at a 2, and I'm putting it down to 1.
Yeah. Big ol' 1.
It's
I'll
fine.
drop it. I'll drop it to a 1/5.
And Pages is over there with a 2.
Okay. Next up, we have Ocellus Gift Exchange.
Crayola bug.
This is my
2
favorite scene from this episode.
2, it was pretty good. 2s across the board, Changeling. Training 1. When you discard a non-friend card, double this card's power until the end of the turn. Well, you have an easy way to discard something with this.
I think that's the comments about training 1 on a 2-power body earlier, I think are still applicable here. That being said, there are other ways to get this to increase its power.
Yeah, it's a Changeling.
Purple's not an
Find
aggro color too.
other ways to discard things. I'm giving this a 2.
Ooh, purple white changelings.
Maybe?
There are enough Ocelluses now.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Okay, purple
I
white
mean-
changelings is interesting.
So here's what you do. First, you double its power using the white Changeling synergy, and then you also discard a non-friend card to double it further.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, this isn't great, but there's decks that could use this. I give it 2.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I have this at a 3. I think it's cute enough puzzle to try and figure out how to work, and if you can, it's a decent payoff.
Yeah, I also have this at 3.
Pages has this at a 3.
Cheese.
I already said 2.
Ah, okay.
Alright, next card. Crime Cycle. Yes, conspiracy is a crime.
Yeah. So this is Princess Twilight Sparkle Conspiracy. 4 cost, 1 purple requirement, and 3 power. She has Training 2, which is difficult to proc due to her 3 power, but while you have 2 or more events in your discard pile, you may pay 2 less to play this card. So she can be pretty power efficient.
She could be a 2 for 3.
Yeah,
Which
2 for
is-
3 with 1 rec, that's not awful.
You can also whistle her
Well,
up with
but you're not
Celestia.
gonna play this early.
You can whistle her up with Celestia. And kind of as a condition for being able to whistle her with Celestia, you're already going to meet the second ability.
Right, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you do it that way.
Yeah, you play Tranquility, then you play this.
That's just rude.
Um,
I don't think
You're gonna have to
get
get
the
her to
training real
proc?
often.
Yeah,
Maybe
then,
it will
like,
sometime.
a 2 for 3 in purple is like not very useful.
Yeah. To the point earlier, aggro-ish card, question mark? No.
Yeah.
Have a 2/5.
Yeah, I think
2.
you might be able to use this in the theoretical purple blue training deck because you want to get Gallus to 4 power pretty quickly. I mean, and then you can proc this and make him even bigger. But outside of that situation, yeah. So I just gave her a 3.
Pages also gives her a 3. GP?
3.
Okay.
Next
All right.
card.
We have Rex, Peace Offering, 3 cost, 3 power, purple dragon. If you control no purple friends, you may pay 1 less to play this card. This is a very good dragon entry friend. There's a pretty sweet dragon deck that definitely likes having this. Notably, I think the reason that Rex is pretty good is because Smolder needs to confront to flip, and also wants to generally play around with dragon tribal synergies, and this absolutely meets that. Also, it's purple Rec at 3, and that's very good. So this is quite good. I'm actually going to put this at a 3.
Yeah, I give it a 2 based on it being purple.
I think Smolder is the deck that you run this. We built that deck last week, and this solves a lot of problems for the Smolder deck.
Yeah. I'm just not generally a fan of this entire cycle, but this is probably one of the stronger ones.
I don't think it's as strong as the pink or blue.
Let's see. Pages gives it a 2. I give it a 2.
I think I gave it a 3.
You gave it a 3, yeah.
All right. Not bad. I like the flavor here because I'm assuming that some kind of diplomatic incident occurred, and or Derpy just went 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Spike Grabby Claws. Jeez.
Grabby. What do we got here? We got 1/1 power cost to wreck. When an opponent flips a card during a face-off here, if that card has higher power than this card, banish that opponent's card to beneath this card. This card has +1 power for each banished card beneath it, or for each card banished beneath it. This card, Pancake doesn't like this card. So this card is great for purple farm. Is somewhat relevant to purple control, but I don't actually know if it'll end up in TM control. But I think
it's a sideboard card against farm.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's a consideration.
Would you say this is counter farm?
Yes. Based on Pancake's reaction alone, yes.
Yes, we could just base it on that.
Well, you said it went in purple farm. I'm like, you mean purple counter farm?
I'm just waiting for this to get big enough in adventure for the opponent to be like, oh, thank God, finally my flip cards might do something, and then you just portal it.
Yeah.
Rude.
I mean, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Notably, this is location restricted, so if you can shove this thing around anyhow, you can get yourself some breathing room.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was kind of a little good when he wasn't location restricted.
Yeah.
Still very good though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think this is
Still
a
very
good card. Solid 4.
Yeah, 4s across the board.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Also,
Okay.
this is a 1 power card that purple control considers, and I think that's good.
Yeah, it's a good card.
I mean,
a
it
four.
considered 0 power cards. One of them.
Well, there's a very good reason why you ran that one.
And that's why that card's banned now. We can't have nice things.
Yep.
Next card.
Oh, how did I end up with this? This is some hot garbage here.
But is this your card?
No, it's not. I mean, it kind of technically is my card. Trixie, is this your card? 1 purple power, 1 cost, 3 purple wreck. Trixie's a unicorn, go figure. Chaos. When this card is flipped, you may put it into your hand to put a card from your hand into your flip zone. That card's chaos triggered abilities, if any, don't trigger. At the start of a face-off here, you may draw a card, then put this card on the top of your deck.
This card is basically just card draw and top deck setting.
Yeah,
It
you're
is-
paying 1 to draw a card.
Well, not top deck, but flip setting.
Well, it's a tricky card for a tricky pony.
Yeah. But like this card draws you a card. Like card draw's nice.
You're paying 1 to draw 1 card.
You're paying 1 to draw 1 card and also set the top card or also set your flip card for a face-off.
So if
you
you
can't
got
get chaos
chaos
effects.
from this card, I would like this card. But
It'd
you
be
don't get
insane.
chaos.
It would be insane. There would be no reason you could ever print this card where you would get the chaos effect.
Why
But
not?
You can swap in a 7 or something and just
Because
be like,
because Moon Dancer is relegated to adventure. That's why.
Yeah, like this card just doesn't do anything. Like I don't like this card. I'm very lukewarm on this card.
I think this
And
card
not
is.
because of the character on the card. I didn't like it before that.
I think this card is good enough that I would consider running it in certain control decks because you are guaranteed to never flip this card for 1 unless your opponent is playing Throne. And paying 1 AT now to draw a card later and also be able to set a crucial flip if you need to, I feel is good.
Yeah. Also, like purple generates so much AT. Like, yeah, it's less now, but it's still a lot.
It is also worth noting this does trigger things that have you put cards on top of your deck and care about that.
it also
That
if
is
the,
true.
If the
Well,
card
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Then put this card on top of your deck.
Oh, yes, that part. Ugh.
Yeah. It is also worth noting that if the card you flip has a continuous modifier, not a trigger, you do still get that.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to shake my fist at this card because this
Right,
is the
like-
only card in the game with a chaos accent box that's 4 lines of text tall. I had to custom make this. I hope you're happy, Hithrock.
Just remove the reminder text. It'll be fine.
That
Anyway,
was not a good idea. I mean, I actually kind of agree with Bugle. I just don't see much use out of this, but I'm sure I can be convinced in the future.
I like it. I'm going to put it as a 4.
4.
3.
2.
2. I don't think it's worth the deck slots.
Just gave it a 3.
And Hithrock gave it a Trixie out of 5. Yeah.
Also, you can blame it on the character if you want for me giving it a 2.
That's fair.
Oh,
Just-
you.
No,
just-
I actually just don't think the card's that great. But if you want to blame it on the fact that it's Trixie, go for it.
No, just blame it on the fact that it's the Ace of Nays.
Ace of Names.
Wrong direction.
Next card.
All right, we're into the White Friends.
Oh my god.
Yes, Citrine. Yeah, Citrine Spark, Assistant Librarian. We have our white 3 entry. It is the white 3 entry. It does white 3 entry thing.
I gave it a 3
I don't really know what
because
else to say about this.
White likes 3 and it likes aggro-y
Unicorns.
things. And unicorns.
I find this funny given that you gave Rex a 2.
Purple doesn't like aggro-y things.
It's part of the entry cycle. It gets a 2.
Gets a
3.
2/5.
3.
Paige has this as a 3.
Celestia does get it, I guess. That's
Oh, I'm
fine.
so glad I got this card.
Next
This
card.
is my favorite flavor in the set.
Alright, next card.
This is Claude Dance Puppets! This is a 2-cost, 4 white rec, 2 white power unicorn ally. I love the little ally symbols. Thank you, Ara.
If you look really closely, his horn's also glowing.
Yes, you see they are also glowing, yes.
No, his
He-
horn.
Oh, his horn. Oh, I did not notice that. Oh, that's very cute. Thank you for going the extra mile on that. Claude is handy. When this card enters play, you may put a puppet counter on a non-attachment resource. That's basically anything played to home. And resources with puppet counters on them lose and can't have abilities and are friends in addition to their other card types.
I can't remember what this guy's accent was. I just remember it was very bizarre.
This is very fascinating and versatile card. He's resource removal, except for Desert Road, as previously stated. Or he lets you turn a resource into, like, your own resource into a friend and start doing whatever you want to do with that. And he's handy. Like, he's got some versatility on him.
And then
So does this mean I can pay 2 to move my Staff of Sakanas to a problem?
yes, it
Yup.
does.
Yup.
And then you have a 7 wild friend that is now subject to removal or frighten or any number of things.
Not wild. 7 colorless.
Yes, colorless. Fair.
I'm going to banish this card beneath Grogar's Bell, then exhaust Grogar's Bell to play this card, ready Grogar's Bell, and make Grogar's Bell a friend.
This is white resource removal that I would consider playing because he's versatile and he doesn't require you to get rid of your own resource or cost 3.
Oh, and there's a handy just as icing on top of the cake.
Yeah. The handy is very nice. Or handy, as you might say. How did we not print a Lyra with handy?
Why do you think?
There's already a Lyra with handy. It's just in the subtitle.
Actually, good point, huh?
Crow asks, are resources that are attached to friends considered to be located at the place where the friend is? Doesn't matter. Those are attachment resources and can't be affected by Claude.
But like, the answer to the question is yes, but doesn't matter for Claude. Yes.
Right.
I could have made Lyra orange, but Bonbon was orange.
3.
I like this slightly more than that. 3-5.
I have a 3.
3.
3. And Pages gave this a 3.
JP,
I said
He
3-5.
said 3-5.
I'm pouting at you.
Why are you pouting at me?
Because yours is different from everyone else's, which you are entitled to.
Because he broke it.
I said I like it a little more.
Yeah, exactly. You're entitled to it.
A fan of puppet shows, then. I see. A person of culture.
Yes. Matilda, backup plan. 2 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, donkey. Inspired. I'm not going to read that reminder text. Y'all know what it does.
That's a... I
Actually, you know what? I am going to read this reminder text because I wrote this reminder text. At the start of your main... Or no, wait. No, I wrote the reminder text for the other thing. What was the other thing I wrote the reminder text for?
I don't remember. No, because this card used to just be like, you know what this does, don't ask. It's ironic that this card is named Easy Street.
Yes.
That's a trait symbol we haven't seen since like Crystal Games, I think.
No, we had...
Oh, I did put that on...
Sunburst and Cranky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while, though. Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
And then someone has to point out poor Amethyst Star's right front hoof here. What? I know what's going on with it, but
Anyway, inspired and this card's problems confront requirements are reduced by 2. Note that is confront requirements, plural.
both sides.
Yeah.
Looks like this card's confront requirements are reduced by -2.
Yeah. They're
But I see
reduced.
the minus.
No, there's no minus there.
No,
This is not a hat.
It would be in front of the wild symbol. That's just how the rendering works.
Is
He's-
it? Okay.
Did we get
It's-
the question in chat before we go further?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Sorry.
interesting. Reducing a problem's confront requirements by 2 means that this effectively contributes 4 power towards confronting and also has inspired. That's fine.
It's a nice aggro-inspired card.
Really?
That's just
It's
okay.
okay.
It's just a nice,
Yeah.
okay card.
No, I don't.
It's fine.
I'll give it a 3.
Either the pun was intended and you're pretending it wasn't, or you don't even realize what you did.
I
Nice
don't.
inspired card.
You said aggro inspired card.
Oh, okay. I did not realize it, but I'll take credit for it.
Have a 2/5. It's okay.
Jeez.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
2.
I'll give this 3.
I think it's a 3.
And Pages gives it a 3.
Next one.
Octavia.
Speaking of being a person of culture, once you choose.
I know. 3 cost, 2 power, 2 wreck. Showy 1. Opponents. When an opponent spends their last action token, you may pay 1 to put this card from your hand into play. I think that this is a pretty good white card. Opponents quite often spend their last action token, particularly early in the game. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's a solid 2/5.
The fact
think
that
this-
your opponent does have some control over when you can get the good part of this is honestly not great, but they're going to do that often enough that I don't feel that's amazingly impactful to the, or negatively impactful to the card's utility.
Yeah, like up against like Reanimator or something like that. Yeah, that's not going to happen early. But against most decks, like if you have this in your hand at the beginning of the game, like you're obviously not going to do it turn before your turn because you'll have 0 AT. But
Yeah. I think it is the weakest of the quest cycle. But I think that, like you have all said so far, the opponent is likely to be spending their action tokens early. And even if the meta does shift, I can't see ways where confront to flip mains are intentionally playing around the rare chance that your opponent might have an Octavia mixed media in their opening hand.
I think relying on your opponent to let you play your entry is bad, especially once decks are public and they know that you have them in your deck.
I mean,
Maybe
if my opponent is going to sit there and wrinkle their lines of play up just to keep me from playing this card, deal.
yeah, it's not like this
yeah,
is going to
but
be
how
the
many
only white entry you're going to
opponents-
have.
How many opponents are going to actually do that, though?
Keeping players off of entry is very valuable. I'll hold on to an AT to prevent you from putting your entry into play.
I think
Sure.
the bigger issue here is I don't know what white deck is, or what deck running white is going to use this as its primary entry. And while Showy 1 is very powerful if you can get it into play early, the
It's-
most likely line of play here is your opponent has moved their main and played a 2-cost card, at which point they've spent all their action tokens and aren't moving anything again.
Yeah, then they're not moving anymore. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel she's the weakest of the 6.
Yeah, I think your rating reflects that too. I give her a 2.
I actually dropped mine to a 1.5.
I give her a
gave
2.5.
I sit her at 2.
I've dropped her down to a 1.
And Pages gives her a 2. Bit of a shame. Oh well. Oh, how did I get this card? I don't. All right, Petio.
Hold on. C Pancake says white can't have nice things. That is a lie. And I will tell you every time we talk about a nice white thing that white gets.
Yeah. Just wait till the second last card?
Yeah, that's a thing. Anyway, this one's Petiola Mistaken Identity. 2 power, 2 cost, 2 rec, white, changeling. Harmony Changeling. As this card enters play, choose another one of your changeling friends. This card enters play as a copy of that friend. This changeling looks very sad. You know why he looks sad? Because he looks like Thorax.
Because he's not black?
He needs that chitinous coat that is not Neon Bambi.
Yeah.
He does actually look like Thorax.
Yeah, it's the exact same color scheme. He just doesn't have the horns.
Right, no horns.
Making copies of changelings is nice. Especially when Aura decided to make another card of changeling. Which makes sense flavor-wise, but oh my god, the interaction is really good.
I could have turned this one into a Chrissy. It would have been funny.
It would have been funny.
Would have still been a changeling.
Would have still been a changeling.
There's also really fun things you can do in mono white, as we discovered yesterday, with Pharynx. Not the one that gets bigger, the one that steals stuff.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I think you want this to always be Pharynx if you can, but there's enough other utility changelings that you're not like super sad if you have to play it as a cheap copy of one of those. Sadly, does not interact with pink-white Chrysalis the way you want it to.
You cannot chain as modifiers, correct?
Right, you cannot chain as modifiers.
Also, you would have needed your pink-white Chrissy to be frightened in order to do that anyway. So,
yeah. But I mean, there's still enough other changelings that I like this card.
Yep, this is a 4.
3/5.
3.
I'm docking half a point because he looks like Thorax.
This is a 4. This goes right into changeling aggro.
Yeah, this is a 4. Oh yeah, the other changeling, you're right, is Timble.
Yep. All right. Pages gave this a 4. Did we say that?
Pages gave this a 4. Yes.
Back to the crime cycle.
Here, a card after my own heart. Rarity, Disturbing the Peace. 3 cost, 1 rec, 3 power, showy 1, and prepared. And surprisingly, this is the first time we've seen this art used on a card.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't reuse it. But yeah, we skipped right over this, and it is a absolute shame that it took this long for this art to show up.
Right.
But it's here now. Beyond that, the card is meh.
Very meh. I love the art. I will never see this card in play.
I am less convinced on that. I think it depends. I think that this is a consideration for Chrysalis overt operations. Especially
you
if
got
you are,
me there. The 1 rec is relevant.
especially if you're going first. If you go first and drop this into play at your opponent's problem to get the showy and still have your AT left, and also meet your 4 rec to be able to play Wink even without the Unity.
Oh, that's the
Yeah. Chrysalis likes this card. You got me.
disgusting.
That being said, it's fine. It's a 2.
Yeah, this is a 2.
2.
All right, fine.
Yay!
2s across the board now.
All right.
C Pancake also likes this card in draft.
Yeah,
It's a common with showy.
Yeah, as a draft card, that's a nice card. Bugle? Yeah.
We're up to Sandbar. Sweat Equinity, and I already forgot what the pun is.
Sweat Equity.
Equity. Okay, yeah. 3 cost, 3 white rec, 2 white power, Earth Pony, handy, And the first time we've seen this, when you play this card, you may put a resource from your discard pile into play. Utopia says, this is how you play Desert Road.
Yeah,
Not bad.
that would work.
You'll
This is
have
how-
to find something else to do with the handy there, but
This is how you play Magic Winks.
and I know GP was mad about this card because Sandbar has a good card now.
I am salty about this card. Because this is indeed useful. Getting back resources is going to matter, especially because white has a number of resources that are very useful now. Please note the wording on this card. When you play this card, continuing,
Yes.
you may put a resource from your discard pile into play. I'm
These are
avoiding
both
any and all.
very relevant.
I'm avoiding any and all questions on +1, which we'll get to later.
Nice.
Sandbar does especially love painting fences, though, because he's a doofus.
He
was-
is.
I was going for some kind of Tom Sawyer reference there, and then I forgot what I was doing.
You did the Tom Sawyer thing. It's fine. He's a doofus. He got tricked by the pony equivalent of Tom Sawyer.
Yeah,
I'm willing to accept this as headcanon.
Exactly. I think he got tricked by Tom Sawyer.
Being able to reanimate resources is still very powerful, especially since it lets you break the color pie on resources. And the only other card that we've seen that do that in the past has been Octavia from
Who's
Defenders,
much harder to use.
who is significantly harder to use. So, yeah, I actually really like the impact this card has and lets you do some really weird things. This is a 4.
3.
Okay, have a 3. I feel bad about giving Sandbar more points, but 3.
3.
It does feel innately wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah, I had this at a 3 before, and I was wrong. This is a 4.
Is it because you're used to Sandbar cards being bad?
I think I just clicked the wrong number, honestly.
Maybe. I also like.
just put this at 3.
I also like Sea Pancake's comment in chat there. Gonna be a darn shame if Tom Sawyer shows up and is an Abyssian.
Oh, that'd be pretty good. Friend of Capper. Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Okay, what do we got next? Sweetie Belle.
Except now I'm going to have that
Sweaty Bell.
song stuck in my head.
Swoots.
Swiggity swooty. Sweetie's coming for the cape.
See, this is Rarity about half a second before she realizes where that gold fabric
Where
came
that
from.
gold came from. Yeah.
Correct.
And is about to go 0 to 100.
But we're not seeing that on this card. We're just seeing Sweetie repurpose resources, which is fine. So it's a one-cost method of triggering handy. It's fine. I think that you probably are not going to run this in a handy deck. I think there's too many other cards that have handy on them as an additional rider on whatever their ability is. But it is the cheapest way of triggering handy, and because of that, I'm giving it a 2.
I'm giving it a 2/5 simply because it's the cheapest way of triggering handy. You can get more than one action token worth of value off of a lot of resources.
I disagree. Bonbon is equally as cheap.
2.
2.
I gave this a 1. I think I would
Bonbon.
always run Bonbon over this card.
Por qué no los dos?
Maybe. Well, Por qué no los dos because 1. Alright, into the yellow friends. Oh,
We're
Pages,
almost done with
Pages,
monocolor friends.
Pages give Sweetie a 2/5.
Morth Entry. This is in yellow, so which is an aggro color, so it gets a 3.
It's a changeling, and is in yellow, and is an aggro color. It's... You know what? Especially because Timble is a 3 rec, I'll bump mine up to a 3.
Also helps with Acellus.
Yeah.
Flipping, not
Flipping.
enabling her
Only,
ability.
yeah, only flipping. Torrent Recycle have a 2.
3.
Pages gives it a 2/5. And
I
then
don't get Paige's comment here.
Pages is complaining about the grammar and the flavor text.
Yeah.
Because that's how Pages did feedback instead of running it through the forum, so it didn't get fixed.
Okay.
Next one.
Card.
Oh, a fun one. All right, Autumn Blaze, heated argument. 2 power, 2 cost, 4 rec. We have an Ali, Kirin, and Nirik. Those of you paying attention to traits can now mark up yet another unique trait.
What is this word here on this card?
What?
The first word in the text box.
It's hasty.
That blue-pink keyword?
What?
Look at this angry birding Kirin thing on the card here and tell me that this thing isn't angry and hasty.
It is Angie.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So it's got hasty on a yellow card, which is kind of new. Your cards involved in face-offs have +1 power for each card your opponents have flipped during that face-off.
Your cards.
Yes. Cards, plural, which is good if you are aggroing, and good if you are playing Troublemaker Control, and worse if you're farming.
Well, kinda. I mean, if you have more cards than the Troublemaker, like that's still at least +1, right?
It is.
But it's not +2. Yes.
That being said, yellow has a tendency to go wide.
Yeah, if you got an army of critter tokens, somebody's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, and that too is very relevant for Yuna.
Yeah, Yuna likes this card quite a bit. And as C Pancake points out in chat, it's global. It's not location restricted. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Actually, Thorax likes this card a lot too.
So previously, in 2020, Diamond Song ran a yellow Thorax deck that used both Meadowbrook's Mask and
Queen Novo.
And Queen Novo.
I think this would go in that list. This probably also goes in the orange.
Well, she ran Meadowbrook's Mask alongside Thorax and Staff to try to play the Novo games. I feel like she also needs to include Autumn Blaze alongside Spooky Ruins.
All right, I'll allow it. Let's see. Have a 3/5. This is kind of good.
I like it. I'm not as hot on it. It's a 3.
4.
How can you not be hot on this card?
She's on fire.
Literally.
This card is too hot for me.
All right, fair.
Understandable. This is a 3 for me.
I'm with GP and R. This is a 3.
I had a 3/5. Pages says it's a 3.
Or GP and Ivory, I'm saying.
All right.
All right. Next we have Featherweight, another small pony. Extra. 2 cost, 2 power, 1 rec. Eager. Is this? We've seen Eager, right? Yeah, we've seen Eager.
Yes.
We went through all of Faith.
I'm losing track already. Yeah, I mean, it goes in Couch Potato.
Yeah, it does.
For those of you who don't know what Couch Potato is,
oh, you'll see that soon enough. Don't worry about that.
Imagine a yellow deck that
no
just
spoilers. No spoilers.
I was
fine.
on a stream once.
Let me get the real version out. It looks much better when it's like actually fully arted.
When it's pretty.
Yes.
This card's fine. It has a place. It has its uses. It's a 3.
I think repeated card draw in yellow is very valuable.
It is, in fact, very valuable. And this is... I didn't like most of the other small keyword of that cycle. There's a kind of an implicit cycle here. This is the one I do like, because Eager's just that good.
Yeah. In a color
Yeah,
that
so-
doesn't get it, or doesn't get the card draw, rather.
It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Yeah. And I like that you can use this to help flip your main early, and then later on sits at home and gives you power.
Get the DFO and
cards.
start getting resources. Not bad.
As is tradition, I have given this a 4.
+1. All right.
And
I think
Pages also has this a 4.
it's a rack of 3s, except for you and Pages with 4. Yeah.
The last of the crime cycle, with Fluttershy harboring a fugitive. This is a 1 cost, 2 yellow wreck, 1 yellow power Pegasus. With immediate discard 2 cards to put a 1 yellow power Critter Friend token into play.
It's going to be interesting to see what this does in Limited, because there's synergies with 2 different keywords here, or two different like things. You've got discard in a color outside of training,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got critter
Critters.
related shenanigans.
Right.
Yeah, the critters. Being able to put a critter token into play at immediate speed, I think
It's not nothing.
it opens some interesting possibilities.
I wonder if there's any other cards that synergize with critters in this set,
Nah.
No.
Like the next card on the list.
or one that's way, way, way down the list.
No. No, definitely not. No problems here.
Yeah. She's fine. Like, being able to turn cards that aren't useful in your hand for whatever reason into useful things in play for 0 AT is always like somewhat appealing.
I do think you need to run Eager with this. I think it's kind of a hard
Probably,
sell otherwise.
Yeah, that would make sense. I give it a 2.
Also notable, this is a cost. You can't use this to put your FOFs into play.
Yes.
Right.
Have a 3. I think Ivory gave this a 3.
3.
Yeah, I put this at 3.
And Pages also gives it a 3. Not bad. Also, this is just disturbingly cute.
It's pretty cute. Okay, Mary Poppins. See what I did there? Well, what I did there? Bird feeder.
Tuppence for the birds.
3 cost, 3 rack, 3 power. Your other critter friends here have +1 power. It is worth noting that this is both an Earth Pony and a critter. That means you can bring it back with Unity 15 Fluttershy.
Yeah.
And
Or,
it produces additional power, which is useful for Unity 15 Fluttershy.
Or get an additional critter with a certain other Fluttershy.
Yep. It's nice that you have an anthem for critters that is also a body in and of itself, but it is also a body in and of itself, and it is location restricted. It's okay. I'm less warm on the critters than the rest of you, but I think this is actually better than the Harboring a Fugitive, or at least is more likely to see some play. I give it a 2-5.
Yeah. This is bigger.
2.
I think the 3 cost makes this a little bit less attractive. Have a 2. Let's see, Ivory gives this a 3, and Pages gives it a 3.
I have this at 3 because of Yuna. I think Yuna likes this card a lot.
All right, fair.
Next card.
It is a shame that you didn't get this next one, Bugle.
Mint, Julep, and Lemony Gem.
They're back and better than ever.
In Pog form.
This card costs 5.
It
This
sure
card does cost 5. Hey, Cheese, what rating did you give this card originally?
I don't remember. I think a 3.
You sure did.
But yeah, it's a 5 for 5, unless there's a Desert Road to play, and then why did you play it? And you get to remove a +1 power counter to put a -1 power counter on an opposing friend at this location, once per turn.
At main phase timing.
Yeah. It's a 2.
I gave this a 1.5. It's just too expensive. It's just way too expensive.
It's a super cool effect, and it does get kept at a problem with Thorax, which is pretty neat. It is very expensive, but in limited, it's interesting. That being said, I only give it a 2.
Yeah, in limited, this changes, I think.
Pancake disagrees with you.
Hmm.
Puts this as an almost last pick in limited. Yeah, literally the only reason I didn't give this a 1 is because minus power counters are so rare right now that it's at least a unique event ability. So I gave this a 2.
Yeah, it's possible there's something interesting you could do with it, and then the feud continues, of course. But we've touched upon this in the past.
Yes, but it's nice to see them together in person, having a delightful time with each other's presence.
Nice. All right, next card. Okay, Solomare, early arrival. 2 power, 3 cost, 2 rec. In yellow, we've got a Pegasus. Calming 1. And main phase, while you have no friends, you may pay 1 card, pay 1 action token to put this card into play. So turn 1.
This card's very good on turn 1.
This card is extremely good on turn 1.
It's pretty good.
I think this is... If you can get this thing into play turn 1 before your opponent starts playing cards, they're gonna not remember that calming 1, and that will wreck them every single time.
Even if they do remember, that stalls a confront a flip, or forces them to play their thing early or whatever.
Yes. Your opponent not remembering calming is not something that you should really be grading this card on, but just the ability to play this thing and just go, welp, there goes my turn 1 plan. Seems kind of good. It does, of course, get somewhat dead in your hand afterwards, so...
That calming is certainly very relevant. Probably more so in constructed than in limited, but boy, it's very, very rude.
Highly rude.
I gave it a 4.
3.
Have a 3.
Solomare is definitely a 4.
Yeah, I'm not saying this card is Once Upon a Time, but I gave it a 5 because it might be Once Upon a Time.
Fair.
She gets a 5 in my heart. Just because she's so angry and confused that the show isn't where she thought it would.
The flavor on this card is top notch for sure. Pages gave this a 4.
Pages, yep. Alright, time for Diamond Song's favorite card.
Yona!
This is one of my favorites too.
Make a path. 3 cost, 3 rec, 2 power, eager. At the start of your score phase, you may exhaust this card to contribute its power to confronting a problem. So wait, you mean I can keep this at home, get the effects of eager, and also can have it contribute power?
So what?
Yeah.
That's busted.
I like that.
I like this a lot more when you draw multiple cards off of eager.
Yeah.
Because I had this and nurturing, a couple of these and nurturing nature and something else at home. I'm going to draw 4 cards a turn for the rest of the game. Thanks, bye.
What do you mean spend action tokens?
Yeah, I don't do that.
Right.
What he means is he has Setting Moon in play.
Basically.
This card is really good.
The only thing I don't like about this card is the cost to power. That's it.
I gave it a 4.
3.
4.
I am very surprised that you didn't give this a 5, Ara.
It costs a little bit too much. That's it. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I gave this a 5. I think this card is one of the best yellow cards in the set.
I also think this is a 5.
You're not getting an argument from me.
And Pages is 4/5.
All right.
Respectable.
We're done with the yellow cards. Into the multicolor.
Oh, hey, it's Smolder again. Didn't I get the last Smolder card?
Maybe. You got a Smolder at one point.
Yeah. This is Smolder, 2 cool for school, and she is 2 cost, 3 blue and orange rec and power. She's a dragon with agile, and your friends here, including herself, can't be frightened.
It's not too bad. I think this also continues the trend of blue-orange Smolders. And I think this one
Yep.
goes rather well with her other one.
She's power efficient and agile and prevents your stuff from being villain bombed. That's not bad.
Agile on a non-swift 3-power friend is irrelevant.
This is the one where there's an extenuating circumstance that here on the can't be frightened is kind of important.
Yeah.
Yes, but playing around that is trivial?
It's not about playing it's not necessarily trivial.
Looking at the combination of agile and that ability, playing around that is trivial. If you have an immediate, you just frighten the other side before she moves.
Except there are 2 methods in this set alone of uncovering a troublemaker and triggering its villain at immediate speed.
Yeah. Or just, my opponent played a Grogar to the problem where Smolder is not. I guess I better put Smolder over there now.
I mean, sure.
If you can tell that it's Grogar or Maniac anyway.
Yeah. I think the thing that is more likely to make this card better, because I do agree that having Agile even on a 3-power body is pretty rough, if it doesn't also have Swift, is the fact that this same color combination has a resource in the set that can make all of its friends larger over time. And that's exactly what Blue-Orange wants to see, is the incremental growth so that every one of your friends becomes a threat.
Yeah.
Gains.
Pancake says move it mid-staff fight.
I mean,
Yeah,
why?
because it'd be funny.
Yeah, it's funny. You're paying 2 anyway.
Unless
You're
moving it home.
The answer is because your opponent has exhausted one of your friends that has a lot of power counters on it, and rather than pay 2 to unfrighten and lose all those power counters, he wants to
Yeah,
save.
there you go.
Yeah. Which, if it's up at a problem, sure. If it's at home, then, oof.
I'd still think pretty hard about that if it's going to shield a party mare from getting scared.
Well, it's not
Why
going to
is
shield
it
a party
working
mirror.
at home?
Yeah, it's going to shield a Smolder from getting scared.
Yeah.
Whatever. 2/5.
Yeah, Smolder is pretty.
I think it's a 2.
I think it's a 3.
3.
I put it at 3. I think she's nice.
And Pages gives a 3. Right, next card.
Yep.
I resisted the temptation to subtitle this card "Smell What the Rock is Cooking."
ROC. Smell what the rock is cooking?
Yes.
Okay, good. Gilda, smell what she's baking. 2 cost, 2 rec, pink and blue, 2 power. Harmony Griffin. When this card or another one of your Griffin friends enters play at a problem, if you have no other characters there, you may move one of your Griffin characters to that problem.
Oh, I don't remember that middle clause.
Yes, that middle clause is actually the reason I have not rated this card higher. It's been in place from the beginning. This card is very, very good to have 1 copy of in play, and unfortunately, you don't get any additional value beyond having another 2-power body in play for having multiples.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of aligns with what we've seen with the other tribes, and that ability to move Griffins when you play Griffins, especially in conjunction with cards like the Agile Gabby that every time you move a Griffin you can draw a card, or Crown of Grover, where You play a Griffin, give one of your characters Swift, move a character up, pay 1 less for your next friend this turn, move the friend at Swift at home, pay 2 less for your next friend this turn. Like, there's a lot of value that having one of these in play presents.
I would like to play Gabby to move my Gabby that was at home to the same problem.
Yeah. It is quite good and definitely goes in every aggro-based Griffin deck. I don't see how it couldn't.
If you're in these colors and have Griffins, you're going to want to look at this.
Yeah, if you have enough Griffins. If you're light on Griffins, because blue-pink doesn't have to go Griffins, then she's not very great, obviously. But yeah.
Have a 3.
I like her.
Yep, she's a 3.
I think
this
this
is
is
a count of
threes.
3.
Yeah, unanimous 3s.
Yeah, this is all 3.
Next card.
She angry.
Daybreaker, Scorched Earth. 2 cost, 3 rec, 3 power. Swift, and when you discard a card for the first time each turn, gain 1. So AT gen. I think like cost efficient Swift 3 power friends are actually really valuable, particularly in this color combo. And it also generates you more AT. I think this is a really good card.
I think the AT generating effect here is going to be harder to use outside of a deck dedicated to it specifically. But even still, like you said, a Swift 2 cost 3 power friend in these colors is very good.
Yeah, I actually just bumped my rating up to a 4. I misread that this is 2 cost 3 power.
Yeah, the last ability is just gravy on top. Have a 3/5.
3/5 from me.
I think I already said my 4, but
Yeah, I just have this at 3 because if you're not taking advantage of that second ability, she's only so-so.
but you're going to, so like
You're gonna try, yeah. Pages gives it a 3/5.
I think she's better than So-So even without that ability.
yeah.
Okay.
Swift is crazy. But
I don't
next
think
card.
you play a 2 cost vanilla 3 power Swift. Like,
I think you might. I think you might specifically because the fact that this friend is 2 colors is actually a benefit rather than a downside, as it makes her more flexible for confronting different color problems in your problem deck.
especially with the new problems in this set.
Yep.
Coco Camel, Flight of Fashion.
And
2
there's
power.
a lot of non-friend in multicolor this time around.
2 power. 2 cost, 1 rec in the 2 colors. Earth Pony. Yes, we have a Coco Camel again. I don't have to follow the rules. When a resource is attached to one of your characters, you may move that character. So, I think Hats just found a new card.
Yeah, Hats loves this.
It's in the colors.
This doesn't say when a resource is played on one of your characters.
Not anymore. Not anymore. It doesn't.
Yeah, it says when one is attached. And there's some fun tricks you can do with that in this set specifically.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Pancake says this is probably 10th pick unless you can support it. We'll see if another card at common in this set is enough to support it, because oh boy.
Yeah. Golden Horseshoe is fantastic with this card. Oh my god.
Well,
I think when you go into adventure, this gets even better.
Yes, as you expand the card pool, this just gets better and better. And this thing, hardly is going to be
how
amusing.
good was Cybernetic Wing Limb Actuator?
Yeah,
and now it works
you
with
can
all
use
your
that
stuff.
character. Wait.
And now it's just like all of your plus power resources.
Coke.
Yeah.
But what you're not... Yeah. I don't want to...
That's going to be funny. Have a 2. I'm kind of marginal on the Hats thing.
3.
I don't know if Hats is going to be competitive, but I think that this is the most impactful card Hats has gotten in a long time. This is a 3/5.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be funny and fun, sure.
Yeah,
This-
the 2 blue and white hats we got in this set specifically make this card very good.
I am not rating this card for meta impact. I am rating this card for game impact. And
Yeah, 3.
Yeah.
And Pages gives it a 3.
3. Okay. Shadow Bolts. Exclusive offer. 3 cost, 2 blue, 2 white, 3 power. If you would frighten a friend that can't be frightened, you may turn that friend face down instead. When an opponent unfrightens a friend, you may exhaust this card to frighten another one of their friends with equal or lesser power.
Oh no, my opponent has played Endless Friendship. Whatever will I do? You're frightened.
Yeah.
No,
Your
you're
turn.
turned face down.
You're turned face down. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
And while you're turned face down, I'm going to start frightening your other stuff.
At the Rex this card is at, with the added utility it gives of getting around Can't Be Frightened, this might be enough to convince me that Tyrek Purple-White can function as a good control deck again.
Yeah, being within Bloodstone Scepter range is very important.
I think it's a solid 3.
Yeah, I'll
3.
agree. This is a 3.
3.
Pages gave it
Oh.
a 3-5.
All right, you talked me into it. It's a 3.
Okay, Pages with the 3-5, GP with the 3.
Okay, we didn't set this up.
No, we didn't. Good luck.
Crow asks what counts as unfrightening. Unfrightening is any method of an effect that says unfrighten, or the rally action that the game allows you to take as a main phase action, which also just says pay 2 to unfrighten.
Yeah,
Yeah.
flipping over a card is not unfrightening or frightening.
Right.
It is only the specific actions.
Unfrighten is a verb. Rally uses unfrighten.
So this is Cloud Chaser, Aerial Rescue. 3 cost, 3 rec, and 3 blue and yellow power for a Pegasus. When this card enters play, you may discard up to 2 cards, then reveal your hand. If you do, and you didn't, that's if you reveal your hand part. And you didn't reveal any friends this way, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Put any friends revealed this way into your hand, then put the remaining cards on the bottom of your deck. Yeah, blue-yellow just got draw 5 cards. Potentially.
Well, maybe.
Potentially.
It got a card that says refill your hand with more gas.
This is also a way to discard your solo mares that got stuck in your hand.
Or anything
That is
else obnoxious that happens to be in your hand.
That is a fair point. That's good. It's also one of those cards that Stunning Wonder can look at and be like, oh, my hand is nothing but dilemmas. This is actually terrible.
And then you draw 5 dilemmas.
And then you ask, why am I playing so many dilemmas? And then it's because you're playing the Harmony Popper combo deck that Paige has built.
Because the dilemma printer goes burr.
Yeah, she is expensive, but letting you refill on friends is pretty nice. And letting you discard some friends that you didn't want to play in the first place beforehand to actually enable this works out just fine.
I don't think that this deck has slots for this card.
That's going to be the toughest ask, but I think it's worth considering. I put it as a 4 because the impact is very good.
Give it a 2.
Maybe 5.
I gave it a 3. I think the impact is definitely something, but RNG never favors the bold.
Not with that kind of attitude, it doesn't.
Yeah, I bumped this up to a 4. I think you can. I think this is pretty good value, and it's not just because of who's on the art.
And Pages gives it a 3-5. I do like the art on this one though.
Shoe Shine.
The Destroyer of Worlds.
No, that's Rainbow Shine.
They both destroy worlds.
No,
The Face of Mercy.
Yeah. Shoeshine, run for it. 1 cost, 2 rec in blue and yellow, 1 power, Earth Pony, Agile. Why on earth would we ever put Agile on a 1 power
friend?
Because when you confront this card's problem, choose a problem, your characters at that problem have +1 power until the end of the turn. I will confront this problem with Shoeshine for 1 action token. I will boost the power of all of my characters at another problem. Then I will move Shoeshine over there and confront that problem and boost their power again. Mwahaha.
Or boost power at a third problem.
Yes, or
Yeah,
boost
that's
power at a
why
third.
I don't like. I'm generally not going to spend the 2 to move her.
Oh yeah. No, the agile is almost never going to be used.
Yeah, I think the agile is completely irrelevant on this card.
Find a way to give her swift, maybe.
Maybe.
I think you might be willing to use the agile at the end of the game.
Okay, you want to know when I would use agile on this card? When we're back there in adventure and I can run Call in the Dream Cavalry.
Heck yeah.
If you can do a triple confront with it, maybe.
We
Yeah.
can go down a very deep rat hole about all the weird ways that you can use this card.
I do think that the agile will be used every once in a while. And like she said, it's going to be used for big swing confront turns.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think there are some things that you can do with this that are not going to happen very often that will just be what makes it work. But otherwise, it's just a forest owl, and I think this has a really hard time competing for slots.
I actually completely agree, and I think the biggest thing this card has against it is the fact that it would almost certainly want to go in a Pegasus focused list, and it is not a Pegasus.
This gets a 2 from me.
I'll give it a 3.
I'm going to give it a 3.
I'm also giving it a 3.
As the person here who doesn't play blue-yellow, I gave this one a 4.
The
Mike?
Earth Pony is actually what knocks it down for me. It would
My
be a 4 if it
question
was a Pegasus.
It would be
Is-
higher than a 4.
Is Cursed writing down these numbers, or is he trusting us to give him the numbers?
We'll give him the numbers. It's not like we hide the spreadsheet. Or
No,
anything.
they are top secret. You must tune in to see them. No.
Pages gave this a 4.
Yes, Pages gave that a 4. Next card.
Daisy, Lily, and Roseluck.
Oh, cheese gets a good one.
The horror, which was
That's-
already a subtitle for them.
That was actually just a straight up card, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was an
I
event.
think it was also they had that subtitle once too. So let's see. We've got a 2 cost, 2 power, orange, pink. When an opposing friend or resource becomes exhausted, you may exhaust this card to dismiss that friend or resource. This is pretty good. I mean, this is what's her name?
Breakdown.
Breakdown, but both better and worse.
Hitting
being in-
resources is very relevant.
Yeah, hitting resources is nice. Being in multiple, being essentially immediate, is pretty relevant. Like it is a different card. Like there's situations for each, but I think this is going to be pretty impactful.
Yeah, you can't surprise someone like you could with Breakdown. And
Yeah.
you can't use this card alongside Study Session, which is very
But
sad.
you also can't dodge Breakdown by exhausting an immediate at the end
Right.
of your or after
like
your opponent's
Glimmer,
main phase. Yeah, like you do with Glimmer.
Where this is going to be especially amusing is when you have the mirror match of pink orange, and it's a chain effect of how many Daisy, Lily, and Roselucks get dismissed in one fell swoop.
Oh, that's so gross.
That's gonna be
They're
funny.
they're all pointing at each other.
Yep.
That's
But yeah.
me over there. Okay, the Spider-Man meme. I like it.
Yes.
Yep.
Someone go do that real quick.
Utopia has pointed out that this is very useful with Handy. That's why this card does not have Handy.
Yeah.
It
Oh
did
my
once.
god, if it had handy.
It did once.
Might
It
have
took
been a
one
little too
game.
good.
It took
It
one
took
game.
One game.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is a solid 4.
Solid 4.
I'm going to go a little higher on this. This is a 4-5.
I'm gonna go even higher. This is a 5.
I think this is the second most powerful card in the set. It's a 5.
There are so many cards we've seen already that make this card really strong.
You're probably right. This has got to be up there. Pages also gives us a 4-5. So these 3. Wow.
Oh, it's Wargarble.
All right. Alright, Garble, claw it over, 3 power, 2 cost, 1 wreck in orange and purple, unique dragon. At the start of your main phase, start a face-off involving this card and an opposing friend. The winner of that face-off gains action tokens equal to the difference in cost between this card and that friend. So it's unique because, well, one that actually just doesn't work because of how triggers and face-offs function.
I mean, that's the primary reason, is just to avoid that circumstance.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't stack this up and have
They
three,
would all just kill each other.
th-
Like, or
three,
the other ones would just fizzle.
three Garbles all go and beat up one Spike. It's fine.
Yeah. So, step 1, bonate an apple monster to my opponent.
Oh, that's
Step
gonna be
two.
funny.
No, step 1 is betrayed my own apple monster. Oh, no, wait. No, this still doesn't work. I guess you need to exhaust it. Okay, that's fine.
No, you put crystallized on it.
Sure. That also works.
Alright. This is, of course, power efficient, and it's relatively easy to get out with low Rex. You have to choose your targets carefully here, though.
You do.
This is 1, mandatory, and 2, if you lose, your opponent is like, wait,
Free
how
action
many
tokens?
action tokens do I get?
Yeah, be
Just use this with Smolder. The main.
Correct. Be very careful if you are going to make a greedy play with this. Dragons definitely reward greed in this set, but you can also get hosed.
This is mandatory.
Yep,
This is mandatory.
that's why
Yeah,
it's
but-
funny.
Just don't play it unless you can back it up.
This is a 4.
3-5.
3.
This is a 4. You're not going to play this unless you can back it up. And because of that, it's going to have a lot of game impact.
Right, yeah. It's not 0 risk, but you can mitigate it, so it's a 4.
Pages also gives us
Especially
one.
with this next card.
Yeah, it's like these two go hand in hand. How about that?
Claw and Claw.
Claw and claw.
Yeah, except
Mar.
that's ew. That's nasty.
Claw
Garble would
holding.
be
Mar.
caught.
Hold my,
Garble
hold
would
my
be
Mountain
caught.
Dew.
Garble would be caught holding hands. Ew.
He wouldn't hold hands, he'd hold claws.
3 cost, 3 power, orange and purple, 2 wreck. Harmony Dragon. During face-offs involving at least one of your dragon characters, if you have more power in the face-off than an opponent, that opponent flips 1 fewer cards for the face-off. Remember when I was saying you're not going to play Garble without something to support it? This is what you're playing to support it.
This is
It's
one of
certainly-
many things you could play to support it.
You can also play that tiny spike from earlier. Except that doesn't actually work because the face-off is not location.
Correct.
Which is part of the reason why we added that location writer on there.
Sure is.
Spoilers, don't use Garble to hit that spike. Bad idea.
Yeah, don't do that.
Notably, this Mar works very well with Spike, Fight, or Flight, who can jump in to protect a troublemaker.
Yep.
And Ember.
And Ember, yes. Ember does the same thing.
Yep.
Well, Ember works in every face-off.
Not bad. Mountain Dew a 5.
3-5.
3.
3.
Mountain Dew of 5.
Because I think this is always going to see play alongside Garble, I will also give this a 4.
Yeah, I think this is a 4. I think the effect is actually very good.
You know what? You're right. This is a 4.
Pages also gives us a 4.
20-second break to look away from the monitors that we've been staring at for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Rest your eyes.
Or look at this card.
Saw, darling.
But that dress just don't work on you.
Combining those 2 accents is hard, actually.
What, the Southern merit
Southern
class
drawl
thing?
and also Southern lady, Southern belle.
You just haven't spent enough time in Tennessee.
Bugle, you can introduce this card.
I thought we were waiting for GP to come back.
No. I was saying for all of us collectively.
Oh,
I've been here waiting. I'm just like,
Sorry, yes. Applejack, Apple Jewel. 1 cost, 1 orange and white wreck and power. Earth Pony. Candy with opposing exhausted resources, lose and can't have abilities. That's actually pretty relevant against staff. Like, yes, the face-off is still happening, but at -3 power.
and they just lost that power for the rest of the turn. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, this is hilarious against Pinky Sense. Oh, you wanted to discard a card? Okay,
Go ahead and discard that.
discard it.
I mean, maybe they did want to discard it. What of it?
Yeah, but if they wanted to put it on top of their deck, too bad. That ability is now gone.
Crow, yes, they will regain their abilities once they're ready.
Yes.
This is a continuous modifier. If the resource fails to meet the specification, it no longer applies.
I don't know, like, what other resources you really care about that much, though, that this works with.
Some stuff later in this set.
Yeah.
This is amusing. Sure, 3.
It's a 2/5.
Can be a 3.
I'm gonna go with 2.
I put this at 2 as well.
They just put it at a 2/5.
Yes.
It's at least interesting.
It's your boy F-Stop!
He's back.
Oh, Pancake actually has a good point. Throne is pretty relevant.
It is the
Like, you can
anti-throne.
get a point, or you can turn off Chaos. Not both.
Cursed also brings up a point against Spooky Ruins. Yeah, there's some interesting utilities there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. You can also be like, oh, opponent, I see you've played a Baked Bads, and you have exhausted it, so you don't have to retire a friend. It sure would be a shame if your ability to have that exhausted didn't work, and then also didn't give it any other abilities. Look, okay. F-Stop. 4 cost, 4 Rakin, orange and white, 0 power. This card enters play with 2 +1 power counters on it. At the start of your turn, you may put a +1 power counter on this card. At the end of your turn, you may exhaust this card to put a card, any card, with power equal to the number of +1 power counters on this card from your discard pile into your hand. Count the number of times the word card was used in that text box. It was too many.
At
count
least
discard?
once.
Yes, we're counting discard as well.
No.
I don't understand Ara's rating.
This is
I
recursion
understand
for
Art's rating.
this is recursion for any card type, which is incredibly powerful. However, once you go past a threshold, it's much more difficult to go back, and it gets the card in your hand at the timing that is likely worst if you are not getting back an event, which is you'll
An
have to wait a
immediate
whole
event. Yeah.
right, an immediate event, which you'd have to wait the whole turn to do. That being said, free in air quotes recursion every turn cycle is so good, and this card is already in the colors that Reanimator likes, that I can't rate this any less than a 4.
4.
I'm giving this a 2/5. This is a massive target. It's difficult to use.
It's not. Yeah, it's a huge target. It's not difficult to use.
I think if I rated this much higher, I would have instead have argued for it to be changed some way.
Like, if F-Stop is a 6, then this is a 4.
Ivory?
I mean, yeah, it's a massive target, but I don't know. I think this is a good card. I think it's a 4.
I also think it's a 4, and I think he will sit at 3 power for most of the game.
Yep.
Yep.
Pages
also-
gives it 4.
Come on, Aura. Come
Nope.
on.
Nope.
Come on.
Nope.
All right.
Oh, well.
Flutterbat.
Fluttershy has a lot of cards in this set.
Which I feel like Flutterbat is more popular than like Applejack.
Probably.
Anyway, 4 cost, 2 power, 2 rec. Transform 2, Hasty. That Transform 2 is actually quite relevant. At the start of a face-off involving this card, put a -1 power counter on each of up to 2 opposing friends or troublemakers involved in the face-off. Then put that many +1 power counters on this card. So 2 power, start a face-off. All of a sudden, or sorry, 2 cost because you're going to transform like one of your
Kind ponies.
like a kind pony or something. And
treading water.
yeah. And now you're up 6 in the face-off?
If it's location based, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So most face-offs.
Well, if they have 2 things involved.
On each of up to 2?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're doing a troublemaker, it's only one troublemaker.
Yeah.
-1. So yeah. So up either 5 or 6. Sorry, actually 4 to 6.
Right.
So it's 4 each. Yeah, that many counters. Okay, yeah. In the face-off. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and you can potentially get multiple shots off of that too, so you're probably going to want to keep this around.
That magic number in the upper right-hand corner is what makes this card so good and constructed.
2, yes.
It boosts Thorax power. That's very relevant. It gets affected by AJ and Fluttershy treading water. That is enormous.
And to a smaller degree, yes. Great seedling.
See, Pancake says 2 of them will bounce each other around. Not true. You cannot transform a card with the same subtitle.
Yes.
If you could do that, I would have fired several different combo engines already.
Yep.
Yeah. But there are other transform Fluttershies.
Yes,
There is
are.
one other, yes.
It is bad.
But say if you're gonna do that, sure, go for it, I guess.
Notably, you do have to play this before the face-off starts.
Yes.
So, if the opponent was going to challenge your troublemaker, now they can just go,
Nope.
Okay, no thank you.
Nope, it has to involve this card.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
This is not
Good
defensive.
point.
This is an offensive card, yeah.
It's a 4.
Yeah, this can be a 4.
I think that's what I had, yeah, 4.
I actually am gonna bump this up to a 4.
I've got this at a 3 because that deck is really tight on card slots. But I'm willing to give it a try.
Fair enough. Pages gave it a 4.
Cursed says, but what if you play Pearl too? Then you've just played Pearl and that was your first mistake.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my pearls are.
Well, to be fair, the pearls were a key component of the stupid
Are-
combo engines.
Are
getting
you
to
not
the pink ones.
clutching them?
Nice. Alright. Discord. Happy trees. 2 power, 2 cost, 3 Rex in pink and purple. Draconiquus. And this is a text box that's just loaded with fun. Alright, we're going to start off with Hasty.
This
Then-
card just says control. That's
Then we're
just
going to
what
go
it
to
says on it.
Vexing. Then we're going to go to when this card enters play during a face-off, and that card.
And the face off.
And that card. And that card.
That card, yes, and that face-off.
I do not understand how Cheese of all people did not rate this a 5.
This card is so good.
There are no
It
happy
is.
little
It's
accidents. only
It is really
mistakes.
good.
Its impact is enormous.
This card is very good.
The difficulty of repeatability. Like
There is not much difficulty in
we need to show you the
repeatability.
deck.
Yeah, the deck that makes use of this is really dumb.
Oh.
Using Pinky Sense and Tender Taps to bring this back almost every. It's
sure.
No,
Uh,
there is a control deck that looks at this and is like, bet I just made it so you're never completing a face-off.
Alright, fine, have a 5.
My
There we
one
go.
complaint with this card
You can
is
have
you
a
can't find it with
5.
Celestia.
is that it's not what?
You can't find it with Celestia because he's not a unicorn or an alicorn.
Whatever.
Could you imagine if you could, though?
Yes, I can. This would
That
be a
would
6.
make it a 6.
Yes.
All right. I think we just unanimous 5 this.
That's
Crow-
our first unit. Is that our first unanimous 5 or our second one?
First.
It's our
What
first.
happens at the end of a DFO that gets aborted this way? Absolutely nothing.
No one wins.
You just like wherever you are in the face-off, you stop reading the rest of it.
Yeah, no one goes home. Problems don't replace.
Well,
bonus points.
you
You
jump
do put cards on the
to-
bottom.
Yeah, you jump
Wait.
to the to end a face-off part of the rules.
Yeah.
You
Problems-
skip everything else in between.
Problems generally will not have been solved, so they will not replace. No one wins the face-off. Everyone loses the face-off, though.
Yeah, I guess you could play this
Or, no,
after
sorry.
someone has won, but why would you do that?
No.
The
Not
reason you would-
priority.
The reason you would do that is because you were set up so well to be double confronting that you started a multi-problem face-off, won the face-off, scored the points for winning the face-off, then played this card to end the face-off so you could do the exact same thing again on your next turn.
No.
Is
Ending
the
the
solving. I thought
No.
the solving was part of winning.
I'd have to go look at that, but I'm pretty sure if you win the face-off, you have to resolve the solving.
I will go look at that while you guys keep going.
Sure.
No.
I forget exactly how that works because it matters whether or not the consequences are applied.
Okay.
It doesn't change the fact that this is very clearly a 5.
Yes, this is still a 5. Okay. We'll proceed to the next card here.
Next card is we're gonna go with Plurite, Bad Impression. We have a 2 cost, 3 pink, 3 white rec, 2 power. When this card enters play, you may exchange control of this card and an opposing friend until this card leaves play or is frightened.
It's Gilded Drake.
No, it's not. It's an angry orange changeling.
Could also be Gilded Drake.
Who I guess
Yeah.
could turn into a golden eagle, sure.
For those who haven't played Magic, Gilded Drake is basically this ability, and it's very, very powerful.
Solid 3.
Stealing your opponent's best thing is fantastic for 2 AT.
Stealing your opponent's best thing is very, very good for 2 action tokens. What makes this even better is the fact that it is a changeling, and the fact that it is in pink and white, meaning you can play that. Was it Gunter? What was the griffin's name?
Yes, Gunter.
You can play Gunter to retire your opponent's friend, which is obviously very nice. But you can also use that white changeling that we were focusing on earlier that makes a copy of this if you have your Plurite back.
Yeah, if you got your Plurite back.
How do you get your Plurite back? You play that terrible card in Leaders and Legends that everyone forgot about, Journal of Friendship. This is the deck, baby. This is the one. Plurite, 6 copies of it. Retire Engines, Journal of Friendship. Donate the Plurite to your opponent. Get a 2-power Flash Magnus into play with 4 blue rec. And play Wrath of Gilda to keep the board clear when all else fails.
Okay.
This
That's
thing
a lot
is,
of cards. That's a lot of cards, which is why this is a 4 not a 5 for me.
That's fine. This thing is still savage, and I actually think that this might be enough to cause Journal of Friendship to be a legitimate play.
Yeah, I think this is a 5 as well, especially in conjunction with the next card.
This is a 4.5, I think.
Have a 3.
3.
I'll still say 4.
Paige says this at 5. But he's a Magic player, so
I think this is the Magic player sitting here and being like, this is a good card.
yeah. The Royal Family, Hearth Warming Guests. Look at this happy family.
You mean the one in the middle that wants to kill everything?
Yeah.
Release me.
This is a 3 cost, 3 pink and white rec and power friend that is an alicorn, unicorn, royalty, and full. With hasty. When you play this card, each player may put a friend or resource from their hand into play. Yeah, as Pancake says, this is show and tell.
Show and Tell is a difficult card to understand because it has very different applications in Limited versus how you play it in Constructed. The simple answer in my mind is if you are playing this card and you are not expecting whatever you are about to put into play to be more valuable than whatever your opponent can put into play, as I think Bugle said yesterday, you've either built your deck wrong or read the situation wrong. Being able to drop anything into play at immediate speed, even though your opponent also gets a card, doesn't matter. If you build your deck to do this, this is absurd.
My favorite thing to dump into play with this is Tricorn Pinky, because you're probably playing this at hasty at the opponent's end turn or maybe their score phase, stealing a face-off with the 8 power you just put into play, and then disrupting their board.
I can respect the Tricorn Pinky. My favorite thing is the Redeemed Starlight. For the
Also
same reason.
Very good.
Oof.
But yeah, now notably, you do have to pick your card first.
And triggers that resolve from those things entering play, yours goes first.
Because you had priority last, yes.
Generally.
Go
for it.
No, go ahead.
I don't know. My rating here is I don't think a lot of the times I'm going to want to play this card unless I can back it up. And to your points, you're not going to play this card unless you can back it up. So this is a card that I feel like either just doesn't show up or it's going to necessarily be a 5 because you wouldn't play it otherwise.
Correct. Absolutely agree. This is not a card that incidentally gets put into pink-white.
Well, I'd almost go to the point of saying this is either a dead card or it's a 5.
Now, what does become incredibly amusing is when you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to play Heartswarming Guess. I'm going to put a Queen Chrysalis, the pink-white one, into play.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean you don't want to put your most powerful friend into play now? That's fine. I'll still banish whatever you already have in play at hasty speed.
Yeah. Playwright is also a great thing to put into play with this, or immediately after this, after they go, I'll put in my own Tricorn. And you go, that's mine now. I'm a huge fan of this card. I think pink-white Reanimator, quote-unquote, might become an archetype because of this card.
I think it is a different archetype than standard Reanimator, but I agree. I think there's a way you can do it. This is a 5.
Solid 2.
Because of its highly situational nature, I think I have to give this like a 2-5 or a 3, simply because you either hate this card and you refuse to play it, or you're like, yes.
Then give it a conditional rating.
We don't have a system for that.
He's done it before. He's done it in, like, this card is a 2 in every circumstance except this one deck, and then it is...
Fine, have a 3.
Yeah, I did that before even. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I also think that there's definitely a new deck that is going to use this all the time, and this card's going to be nasty when it sees play. It's 5.
Yep, I put this at 5.
Pages gives it a 4-5.
Yeah. Again, the Magic player.
GP.
I give it a 5. Oh, sorry. Next card is... Hey, look, it's Selena! Hey!
She's back!
She's back. 2 costs, 3 rec in pink and yellow, 2 power, just like that other card. Eager. When you retire this card to your home limit, draw a card for each of your characters at home. So you can either leave it at home if you're not in excess of home limit, or you can draw, like, 5 cards. Or 6 cards. Or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It is worth noting that the trigger will count the number of characters that you have after you did all your retiring to home limit.
Right.
Because there aren't...
You have to meet home limit before you can actually process triggers.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that you might end up retiring, though. This is pretty good. I gave this a 4, I think. Yes, I gave this a 4.
3.
3-5. Card draws
4.
cool.
I think this thing draws you so many cards. I gave it a 5.
And then Pages gives it a 4.
And that's the end of my 5 Odyssey.
Capper Dapper Paws. This card is a 5 because of the art.
I agree.
2 cost, 2 power, 2 rack, training 2. Opponents must play +1 to play events for each of your face-up troublemakers. It is unique.
Thank God.
Yeah, but like, event taxing is valuable. That's why I gave it a 3.
I agree that event taxing is valuable. I think it's valuable enough that I'm willing to put this at a 4.
I think you're probably always going to have at least 2 troublemakers face up when you're playing this card, so I also gave this a 4.
I'll give it a 3. It does require the troublemakers, and let's face it, that training's probably not going to be really useful.
It's Capper Mimic's Paws.
Capper Mimic's Paws.
It's a little value. Incremental value is how you can win games.
Yeah, I gave this a 4. I think it's good. And Pages gave it a 3.5.
3-5.
Next card.
Alright, Twilight and Celestia, Steady Program. 0 power, 3 cost, 2 rec in purple yellow. Unicorn, Alicorn, royalty full. Go figure. Meticulous 1. And this card has +1 power for each non-token friend in play.
Not just yours.
Go ahead,
just yours.
Yeah, go ahead, Thorax. Make a bunch of critter tokens. See what happens.
It will do nothing. It specifies non-token.
I know. That's why I'm sad. But yeah, spam some friends. Shenanigans.
Opponent probably has some friends too.
Hopefully they do.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Pancake's rating is on this, because this has the potential to get... Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for it.
Yeah, this is going to get kind of big and is going to end up being one of those things that you need to answer.
Yeah, I quite like this card. It's also in the Alicorn's color, so you're probably just paying 1 for this anyway.
True. And you can whistle it up.
With any event. Well, do we have any 0? No, we don't.
We do not.
Not yet.
I don't like 0 power. I don't think it does enough for 0 power.
I
give
also
it a
think
2.
The Meticulous 1 is very relevant in this color combination.
Have a 3.
Have a 3.
3.
Pages gave it a 3.
Okay.
Oh, a good changeling.
Pharynx, Intruder Alert. 3 costs, 3 power, white and yellow, 4 rec in those colors. Changeling Chaotic Unique. Chaos effect, when this card is flipped, dismiss an opposing face-up or face-down troublemaker. At the end of your main phase, you may challenge an opposing or epic troublemaker here with all of your characters here. Well, that's definitely a thing.
Changeling Punch.
I mean, having to farm in white or yellow at troublemaker phase sucks.
Kind of bad.
Well, let's just farm at main phase instead.
Yeah, I like that a lot better.
The dismiss an opposing face down troublemaker is also hilarious. Like, it's kind of difficult to make that connect, but if you do, it's just like, hi, Grogard, get out.
Yeah, it's like, I will beat up this troublemaker. Also, that troublemaker face down over there, get rid of it.
Yeah, it is a good thing that says opposing, or the farm player would be very sad when they flip this.
This would be a 0 if it didn't say opposing.
Or may.
Or may.
Yeah,
Or
or
may. This is, of course, unique.
Yeah,
Again,
because of the face-off thing.
Because you can't multiple face-offs, right?
Yeah.
Little expensive. But still, that's an ability with a capital A. Have a 4.
Yep, have a 4.
I also give this a 4.
Have a 3.
Yeah, I put this at 4. It'll be interesting to see if we can get this deck to work. But if we can, oh boy.
Nice.
Pages also gave this a 4.
I'm looking forward to... Okay, I've uncovered my 7-power Troublemaker. Now during my main phase, I'm going to play Raptor Razor. Ba-blam!
You should play a Critter Choir while you're at it.
I should play Critical... Ew! Ew! Gross.
Yes, that would be an apt description of the card that's currently on the screen.
Yeah. This is the last colored friend up until the ultra rares. This is Thorax, Moths to a Flame. 2 cost, 3 white and yellow rec, and 2 power. Changeling Royalty, Eager, and Harmony Changeling. When this or another one of your Changeling friends enters play, that friend gets +1 power until the end of the turn. And also, Changeling friends you play can't be cancelled. Sorry, Chrysalis. So you remember that bulk biceps card?
I have
Sequestria.
That was a pretty good card.
What if we did that again for Changelings and then gave it Eager?
I have a moral objection to this card on the grounds that it has a picture of a neon Bambi that was eating crayons in a crayon factory.
But...
This is kind of a good card. Oh, that hurt to say.
There we go. It's very pretty. And for being so pretty, he gets a 4.
Yeah. I look forward to people forgetting that last ability exists against Chrysalis.
Oh, no. Yeah, they probably will.
No, you don't. 3/5.
4.
4.
And Pages gave that a 4.
Yeah, I think Changeling aggro will like this card a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, colorless friend time. We've got a couple of them.
Yep.
Flim and Flam, fair deal. 2 cost, 2 power. All players must resolve maximum hand size and home limits during each player's wrap-up step.
Ugh, that's annoying.
This is a symmetrical effect, and it is actually difficult enough to use that it will be symmetrical in almost all cases, except when we talk about one of the last ultra rares for this set. And that is the
one.
And that is the one circumstance that I can see this being very useful in. The only other one, which admittedly Cheese might value far more heavily, is he gets to play Go Home.Deck with this card in Limited, and I don't want to talk about that. Because that just turned all of his purple forced movement into hard removal.
Good thing this isn't pauper legal.
Yes.
Nope. I like the flavor on this one. I was unable to come up with a Thanos reference here. Sorry.
That's okay. I still rated this a 3.
Oh yeah, I love the flavor text on this card.
I think I'd also give this a 3. This would be annoying to have to deal with.
2.
I'm also giving this a 2. I think that this is annoying. I don't think it's gonna really wreck everything.
Yeah, I don't think this is actually all that powerful in effect. I think it's just a 2. Pages says 2/5.
Thank you. Hey, look, a white card.
I was waiting for that.
No,
you had
weren't.
braced yourself.
Yeah, I had. Go ahead, Art.
This isn't mine.
You mean cheese?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's mine.
Wake up.
Anyway, 2/2. When this card enters play, choose one of your characters. That character is white until the end of the turn.
What?
Understandable.
Flawless.
This card's a 0. Next card.
5 of 7. Perfect.
So this is Kevin, except more flexible and not a changeling.
I'd say less flexible because it's only that one turn.
Yeah, it doesn't persist.
Oh, sure.
But you can also assign it to
It's
something
both-
else.
Yes, which means you can get more than 2 power.
Yeah, and that part can be very relevant.
And then
It's okay.
the feud is just too important to not do that.
I think it's a 2/5 because of the possibility of getting more than 2 power out of it.
Yeah.
I But at the beginning, like if you have a like super easy to flip main, like just a pay to flip or something, then this is it character, right? Yeah, it's character. Then I think it's interesting. Outside of that,
It
think it's a
has
2.
applications in dumb harmony combos, but we're not talking about those.
There are applications here, but I think you have better options.
Yeah, you almost certainly do. I think it's a very cool ability, but it's still just a 2.
It's a 2. And Pages also gave it a 2.
I don't know what I said, but it's a 2.
You said a 2.
Did I?
You did.
Sure did.
All right. Princess Twilight Sparkle, Twirling Tunes. 3 colorless power, 3 cost, Alicorn royalty. If you would choose one effect while playing a song card, you may choose 2 effects instead.
Kudos to Ara for that flavor text.
You have to actually give kudos to GP here, because I found some music for this, and the GP looked at it and...
The notes were not wrong, but they also weren't correct.
They were notated poorly.
Technically incorrect, the worst kind of incorrect.
Correct.
Yes.
It would, if you had played it as written, you would have noticed it was wrong.
It is better now.
And if you...
By the way, no one is allowed to sell this card, assuming you get a copy professionally printed, for any less than $7.99, because that's what I had to pay to download the PDF that had the high enough resolution of this that Ara could put it on the flavor text of this card. So
Wow.
this card's market value is $8 bar none.
Okay, with that information in mind, song cards are powerful. Making them even more powerful seems pretty good.
And being able to do so without having to play a 4-cost 4 white rec friend seems even better.
Mm-hmm. Plus, most songs you only wanted 2 effects for anyway.
True.
Except
4?
for the one song. That one you only want 1 effect on, because it only has 1 effect.
Yeah, this is a 4. Cheese has it as a 3.
3-5.
I put this at a 4, I think. This is a very fun build around.
$8 out of 5.
$8 out of 5.
Respect, Crow.
Accurate, yes.
Pages says 3-5.
I am annoyed that we did these in just horribly the wrong order.
Why? Because you wanted Love Vampire?
Because I wanted this card. GP should have had... It would have been funny to have you do Lotus, yes, but...
Yeah.
Oh well.
This is our last friend.
Queen Chrysalis Love Vampire. 4 cost, 4 power. Characters lose and can't have colors other than their printed colors.
Hi, Student 6. Get wrecked.
Yeah, this does kind of just look at Student 6 and be like, well, so much for your Cluj Town.
Hello, Aloe and Lotus Blossom. Hello, Cluj Town. Hello, just everything. Yes, hi. Get out.
Rushed makeover, motivational speech. All of it.
Yeah, this is not location restricted. This is just a global, no fun allowed.
Yeah, if this did not cost 4, it would be a 6.
Yeah, but it does, which means it's a 3.
It's a queen card. It's good. Have a 3-5.
I think the meta has gotten too greedy on color entry, and I'm going to say that this card is going to be a 4 because its impact is going to be felt more significantly.
So, I put this at a 3 because while GP is correct,
it does cost a lot.
If they get out from or if they already have friends in play, like this card does nothing. So you need to get this out early, or it is irrelevant. But she might still be worth it just for that shot. So I gave this a 3.
I am curious if Pancake would rate this higher, recognizing that the only legal proxyable main is going to be Starlight now, and this stops Starlight.
That's gross.
That might require an emergency errata on Starlight.
Nah. There we go. There's first pick.
It's
Okay.
limited. It's limited and this is uncommon. It's fine.
Yeah, you're gonna draft entry anyway. It's fine.
Wait, she's uncommon? I thought
She
she
is-
was rare.
She is pauper legal, baby.
Ugh. Okay,
Might
now
actually
we're
have
done
to
with friends and we speed things up.
ratchet
we're in
that
ra-
up a couple of notches. All right.
We're in rapid fire mode here.
Yeah, so we're in a Kieran Tail. 3 cost, 3 yellow wreck, 6 power. Main phase. Put a friend into its owner's hand, then choose 1. An opponent loses 2 action tokens, or your characters everywhere have +1 power until the end of the turn. Also, this is a song that's relevant.
Kinda good. Have a 3.
It's
2.
it's okay. 2-5.
3.
I gave this a 3 because of the 1-2 punch.
Yeah,
1-2 punch is neat.
bouncing
Fine.
AT loss is pretty good. So
I just think that Unset is so much better.
Why not copies 4 through 6 though?
Because it's not.
Next card.
all under control. 3 cost, 3 wreck, 3 power. White. Immediate. Choose a problem you confronted this turn. Score points equal to that problem's bonus.
This is mildly outrageous.
I think that was actually the name.
That was the name. 2-5.
It's 3 cost to score 2 points. That's okay. Better and limited. 2-5.
3-5.
Unfortunately, we're looking at core, or at least I'm primarily thinking about core, and in core, this is a 2.
Yeah, I put this at 2. So the dream is big. I love the dream.
Hey, just put it at 2-5.
Next card.
Jeez. Cursed also says, congrats, we made it halfway. That's right. Now we're going to keep going. You all made it halfway as well. Stay with us.
Beat the rush. Move up to 2 of your characters at immediate speed. Hey, look, it's whatever that card was from Marks and Time.
Except this is better and doesn't like just
It
completely wreck
doesn't
you when
send you
flip it.
home. Yes, I think it's also low power, but no, I think this is a pretty solid card in blue. I think it's a good 3.
This is something we haven't seen before. Have a 4.
It's not as good as Plushy Dash because it doesn't give you a body, but it's still pretty good. Have a 3-5.
It's cheaper and it's more copies of it. Have a 4.
Yeah, being cheaper is relevant, so I gave it a 4.
I'll give it a 3.5.
This also has lovely promo art.
Is Rainbow still touching Fluttershy's butt?
Yes.
Okay.
Becoming popular. 6 power, 3 cost, 3 white wreck. It's a song. Main phase. Gain control of an opposing friend with printed power 2 or less. It's not bad. Then choose 1. Opposing problems lose and can't have abilities until the start of your next turn. Potentially very good. Or choose a resource, then each player puts a token copy of that resource into play. Potentially also very good, but also has a chance to backfire.
Choose opponent staff.
Exactly. Hey, that's a nice staff you have. Mine. Or do what I did and play this and gain control of your opponent's Sunburst and then make them make a copy of their amusement factory.
Ugh.
It was the most disrespectful
Gross.
play I'll ever make.
Rude. 2-5.
3.
I
2.
think I gave this a 3.
You did.
Yeah. 4, mostly for that first, though notably, this hoses dilemmas, and we have very little of that.
Hosing abilities on dilemmas. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, it also punches through stuff like DLA, so that's good.
This also turns off trading traditions, and that's funny.
Ooh. Spicy.
Anything to ruin trading traditions.
All right.
Anyway, next up we have Changed. 1 cost, 4 purple wreck, 5 power. Also known as Polymorph. Dismiss an opposing friend. If you do, that friend's controller reveals cards from the top of their deck until they reveal a friend with a different name. That player puts that friend into play at their home, then shuffles their deck. Polymorph is a good card. It's still a good card here. 3.
2. I don't like giving people stuff.
I know you don't like giving people stuff, but it's the question of, is what you're taking away better than what they're getting, or is what you're gaining better than what they're getting? I'm not surprised you rated this lower, given that you rated Royal Family lower as well.
Yeah.
I'm giving
That
this
makes-
Don't play this against Reanimator?
Don't play. Well, maybe play it against Reanimator.
No, because you're dismissing, so it's going to the discard, and you're going to get it back.
They can't get the same thing.
It's not a. They don't.
No,
play
they're going
it.
to get it back from the discard pile.
All right. Maybe you put their Orchard Blossom into play. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
That's rude.
That doesn't do anything.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yes, it's bad for the Reanimator player. Okay.
Correct.
I was like, what?
I'm giving this
Anyway.
a hissing of 5 because that's the traitor. This is where the traitor became Neon Bambi. I hate it.
He had to work on the art for this card.
I did have to work on the art for this card. Fortunately, it's a super rare and it didn't matter too much. 2/5.
What's your rating, GP?
Unconditional removal in purple 4.
Exactly. Unconditional removal in purple. 4. For 1 AT even. Pages gave this a 5.
Actually, I think he gave it a 4.
4, yes.
Yes.
I was
Next.
looking at the 5 in the corner. That's my bad.
Next kid.
Costume change. A 0 cost, 2 white rec, 4 power event with immediate. During a face-off, choose a player. Put a card from that player's discard pile into their flip zone. Then put another card from that player's flip zone into their discard pile. Aura, what happens if that player has no cards in their flip zone?
That's a darn shame.
Yeah, you do as much of this as you can. If that means you just put a card into the flip zone, cool. If that means you just put a card into the discard pile, also cool.
Yep, that's going to be a darn shame. You do as much as you can.
I think this is potentially better than A Wrinkle in Time for White Farm.
Have a 4.
And maybe even White TM Control. We'll have to see. Yeah, I actually upgraded this to a 4.
Yeah, I also put this at a 4 because I misunderstood that interaction the first time I rated this.
Yep, same.
I imagine.
4.
Pages
Apparently,
has
I
this-
did too.
And Pages has this rated as a 2. I bet he did the same thing.
A
Yep.
2/5, yeah.
This is the 4 for me.
Next one.
All right, double take.
I like this art.
This is good art. 1 cost, 3 purple rec, 4 power, immediate. Choose one of your characters at a problem and another one of your characters not at that problem. Send each of those characters to the other location. This does not count as moving those characters. This has very interesting, wacky kind of farm situations, but it also has very interesting, wacky purple-yellow aggro or yellow-purple aggro situations.
Hey, look, you can run Storm King without getting screwed over.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird utility you can get out of this. It's Johnny, I think, likes this card. Have a 3/5.
You can have a 3.
This is a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 3. So, hooray for casually racist Ember.
Pages also gave it a 3, I think.
Yep.
Okay, next card.
Applejack,
Eyebrow raise.
Princess of Eyebrows.
1 cost, 4 power, 3 rec. Chaos. When this card is flipped, you may pay 1 to put an opposing flipped card into its owner's discard pile. Name a card. Your opponent reveals their hand and discards all cards with that name. I like this is not Dream Season. I forgot which one this is. But like
Cabal Therapy.
Well,
there is a pony
not the
card.
not the relevant part of Cabal Therapy, which is the flashback cost.
Well, sure.
but-
But yes, this is a pretty okay card. Does 2 very different things. I gave it a 2/5. I don't think that the main phase ability is, I don't know, like I've never found this kind of thing to be super relevant.
You lost an invitationals game to that ability. Thank you.
I'm aware. Because it happened twice in a row.
Yeah.
The first ability is nice.
I think both abilities are quite nice, and I think Hand Disruption can definitely be a deck in Adventure with a combination of Coriander, Cumin, and Tempest and Grubber, and this, and just like you
Hyper
have,
Beam.
it just gets done.
If you are good at reading the meta, you will cause a problem with this. Have a 4.
Yep, have a 4.
Absolutely, this is a 4.
I
You
am
can
also
have
going
a
with 4. You're not
3.
using. You're going to use this to snipe the thing you know they have.
Yeah, and Paige says 3/5.
Thank you.
It is admittedly a meta testing card.
Yes. Yeah, there is a minimum skill cap on that. Fit of Peak. 5 power, 0 cost, 1 white wreck. Immediate. Banish a card from a discard pile. Then, when this card is put into your discard pile from anywhere, you may pay 1 action token to put this card into its owner's hand. So Rarity throws it out and is just like, wait, I wanted that. But banish a card from a discard pile, just no. White is done with your reanimator nonsense. Get that thing out of here.
Or you're still partying, oh man, look at all of those golden parachutes, and they're gone!
They are gone.
Have a 4.
You know what? For the golden parachute impact, have a 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Parachute alone makes this a 4.
Cheese rates this a 3.
I am also making this a 4 because I forgot Golden Parachute is a card that exists in 2021.
Also, the 1 wreck is nice against Reanimator.
Oh yeah, the one wreck
as
is
Reanimator.
the one wreck is actually super nice, even with Chrysalis alone, because you can play this and trigger Surprise Concert, and then also pay your 1 to get it back.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Seems Paige gave this a 3/5.
Rather good. No, sorry, we're paying attention to the wrong row. The Pages gave it 4.
Oh, Pages did give it 4. My bad.
Ooh, turn 2, Overt Operations, Fit a Peak, banish nothing, get Fit a Peak back, have the wreck, play Plaid Stripes.
Ouch.
Ugh. Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Next card.
Focused Attention. 2 cost, 4 power, no color requirement. Choose a problem. Until the end of the turn, troublemakers don't prevent you from confronting that problem while your main character... and while your main character is at that problem, you meet its confront requirement. That makes confront to flip mains easier, and it also means you don't necessarily have to be at lacking lesson plans.
This is a card that basically just says, plow the road, get out the way. I like this a lot with anything that says confront to flip.
What is also especially wacky is that this card is actually point acceleration in any deck running Luster Dawn, regardless of what you do with your main.
Oh yeah, it totally is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep, have a 4.
Yeah,
Yep.
This is a 4.
Yep, it's a 4.
Yeah, this card is a card we should have had 2 sets ago. It's a 4.
Probably.
We'll yell at Cheese about it when he gets back because he's wrong.
Cheese
Yes,
gives it a
Cheese
2,
is wrong.
Cheese gives it a 2/5. Pages gives it a 4. I want to know why the stupid hand lever there is for a hand and not a hoof.
It's a good question.
Why do teacups have handles?
I have like galaxy brain face on right now.
Yeah, kind of.
Of course I would get this card. Oh my god.
Get wrecked.
So, let down hard.
My parents are
Zero-
dead.
Implied
This
to
is a
be
0
dead.
cost, 2 orange wreck, 6 power event with immediate. Search your deck for the Apple parents. Can't find them. Find a different friend. Throw it in your discard pile. Shuffle your deck. Yeah. Apple parents are dead. Casual reminder.
Oof.
Reanimator likes this card a lot.
Yeah.
Reanimator absolutely loves this card. And there's other uses. I think Orange Farm also ends up running this card.
I think Orange Farm can use this. Throw the Buffalo that we were talking about before.
Exactly.
Discard.
Yep. You can also throw a double diamond in there if you absolutely have to. It's fine.
Sure, yeah.
It also flips for 6.
Throw
which-
GG in your discard.
Which, if you remember from our recorded gameplay video, Ara despised the fact that this card flipped for 6.
Yeah, I gave this a 3, but I don't do 0.5s.
3.
I'm giving this a 4 because I know Reanimator's gonna have 3 of these, and it's gonna irritate me.
Apparently runs 2.
I'm actually not running 3. I'm running 2. But 3 might be correct. We'll have to see.
Cheese is gonna run 3, and it's gonna irritate me.
3-5.
It's going to be the 51st card. I think I gave it a 3.
Cheese, you're also wrong on focused attention, by the way.
No, I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
I'm 100% right.
Confront the flip main says you're wrong.
Yeah.
Pages gives Let Down Harder 3-5.
What is focused attention?
It's the troublemakers don't stop you from confronting a problem, and if your main character's there, you meet the confront requirements.
It is colorless way to get around troublemakers. That's pretty efficient.
That also becomes point acceleration late game with Luster Dawn.
It
It's very good.
It doesn't even matter. Like, all right, I want to back up a moment here. You can open with like an 8-rec problem for you, and just go main character smash and confront it anyway.
Yep, sure can.
That's kind of dumb. I almost want to give it another half point just for that.
You're not going to risk that happening.
You're not. But you are going to open with lacking lesson plans, which is exactly what the Dragon deck does.
Yep, sure does.
All right.
And
anyway,
it definitely works. Anyway, Light of Your Cutie Mark, Blue Song, 3/3, 6 power. Waiting for it to appear on screen. There we go. Main phase. Move one of your characters. It has Swift and Agile until the end of the turn. Then choose one. Frighten an opposing friend with 2 or less printed power, or pay 2 less to play your next card this turn. Move Swift and Agile all on a single verse, and some minor disruption or getting a discount. Not bad. Also flips for a lot. Also, it's a song.
have a 4.
A single verse. That's new terminology.
No,
Yeah, but
we've been using verse before.
First I've heard it.
we've used it for years.
We've used this for a while.
I think that was KU who actually came up with that.
Utopia came up with it, and it's so perfect that we stuck with it.
The first thing and the discount for 3 is just that's too much value. That's a lot of value. Have a 4.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that there aren't more 4s. This card is really good.
I have no idea why I had this at 3 before. It's definitely a 4.
This is a 4.
The first verse and third verse are just so good.
Yeah, like, I don't think I've toyed around with the blue deck that hasn't at least had a couple of these in it at one point or in the final version.
Also, not trying to pat myself on the back here, but top-down design. Okay.
This one you actually have a choice. Yeah. In the art, yeah.
And they're running and they're running after her as well, so the Swift Agile thing even makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next card. Alright.
What? I already pushed the button. This is Cheese's card.
Thank you for the card. Okay. 2 cost, 4 power, 2 rec. Put 2 Earth Pony tokens into play at a problem, then put 2 Critter Friend tokens into play at another problem. At the end of the turn, banish those friends. It's 2 cost for 4 power, although it is very limited in how you can spread it around. I think it's okay. I think it's a 3/5.
I should have erased Twilight's Horn. Have a 2/5.
Have a 3.
You should have erased Twilight's Horn?
Yeah, it says 2 Earth Ponies. Cheese, you're on the wrong row. You give this a 3.
Oh, I do give it a 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think I also I gave this a 3. It's fine. It gives you tokens. Tokens are good.
It's fine. It's not great. It's fine. Oh, I'm happy with this one.
Yeah, it's efficient, and it lets you, like, those are the colors that want tokens and it can use them in fun ways. And Thorax loves this card a lot. I gave it a 3.
take away a point for that one. Okay. What does Pages give this? Where is it? 3. All right. Princess Combo Meal. 3 power, 1 cost, 4 rec. Immediate, exhaust an opposing character or resource. I will spare you reading the order.
Thank you.
I'm surprised it isn't the. I mean, Bubble Bass is fine, but it also could have been the Big Smoke order from San Andreas.
That also would have been good.
I think that one's a little bit more obscure.
Non-bailout exhaust is pretty weak exhaust.
Except you just rated Daisy, Lily, and Roseluck as like a 4 or 5.
This works with them. This is yet another piece of exhaustion in Orange's toolbox that I just despise having to think about. 4 or 5.
It's yet another, and it's 4 rec. I think it's a good card. It's just a 3.
Yeah. I think it's a 4.
Yeah, I don't think you run this outside of core, but in core, this is a 4.
Agree. Admittedly, it is a 4 for core.
Core is what we're all about.
Yep.
Or at least what I'm all about. This is a 4.
Pages says 3-5. No,
Pages
Pages says 4.
says
I'm on
4.
the wrong line.
Yes, you are. Next card.
Are we at Rainbow Laser?
Yes.
We are at Rainbow
Yes, we
Laser.
are at Rainbow Laser. 1 cost, 5 power, immediate during a face-off involving your main character. Flip an additional card. Simple, easy to remember. 3.
Light them up, ladies.
Yeah, it's a 3.
I enjoy this one because there's a Stealth Equestria Girls reference on here. 3-5.
Is it really stealth? That's like... Well, I guess if you haven't seen it, you wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Is this
So
where the
did
is this
GP
where the
win it?
tiny pip is?
No.
Is the tiny pip in the silhouette of one of those rainbow prisms?
Good luck.
Yeah. I gave it a 3. It's solid. I don't think every farm runs it, but most farms run it.
3.
Yep, 3.
And Pages gives it 3.
Oh, let's raise this barn. Like all of our songs, it is 3 cost, 3 orange rec, 6 power. Main phase, put a +1 power counter on each of your characters, yes, even your main. Then choose 1. A player puts the top 6 cards of their deck into their discard pile or exhaust an opposing main character, and that character doesn't ready during its controller's next ready phase.
I'm not actually Burb. I just wanted to type it too.
Oh.
Understand.
I'm pretty lukewarm on this one. I only gave it a 2. That first effect is nice, but those other 2 are kind of eh. I mean, the third one's not irrelevant, but main phase is eh.
Yeah. The first effect is good. It's difficult to think of a deck that would really want to try using this, although maybe Grogar would, you know? Get that main character Hugh.
I mean, yeah, I would kind of expect the second mode to be the one chosen. I guess if you were trying this in Reanimator, you would go for the first mode, but I think in most circumstances, an orange deck is going to prefer the second. I'm a little more optimistic, though. I think it has its uses. I'd say it's a 3.
I got it as a 3. You know what? No, I don't. I have it as a 2-5.
You guys and your half points.
If you joined me in the way of not doing halves?
Have you not noticed the past couple Slogfests?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't do half points either.
On reflection, I'll give this a 3. The +1 power counter on everything is potentially really good because that does drop the power counter on the main.
Okay. Cheese also gives this a 3.
As does Pages.
Yeah. Royal Scorn. Purple event. Let's see if I can remember this one. 2 cost, 2 rec, 4 power. How'd I do?
Yep.
There we go. Main phase. Move an opposing friend at a problem to its controller's home. If that friend has 2 or less power, frighten it. When you discard this card, you may pay 1 action token to move or frighten an opposing friend.
Don't ask questions about where the top of Celestia's Horn is.
I'm going to ask questions about where the top of Celestia's
I'm
Horn.
gonna ask those questions.
The second ability is almost always going to be useful only in a training deck.
Yep.
I was actually going to
Or
say,
Pinky Fence.
let's answer the question for the people who were thinking it but not asking it. Are you discarding a card after you play it?
You are not discarding a card after you play it. No.
Okay.
Right, yes.
We have answered the question that some people were thinking but not asking.
Put it into your discard pile.
Moving an opposing friend and frightening it potentially is not bad. And 2 power friends or smaller are usually played for their utility rather than their aggro. So this can be kind of mean. I mean, move an opposing Kool-Aid Yak home and then frighten it.
Move Cloud Chaser and Flitter home and frighten them.
Yeah. Seems okay. Move Selena Blue home and then frighten. Well, okay, you can do that now, but you used to not be able to. It's fine. It's a 2/5.
Day shift.
Oh,
I think I
day
gave
shift.
this a 3.
2/5.
I gave this a 2.
2. It's pretty limited in use.
Pages gives it a 2/5. Next card.
Saddle up, saddle up.
This is the one I was talking about with Starlight earlier.
0 cost, 3 power, 3 yellow. Wreck. Main phase. Name a trait from among traits your main character has until the end of the turn. When one or more of your non-token friends with that trait enter play, you may draw a card. Card draw is cool, but like friends, non-token friends cost a T, and I don't think this generates enough to be worth it. On the first friend, you are even because you paid this card, so you have to play at least 2 friends to get anywhere. And I just don't see the value.
I wonder.
Golly.
You wonder.
It would be
I
better if
wonder.
Starlight could name Critter, and then you could play Raptor Razor,
There
but
is-
you cannot.
That wouldn't work. It's
It's just
non-token.
non-token. Yeah.
If this impacted token friends, I would be all about this card.
If this card impacted token friends, it would be busted.
That's why this card doesn't work with token friends. I wonder if there isn't something you could do with Gunter in this card to
In that case, it's a 1.
maybe get up above the point where you're generating more value from playing a friend. Maybe.
You can in Harmony by giving all cards unique and then choosing unique and playing a bunch of breezies. But
You can also try doing the setting moon shenanigans.
Like I was thinking, like if you turn this into AT, it becomes more worth it. But that's because you can actually play more friends because you have AT.
yeah.
So I'm giving this a 2 simply because you can get incidental value off of this. So it's competing for card slots is the problem.
Yeah, I'm giving this a 1. I don't see any yellow deck being willing to run this.
That's
Yeah,
it. It's a
same.
card slot issue. I do see the incremental value though. 1/5.
1, no.
Yeah. 1. I don't know why I had this at a 2 before.
Pages,
I
Pages
had it
says
at
2.
2 because I didn't realize it was non-token friends.
it would have been a 6 if it was.
If it
non-tokens.
was token, yeah, it'd be like a 5 or a 4.
Pages gives it a 2.
Yeah. Okay. Next card.
Next card. Shock value. Alright. 5 power. 2 cost. 3 rec in pink and purple. Immediate. Search your deck for a troublemaker. Reveal it and put it into play at a problem, then shuffle your deck. If there are 3 or more opposing characters at that problem, uncover that troublemaker at immediate speed. And
Uncover Uncover.
So that
Mm-hmm.
Trigger
cause-
villain.
trigger villain. All of the grubber still works. Just on and on and on. Also, can't make the pickle joke again because that was last set's joke.
My favorite is Changeling Barricade.
Just block all problems.
Just block them all.
Find the exact troublemaker you need given a current situation, uncover it, block one or more confronts, or if you really want to be dumb, play like farm games and put an epic into play that uncovers. So that's the other thing this does, is this is an immediate speed pink-purple sneak attack that also puts the troublemaker into play so you can farm it. It doesn't matter if your opponent has characters there or not. Play it during your ready phase.
Yeah, or even not to farm it. Like, just, I want this troublemaker in play. Oh, you didn't put enough characters? Fine, it'll uncover shortly anyway. Like, you're still getting your AT value out of that.
Troublemaker control is one of the better methods of trying to control. It's one of the reasons that Purple Pink suffered for the last couple of sets, because there wasn't a lot of synergy. This card is so absurdly good and so useful that I think this might be one of the reasons that deck, in fact, it would be the reason this deck would work in core. I gave it a 5.
Kind of by definition, you will cause impact with this. Full stop. Have a 5.
Have a 4.
Yeah, I'm surprised at myself for putting this at 4 before. I'm putting it up to 5.
I'm putting it up to 5 as well.
Pages gives it a 4.
Cheese
Okay.
is wrong about this next card.
Okay, who's ready for the big one? Smile, smile, smile. We have 3 costs, 3 pink rec, 6 power. Search your main phase. Search your deck or discard pile for a pink friend. Reveal it and put it into your hand. Then choose one. Replace a problem or shuffle an opposing friend into its owner's deck. This card has impact written all over it. It is definitely the best song in the set. This is a 5.
Any one of these 3 things is very good, and you get 2 of them.
Yeah.
I can't see a single pink deck that's not going to run this.
Really?
Yes, really.
Yeah.
The only reason I would not run this is if my problem deck required me to run Discord over this, and I didn't want to run that many similar effects. That being said, I would still consider it because it does so much other things.
I'm going to give this card a 5 because its impact is huge. I do not think it goes in absolutely every single pink deck. I think, for example, the Griffin deck, it might sideboard out the 2 copies it does run of this very, very frequently.
Mm-hmm.
I just like Discord over this card.
Also, this is the first 3 requirement problem replacement card in a single color that we have seen since Snips and Snails. That alone gives this a 5 to me.
It is more expensive, though.
Problem replacement
Yes.
isn't as valuable as it was when Snips and Snails was popular.
Also true.
Yeah.
This is problem replacement, or this is troublemaker busting in pink. Like,
Yeah.
It's already got that. To GP's point, I don't think I'd run this in Mosh Pit. Have a 4/5.
Also, it's discard recursion in pink. Like,
Yeah,
this card is insane.
The fact that you can search your discard pile for a pink friend as well is also very useful. So even if they've already removed the thing you wanted, getting it back is very good.
Find target bodyguard.
For 3 cost?
Yes.
Like, yeah,
And-
sure, it does
and-
some other stuff. But
And
like,
also remove any opposing friend.
Any opposing friend. Like, even against Reanimator, you're like, no, that goes back in your deck.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with sending that endless friendship back into your deck. That means you have to find it again.
You can have a 3.
I'll take what I can get. Paige just gave it a 4/5.
Next card.
Song and dance routine, not to be confused with spontaneous song and dance. 2 cost, 3 pink rec, 3 requirement. Main phase, steal a thing, then give it back. at the score phase. If that friend is exhausted, you may ready it. That part's pretty interesting.
It's kind of cool. Steal your opponent's guidance counselor and gain an action token back before you belly flop it. Just to really rub that salt in the wound.
Retire to Gunter or whatever.
I like how impactful this being 2 cost versus 1 cost is. If this were 1 cost, it would be, I view, almost the same as very much an Orange Swirl.
Yeah.
Which is a 6.
Right.
And yet this is a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3.
Notably, this is generally weaker than Pinky's Present, but I mean, you can run both.
A key difference here between this and BPOS is you can't portal this because it's an event.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, there were various other reasons that BPOS was amazing.
True.
But
the readying, I think, is also important here.
It can be.
It's
And also-
definitely good.
Also, if you get on top of a streetcar and start yelling mob, you'll have ponies like following you and singing along.
Blah, 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 blah,
The song is
blah,
great.
blah, blah.
Anyways, this is a 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I put it at a 3.
Yeah, this is 3.
3-5.
Paige says 3.
I like stealing things.
Stunt Dive. Let's talk about orange events. I hope I remember this is an orange event.
Mm-hmm.
It is! 2 cost, 3 rec, 5 power. Main phase. This turn, players need to confront 1 fewer problems to start a multi-problem face-off to a minimum of 1 problem. So the actual secret tech here is to play this in orange-blue with Sonic Rain Boom and force your opponent to start an unwanted multi-problem face-off. That is actually not
You're
the secret
dreaming.
tech. The actual tech is you just play this in big orange and just bother confronting 1 problem.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's good. I mean, it is something that an orange aggressive deck that focuses more on like 3 cost and 4 cost friends or just bigger things in general is going to like. And I don't know if it sees play anywhere else.
I mean,
Yeah.
2 can be a lot cheaper than whatever it was going to cost you to confront the other problem.
Right.
You are giving up a point, but a lot of times that doesn't matter.
I gave it a 3.
Or it's worth it.
Ara, would you explain your rating?
I think I know why he gave us a 5.
You want to claim that causing a multi-problem face-off out of nowhere with no real warning to your opponent is an impact.
Given that it's main phase timing, yes.
It's main phase timing, and also you are less likely to win that face-off because you probably have fewer characters involved.
Doesn't really matter to me.
You're in orange, but
If I can sit here in a race all of my opponents face up troublemakers and dilemmas and all of this other junk while only confronting the 1 problem I currently am, that sounds pretty good to me. So I'm going to call this is high impact.
if this was immediate and you could play it after you already confronted a problem, that would be hilarious. But
Yeah.
Yes, because you are telling the control player, you better stop me.
I think this has definitely got a lot of impact, but it is main phase, which is why it's down to a 4 for me.
Yeah, I agree with Ara, but still just 4.
I'm leaving it as 5. Deal with it.
Paige says 3-5.
Next card.
Jeez.
sudden fruition?
Fruition, yes.
Immediate. Uncover a face-down troublemaker. Then
Fruit ion.
draw cards equal to that troublemaker's point value. I like drawing cards. I also like uncovering troublemakers.
Me too. That's why I rated that other card so high.
6 point troublemaker win.
Never.
It doesn't whistle you the troublemaker up, so I can't give it the same number, but still pretty high impact, especially if the card draw have a 4.
Yep, I'm gonna give it a 4 as well, because I think that you are actually pretty
Actually,
likely
I'm
to
gonna
run.
give this a 4. Because like I would have given the Wow, what was that premiere or the Candlelit Knights or premiere?
The
one?
resource. Bell
No,
Tower?
no, no, the event.
Oh,
Oh,
Surprise.
It was a
major
reaction.
problem.
Major problem. Yeah. That card was pretty impactful, actually.
Yeah. I am giving this a 2 because of that number in the bottom there, 4 rec. I cannot tell you how many times I tried to get the hasty Discord that uncovers a Trollmaker to work, and he did not work because of the 4 rec. I am very skeptical of this until I see it proven in action. 2.
I think this is what would let Skystar play control. And Skystar was not around when Discord was doing that stuff.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with most of you. I think this is a 4.
Paige says 3/5.
Thank you. Next card. Terrified Scream. 4 power. 1 cost, 2 yellow rec. During a face-off, choose a character involved in the face-off. That character is no longer involved in the face-off. I have an answer to the traitor if I'm running around as nurturing nature. Hello. Yes.
This is nightmare fuel, the card, man.
This
Hi.
face is great.
All you have to do is add like 2 filters to this, and it looks like a creepypasta cover image.
I like Ara's utilization of this with Queen Novo. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, in
Oh,
his stupid
what's
couch
this?
potato deck.
I'm
Yes.
up power? Novo, get out of here.
Yeah, except then Novo's no longer involved in the face-off, and you're now down in power again.
Yeah, that's the hazard there. Have a 3/5.
It can have a 3.
Can have a 3.
Yeah, I like 3.
I'm giving this a 3. I like it a lot, but it doesn't stop in front, so it's
Yeah.
a 3.
Pages gives it a 3/5.
Okay. To the Moon. 1 cost, 4 power, 3 purple, 3 white. Immediate, banish an opposing friend involved in a face-off. Hey, look, more stuff for chaos control or just general purple white X control to make your life miserable.
There's probably other options here, but this is a reasonable one. Have a 3.
Unconditional removal. Well, not unconditional removal. Situational removal that hits friends unconditionally.
Yes.
In the
Yeah.
most impactful way.
You can play a stick and it becomes basically guaranteed.
Staff
Some
and Garble are both
situations-
fantastic enablers.
Some situations are more common than others.
Doesn't stop confronts, but it's still that thing gone. So I give it a 4.
I wonder if you can run a deck that is white and purple as the primary colors, and this is going to sound weird, but splashes orange at 4 rec to play F-stop to get this back every turn. It's a 4.
I mean, if you're splashing orange for Garble, you can splash orange for F-stop, right?
Yeah, that's true.
There might be something there. I don't know. I think everyone else has it as a 4.
Pages
Yeah, I
says
have it as a 4.
Yeah.
Okay, next card.
Tranquility. I saw
One
that
of you
game
has
too.
one of you has never played Yu-Gi-Oh before.
This is a 1 cost, 1 purple event with 2 power. Main phase. Gain 1 action token, and then gain an additional action token for each card named Tranquility in your discard pile. Draw a card. I
Say
play Pot
hello.
of Greed. This
Yeah,
card
let's
allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck.
This is the closest thing that this game is ever going to get to Pot of Greed. By that alone, this is a 5.
What?
So-
Pagers was talking about this. Any purple name runs this card.
There is 0 purple. Well, the only purple deck that does not run this card is one that desperately cares about its flip average.
Or that is strapped for cards in the deck.
Nope, doesn't matter. Absolutely does not matter, because this reduces the maximum number of cards you have to play in your deck by 3.
Yes. You are you are increasing your consistency by running 3 cards, or 3 of these.
Yes,
if you have a purple main.
They're like, you don't run a 1-card deck. Even if it was legal, you would not run a 1-card deck.
I might run a 30-card deck.
I would probably run a 30-card deck if I was allowed to.
This says gain an action token.
This is effectively pay 0, gain X AT, draw a card.
Have a
Yeah.
4/5.
I
And
think it's a 3.
Obviously, Celestia obviously runs this card.
Yeah.
I cannot see a world where a purple main does not include 3 of these as the very first cards in its list.
Yeah, I would consider running this in Living to Laugh if I could afford to, or Still Party. I'm saying.
Yep.
You know, if I could get the purple.
Ratings?
5.
5.
5.
4 or 5. Pages gives it a 5.
I will always call this card Pot of Greed, and none of you can stop me.
What
You
does
also,
it do?
You also have to do the full explanation.
Obviously.
Okay.
I'll even read the flavor text.
I'm gonna roll over and then give you a warning for slow play. Yeah. Because if you're doing it correctly, you need to take like 30 seconds to read the thing.
Correct. All right. Want to bet? 0 cost, 3 blue for power. Immediate. The next time a player wins a troublemaker or problem face-off this turn, they score an additional point. I'm sorry, Epic Loot. You are never played again.
Yeah.
I'm not actually that sorry. This is free point acceleration. That's incredibly good. And I was pretty good on it being a decent aggro card, and then Cursed brought up the point that, yeah, if you are sitting behind a troublemaker wall that your opponent challenges and you stop them, you also win the face-off that way. Thank you so much for challenging my troublemakers. I'll take that point now.
Yep.
0 cost point, I can't see this as anything less than a 4.
Yeah, this is a 4. I don't know why I have it as a 3.
Everyone has it as a 3 except for Bugle.
Well,
Pages
I was
says,
wrong.
3/5.
I think it's a 3.
I was also wrong. This is 4.
I will give this a 3 because due to the timing, you cannot lock the win in before this gets played. Your opponent always has a chance to respond. I don't
This
think
is
it's
true.
slam dunk.
You are usually going to know. I think
Yeah.
very
Usually.
rarely will you not know.
Usually. Okay, fine. You can have a
Oh.
3/5.
Okay.
And Pages has it at 3.5.
I'm sad I didn't get this next one.
Me too.
Wrath of Gilda.
Card.
This is a 4
You know what this-
cost, 5 power, 3/3 wreck in blue and pink. If an opponent has more friends than you may pay 1 less to play this card. Main phase, frighten all friends, then dismiss all friends.
No
No
That's-
persistent for you.
No
Yeah.
bodyguard for you. Tired of that crap.
Yeah. It's relevant in that, the like, disable all the abilities first. You know, ignoring if you have a Twilight in play. Then dismiss. Although if you have what's their name out, although that'd be a weird combination of colors. But it's not that weird. The like if they would be frightened and they can't be frightened. Yeah. But yeah, it's removal. It's a board wipe.
Yeah, but-
It's a 3 cost
Let's-
board wipe.
Potentially.
It's a little more than just a board wipe.
In blue pink.
Yeah,
I
the
don't-
one thing holding this thing back is the colors.
I don't think you can really rate this anything other than a 5 because it is a nearly unconditional board wipe.
Yep.
Board wipes by our scale are almost always going to end up being 5s, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I
this is
don't think so.
This is a 5.
This card is good enough that the most friend-heavy aggro deck, or one of the most friend-heavy aggro decks played in Adventure, still runs at least 1, if not 2 copies of this card.
But only because of Reanimator.
You know what? No,
But
I'm ratcheting this up
It's
a
not
notch.
just because of Reanimator.
Also control, like
Yeah.
blowing up control players AT gens, but yeah, no, get
Blowing-
that out of here.
Blowing
Ooh.
up a control
That out of here.
blowing
Ooh.
up a control player, blowing up the opposing aggro player who's doing better than you at the time. Like, no, this hits so much.
No,
Yeah.
I'm ratcheting this up a notch. You will fix into these colors to play this because it's that impactful.
You
Oh, you
absolutely
went up
will.
Wow.
Have a 5.5.
C Pancake asked, "Does this replace School Shutdown?" No, School Shutdown was
No.
not played as a board wipe. School Shutdown was played as a deck reset.
Yep.
Well,
The board
also,
wipe was
School
just a donut.
Shutdown hits things that are not just friends, for
Right.
better or for worse. Getting rid of resources is pretty relevant. Getting rid of your own troublemaker sucks, though.
Yes, I would prefer if School Shutdown did not hit troublemakers. Most of the time.
That's why it does.
Yep.
Next card?
Pages said 4/5.
Ah, yes, pages. Okay, next card. You'll play your part. Of note, this has received errata in the past 24 hours because if this worked on token alicorn characters, there would be a problem.
Potentially.
So, you'll play your part, 6 power, 3 cost, 3 purple rec, it's a song, gain 1 action token for each of your non-token alicorn characters. Then choose one. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck and put them on the top or bottom of your deck in any order, or banish up to 1 card of each type from your opponent's discard pile.
Don't sleep on that first mode. That first mode is actually going to be really good.
Especially since almost every purple main right now is an alicorn.
Go ahead and put a the mandatory verse, yes, sure.
So there were cards back in Premiere that would look at the top cards of your deck and rearrange those cards in any order. This is main phase meticulous 5.
For theoretically not 3 costs.
Right. For theoretically not 3 costs. The last mode is going to be more rarely chosen, but there are numerous decks that will consider running multiple copies of this card, and Celestia main is definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that you can, like, because you're probably running this in your Alicorn heavy deck anyway, and then you just also happen to have an answer to Parachute or whatever is kind of nice, even though you would normally rather choose the other mode.
Yeah, this is still a good song.
Gonna give this a 3. It used to be a 4, but that was before the errata.
It's a 3.
I also give it a 3.
I give it a 2.
It's a 3 because it doesn't cost 3. If you actually had to pay 3 for this, blah. But you're never paying 3 for this.
Pages gives it a 2. We're through the events.
All right,
now
let's keep...
on to the resources. Dear Princess Celestia, 1 cost, 5 power, report, which means you play on a problem. When a player confronts that problem, you may exhaust this card to draw a card.
Yep.
I
At
mean,
worst,
yeah.
well, the vast majority of the time, at worst, it just cycles itself.
So, yeah, the problem here is this is the type of deck that is going to be confronting this problem. I don't know. I just don't think this card is that great, to be honest.
It's not great. I don't think it's a 1.
This is a
I don't
card
know.
slots argument.
Yeah, this card is not actively harmful to your deck, but just about anything else would be better.
I think
it's
there are
fine and
control
limited.
I think there are control decks that would be fine with this.
So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure I'd like to see this in Constructed. I don't think this has a place in high power competitive play, but you can build decks that will use this.
I think if I could see what she's saying if you're not in purple, or I'm sorry, if you're not in pink and you're playing control, maybe.
You know what this card should have said instead?
What?
You may exhaust this card to draw 3 cards and then put 2 cards on top of your deck.
No. Bad. Bad.
No.
Speaking of bad, also
Can't
I rated this a 1.
I give it a 2.
1.
Have a 2.
Yeah, no, this is a 1. I really don't see this card being chosen in deck slot.
Pages gives it a 2.
Baked Bads.
Actually, before we get to Baked Bads real fast, I will give an honorable mention to not Surprise Concert, Party Science, and the Still Partying deck that might actually play that.
The draw card, yeah.
Sure. Baked Bads is a 2-cost, 3 pink rec, 5 power, unique resource. Play to your home. At the end of each player's turn, if this card is ready, that player retires a friend with the least power among friends they control. Immediate, exhaust this card. It's fine. I thought this card was going to be a lot more toxic than it actually wound up being, but being unique typically means that the opponent can replace friends faster than they can lose them.
Impact is somewhat limited. So it can only get rid of one thing a turn, and they have an option about which of their things they retire.
Usually.
Well, yes. If there are multiple options, they can choose which one. Frightened friends count as 0 power for this purpose, because someone's going to ask.
For this purpose, yes.
Yeah. That being said, Mini Bell's big sister runs this.
It would if it wasn't already running Faction Disaster.
Not enough removal. Get more removal.
This can have a 3. I don't think this is really that annoying. It's like whatever, kind of.
Yep, it can have a 3. It's fine.
I mean, it's annoying, but yeah, the unique makes it a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3. Pages says 2-5.
I think it's a 3.
Oh boy, GP, have fun.
I am gonna have fun with this one. This is Bloodstone Scepter. 1 cost, 4 rec. Play on your main character. When this your main character, none of that shenanigans with your opponent. When this card enters play, choose 2 different colors. That main character has those colors. That main character has -1 power. It's the single best 3-color entry tool that any deck has ever had, and it might be the sole thing that enables them to actually work. Also, like, Reanimator, what do you want me to say? Like, this is... it's incredible.
I did not read that correctly and didn't realize that you can turn things into tricorns with this. Have a 5.5.
Two
Songs
5.5s.
Multiple color entry like this is busted. There is a reason that we went after stuff and had a philosophy change about this. This is a really, really good card that's going to enable some stuff.
Yeah, the -1 power is not irrelevant, however.
It is not.
It is quite relevant.
Yes. But you know what? Cost has 2 rec and it's 3 colors. Every
All the
tricolor
tricolors?
song, every tricolor friend.
Yeah. Every tricolor card.
Yeah.
It's fine. What we're gonna do here. Wait, what was it? Raise this barn? Was that 2 rec? It was 3 rec, wasn't it?
It was 3.
All of the monocolor songs are 3 rec.
Okay.
Both cycles.
Raise This Barn is not the one you should be thinking of. The one you should be thinking of is Becoming Popular, where you're like, hey, Bluna, sup? Have a Bloodstone Scepter. And then Bluna's like, no, I don't want a Bloodstone Scepter. And you're like, that's a shame.
That's rude. That's very funny, but it's...
Then you have 2 Bloodstone Scepters on your main.
I mean, yeah, it's not great.
Well,
but...
now you've got, all but 1 color?
Yep. 5 color, 1 power main.
Sure, seems fine. And I mean, if you have a Twilight Endless Friendship in play, then your main's actually 3 power and 5 colors, and that's pretty good. Or you can sit there and say, hey, having a blast. That's a pretty sweet mono pink deck you have that you're getting all kinds of value on Party Science for.
Anyway, let's give ratings to this.
This is a 5 across the board.
Almost across the board. We all gave it a 5 except Ara, who bumped it up to a 5/5.
I'm not kidding. Color entry like this is good enough to the point where I consider the ease of getting into colors a problem.
Okay. think most of the other multicolored, like 2-color effects are higher rec than that, but
No, Utopia, in the case with the becoming popular, each player makes their own copy, so she would not drop it.
Craggadile, Crag.
Crag.
Craig,
Kurtz.
1 cost, 4 power, 3 rec, play on a problem. If you would put any number of critter friend tokens into play here, you may put that many rock friend tokens into play here instead. Play on a problem is generally a terrible thing to see on a card.
unfortunately, I think that's the thing that holds us back, but it is kind of a cool effect.
Yeah, like very situation. Like, so the thing is that you can. This is basically like a 2-card combo of like you play this and then you play your critter making thing. You confront the problem, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
And I may actually be giving this too high of a score at the moment. I currently
think
have
it's
this.
cute.
I currently have this as a 1/5. Here's the problem that I have with this card. Well, okay, the reason I'm not giving this... Actually, no, why would you even run this ever?
Yeah, I know. Are there strictly better alternatives? Are there card slots?
No, I might even go to the point of saying this is actively harmful. If you're running Treading Water, and this was mandatory that you turn critters into rock tokens, that's just bad.
I mean, you're not going to run this card in a Treading Water.
You would not. I don't know why you would run this card.
And it's not mandatory either.
Right.
It's a may.
I realize it's not mandatory, but I'm just asking myself, when would I run this card? Like, I don't think I'd run this in a competitive deck.
The reason you would run this card is to take advantage of high bonus, high confront requirement problems that you would otherwise not want to consider running because it would require you committing too much to. And I think the perfect example of it is the not white and wild card that we're going to see this set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think
maybe.
Yeah, like you don't think about this card as like sitting at a problem. You think about this card as like a friend you play to the problem or something like that. That's
right.
like
maybe.
Yeah, I think it's fine at a 2. Though I am one. Should that say 1 power yellow critter friend tokens?
No.
Nope. If you want to make token copies of another critter, that's fine.
Token.
Okay.
And then replace them.
Yes.
Yes. They're just.
I think this is. Yeah.
It's a 2.
Yeah, this is a 2.
I'm still real. Nah, maybe 1/5.
2.
That's fine.
Next card. Oh, this is a fun card. Diurnal Amulet. 3 power, 2 cost, 1 rec, resource, another artifact. Play on one of your characters. While this card is ready, characters here have +1 power. While this card is exhausted, characters here have -1 power. Immediate. Exhaust this card. Activate this ability only during your turn, which does include during your end phase.
Yeah, after your score phase.
After everything useful has been done. So, here also works at home, which works well with Nurturing Nature and Yona and Canterlot Citizens and.
This card in Couch Potato is gross.
It is quite gross. Now, it is important to note that this runs 2 continuous modifiers depending on whether it is ready or exhausted. Handy is now a thing. This could suddenly switch modes on you, and then you will be sad.
Yeah. That being said, I think an anthem that you can turn into a negative anthem is very powerful. Like, I could confront this on my turn. You're not allowed to confront this on your turn.
Yes.
Very nice.
I rather like it for that application. I give this a 4.
Yeah, there's so much shenanigans with this card. I also think it's a 4.
Give it a 3.
I've upped mine from a 2 to a 3. This is a 3.
Yeah, I'm putting this at a 4 as well. Pages says 3.
Okay, what do we got next?
Next, we have Extreme Obstacle Course, which is we are now in the multicolor resources. I believe that, 2 blue.
Doesn't matter. It's alpha in resources.
Yes, it's alpha.
Oh. My bad. 2 cost, 2 blue, 2 orange. Play to your home. Your friends have Diligent 1. Immediate, exhaust this card and remove 2+1 power counters from one of your friends at a problem to frighten an opposing friend at that problem. That's nifty.
It is 2 counters from the same friend, notably. But that's still immediate frighten. Repeatable immediate frighten. Not
These
to
two
mention-
colors really like doing both of the things this card is associated with. So I can already see what deck is going to run this.
Yeah.
Is it blue-orange?
Specifically, blue
Elves
orange
decks.
elves.
Yeah. This is Joe's best friend.
Well,
I mean, he is a secret agent, right?
Joe doesn't actually care about this at all, because you're exhausting the resource, not exhausting the friend.
Well, I meant Joe gives you so many counters.
Oh, yes. Gotcha. That makes sense.
I think the frighten ability here is less relevant. Like, it would be worse without it, but I think the having everyone have Diligent 1 is, especially in elves, is like a pretty big deal.
Well,
It's-
I
it's
think the frighten is the most relevant part because the issue elves had was not enough disruption, and now you've got immediate
But
repeatable
it's
disruption.
but it's here. Well, or at
Still.
that problem. It's location restricted.
Sure, I mean, you run your smolder up there and just have her sit there and go try it.
The disruption, like,
I mean, and it has immediate movement with Joe and the first mate mullet.
yeah, he's really gonna first mate mullet it.
The
Moving
more
out.
important part is you're able to use this incredibly effectively with Scootaloo main in Adventure.
That too.
You win the face-off, your characters get larger, and then they go
They
right
just
back
go
up to
right
the problem.
back and scare
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Because of that, I gave this a 3-5.
Yeah, have a 3.
I also believe this is a 3.
3.
3.
And
As
Pages
says
gives it a
Pages.
3.
Flash Bee Swarm!
Oh no, not the bees, no!
I hate you for this flavor text, by the way. 2 cost, 3 yellow wreck, 3 power, 5 confront wreck on both sides, as this is a dilemma. Your flipped cards have +2 power. Also, bonus 2. That is very relevant. Yuna likes this card.
Yuna
But-
runs 3 of this card.
Yeah, maybe 2.
She's gonna think pretty hard about it. I'd be a little less okay running this in a farm list.
Farm doesn't run this.
I think Yellow Farm is okay with this because Yellow Farm is more likely to DFO.
Maybe.
Exactly.
But okay, but like, when are you gonna play it?
Yes, that is the major issue.
I don't think that like, I don't think Yellow Farm runs this.
I think it runs this against control.
It might
Yeah.
be a sideboard card.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be pretty impactful if it comes out because you're going to probably win the face-off, probably beat up, either defend or beat up a troublemaker.
Like, playing this against control, what are they going to do about it?
And then 2 bonus.
Are they going to DFO?
Yeah.
It is expensive. That's my...
I think it's expensive. Like, I don't know. I think it just is statted weirdly for any yellow decks.
Maybe. This might be a see what happens. I'm going to give this a 3.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna give it a
giving this
3.
a 3. It's a 2 bonus dilemma that on its own is interesting. Admittedly, the blue-yellow deck doesn't care, but not every
Yeah.
yellow deck is blue.
I think this is a 2.
I think it's a 3.
Pages says 3.
Oh boy! It's that one card with Coco. Golden Horseshoe. 1 cost, 3 blue rec, 4 power, accessory, play on one of your characters. Main phase, exhaust this card to move one of your characters to this card's area. When this card readies, you may reattach it to another character.
Do you like doing aggro math? Because it just got a whole lot more complicated.
Yeah, I did.
You can technically attach this to an opponent's character with that ready thing, and then it'll just immediately fall off.
Sure will, but you'll get the ability to move that opposing character if you have a Coco in play. Yeah.
Doesn't Coco say yours?
Oh, maybe she does. Okay, never mind. Regardless, this is still just... It's so good! It's so good!
Yeah. This is Scootaloo's Scooter, except better in just about every way. You can play it on any character. It's got better rec. It's got this handy when this readies reattach it clause.
Ah, man, you're gonna make me go rebuild that Ancient Rainbow Shrine combo deck, aren't you?
Well,
You have it somewhere.
maybe, but you're also going to sit there and use Golden Horseshoe and then use the new stupid Bonbon card and play or put Bonbon into play for 1 AT to ready this card, to reattach it to another friend, to exhaust it again and move something else. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
It's a 4.
Who'll let you print this? 3-5.
3.
I'm gonna stick with my 3.
This is a 4. It's very efficient, repeatable movement.
I want it to be a 4, and I hope I'm wrong, but
Well,
I think it's gonna end up being a 3.
This card is potentially more efficient than Pirate Ship.
Assuming you do your math right.
Yeah. Pages
That
says
is-
3.
That is the important thing here, is you do your math wrong, you're gonna screw yourself over really hard.
Next character.
Man, Ara, you're missing out on all of the ones that you want.
No, in this case I'm fine, because the next card's one that I actually kind of like too, but for different
Okay.
reasons.
For dorkable reasons.
Yes. Yes. Cheese.
Yeah. Infiltration orders. 2
Keeping
costs,
that meme alive.
4 power.
It will never die.
Is it actually spelled that way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It will never
Play-
die.
Play to your home. As one or more of your token friends interplay, you may exhaust this card and choose another one of your token friends. If you do, those token friends interplay as copy of the chosen friends. Those things with tokens, I guess.
Spoken like a true non-yellow player.
This is almost assuredly Johnny's favorite card in this set.
Mhm. Yeah.
Make a Bunyip token. Shenanigans occur.
I will make a Bunyip token. I will now play Princess Celestia Raptor Racer. I will now make 7 Bunyip tokens. I will now score 9 points.
Seems good to me.
How are you making the first Bunyip token?
Heard of it,
Ah.
Orange fans?
We'll figure
Put it
something
orange.
out. Don't worry about it.
The Bunyip plan is even more fun with the Fluttershy you are. I make 2 Bunyip tokens. I make 4 Bunyip tokens. I make 8 Bunyip tokens.
No, because you have to exhaust this card every time that you do the replacement. Or the
Yeah.
change.
I meant, like, you can only do that
building-
once a turn, but
Building up slowly, but that's not as funny as confronting for 9
as
points.
just play 8. Yeah, I know.
Just use Timble instead of Bunyip, that way they stick around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Timble is actually the correct answer here because Bunyip tokens would be frightened, which means you're never going to actually increment like that.
Yeah, but Timble isn't a critter.
I mean, it doesn't seem to care, actually.
Well,
because
it matters
just
for the
is-
Fluttershy.
Oh, I mean, you can sit there and play what was that ancient the Wonderbolts swarm thing from
What? Ancient Wonderbolt Swarm? What kind
mean-
of...
I know
What?
it's that old
What?
event from like EO that just makes a bunch of Pegasus tokens.
Oh, close air support.
Yeah, that
Yeah, Yeah, you were close.
I was
Ancient-
like, are you talking about Changeling Swarm, the old troublemaker?
No, it's
ancient Wonderbolt Swarm. All right, I've got to call that card that for the future. They're
I
ancient,
think it
they're
makes
ancient
perfect
because
sense.
they retire at the end of the turn because they're too tired.
It's ancient because EO is old.
Sure.
It was from HM, but yes.
All right.
Okay,
This
sure,
is
whatever.
this is a 4 because its impact is it's very janky, but it is very impactful.
Have a 3/5.
Yeah. If you're using this card correctly, or if you are using this card to its full effect, I should say, it's a 4. Otherwise, it's like, why is this in your deck?
Right.
Yeah, but you're not gonna do that. It's a 4.
Exactly. Pages
Jeez.
says 3.
I think that this card is a 2.
All right.
Well.
Next card.
All right, it is a card. It's a library card. Twilight Sparkle Multipass. Okay, there, I did the thing. 3 power, 2 cost, 4 rec. This is an asset. Play it to your home. Immediate. Exhaust this card to choose an event in your discard pile. If that event entered your discard pile this turn, shuffle it into your deck. Limited event recursion. Seems good.
I like that you can just exhaust this to choose an event that was already in your discard pile. Like, I choose this. Okay, your priority window.
Prismlight says they tried to loop Tranquilities with this. It didn't work very well. You got to loop the third Tranquility. Leave the other two.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would ever play a constructed purple deck that would choose to include this card just because we don't have great event tutoring right now, and shuffling back in is much worse than any other method of recursion, which most of those decks would end up running. I gave it a 2.
I gave it a 3. I like recursion.
2.
2.
3. I'm with Cheese. Recurring, keeping your deck full of events can be pretty relevant.
Incremental gains, I think, just not in a visible way.
Pages says 3.
It just gets better the later in the game you are.
I will say library card as a play after you school shut down to immediately save that school shutdown from opposing disruption is kind of nice.
Yeah, but I want it there so I can mist main it.
But your opponent's going to fit a peek it.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, they can fit a peek it first because you have to. This is an immediate action, not a trigger.
No, they're not white primary. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Assuming.
Oh, this card.
Okay, Magic Overload. 2 cost, 3 purple, 3 yellow, 6 power. Unique. Play on your main character. At the start of your turn, gain 2. At the end of your turn, lose all your action tokens.
All of them.
Well, you do lose all your action tokens, but gaining an extra 2 in these colors?
Localized, blah, blah, blah.
Notably, Sunburst is in these colors.
Yeah.
And Starlight.
I
And
gave
Starlight,
this
yeah.
a 3 because I think it does things.
I gave this a 3 because I think it does things.
It does one thing. Well, arguably, it does 2 things. Just one of those is not a thing.
Like a 3 is a good card.
Yeah, I agree.
This can have a 3/5 because this fundamentally changes the way that you play on your turn, and kind of on your opponent's turn too, because you don't play.
The thing is if you can't like you're building a deck around this, and I don't know how difficult it is to design the deck so that you can handle both having it and not having it, like, because you're not always going to get it early.
I think Alicorns does a good job with it.
Yeah, it's in the color of Alicorns, which also has the other 2 AT action generator, quote unquote, in Flash Sentry. So you have the redundancy there.
I mean, you can also never play an immediate on your opponent's turn, unless it's zero cost. But
You absolutely can. You just have
You
to
have
run Starlight
Sunburst.
Sunburst.
Sure.
3.5.
3.
I think this is a 4.
I think this is a 4. 2 AT a turn is just huge.
Pages gives it a 3/5.
Yeah, it pays for itself next turn.
It does.
Here we go. Let's pick it up.
It's the Mirror Pool! I love this card. 2 cost, 3 orange, and pink rec 4 power. Resource location unique. Play to your home. As one of your friend's triggered abilities triggers, you may pay 1 and exhaust this card. If you do, that ability triggers an additional time. And we've got some handy reminder text for you there. There are so many triggered abilities in this game that you just want a second ability of. Like Mistbane sounds great. That enters play trigger.
This main's pretty spicy.
Plushy dash, move 4 characters.
So I'm giving this a 3 because this does mess with some things. I think we have this set up correctly so that there's no actual problem here. You're gonna
I believe so.
You're gonna try to
Yeah.
get the most valuable thing you can do off of this, but you can only do it once a turn. Watch as someone finds, and you have to pay a token. So watch as someone finds a way to ready it and get a token, and etc.
Yeah, you can ready it with hand.
Handy. But it's yet another part that you have to weave in.
Notably, handy is a trigger. So as I play this, I exhaust this and I ready this.
That is not how that works. It is
If
a fun.
Bugle tries to pull that against you, call him on it.
It's a fun card. It's a 3.
3.
3.
I think this is a 4.
Possible. Pages gives it a 3.
All right. Pie Family Rock Quarry. Who likes rocks?
Not
2
to be
cost.
confused with Pie Family Rock Farm.
2 cost, 1 rec, 5 power. Play to your home. Main phase, pay 1 to exhaust this card. When this card readies, put a 3 power Rock Friend token into play. I wish that C Pancake was still giving limited draft pick orders for this because I'd be curious to see where this one ends up.
I think this one's
I think it's good and limited.
I think
it takes a while for it to be worth it, but
limited also has
it's much slower.
ahem, limited resource removal. So this is probably going to stick around for a good chunk of the game if you can find it.
Yep. It is not as good as being able to make the token immediately, of course, but it is nice that if your opponent has done something unexpected on their turn and the problem setup has changed, you can readjust. And past the second use of this, it gets very valuable.
I mean, if you want to get stupid here, you can technically ready this thing with a handy card.
Yeah, but I don't even know if I would.
If you need it now. Have a 3/5. The
Have a 3.
incremental value that this thing makes is dumb.
I think it's a 2 in constructed.
I think this is a 3. Bugle gives it a 2.
And
Pages also gives it a 2.
Also, yeah. Okay. Let's see. +1.
How did Cheese get this one? This is some... I'm upset.
+1.
Because I got Bloodstone Scepter, that's how.
Play on one of your friends. When you play this card, you may put a friend from your discard pile into play. If you do, attach this card to it. When this card leaves play, retire the friend it was attached to. Complicated reanimation. And it reanimates things.
I think that's all we really have to say about that one, is that it's a complicated way to cause more reanimation.
Yeah, it's like a core replacement for whatever the event was called.
Redeeming Qualities.
Redeeming Qualities.
It is a little bit more fragile because you can deal with the friend either through resource removal or friend removal.
Yeah.
Have a 4.
I think it's a 3.
What did I get? Have a 4.5.
5.
Yeah,
I was a little surprised by that, but
monocolor 3 cost reanimation is very good.
I don't know. I think that this is 5 worthy. but
I also think this is a 5.
Pages,
It's insane.
Pages gives it a 4 or 5.
Is it just because reanimation's insane, or like, do you think there's something special about this that redeeming qualities doesn't have, or?
yeah,
think
redeeming qualities
is a
isn't
3.
legal in core.
I mean, yeah.
That's something special. HTH.
Yeah, it's redeeming qualities. This is one of the enablers of the pink-white reanimator quote-unquote deck. I
Yep.
think it's a very solid 5.
Next card. Secret Bookshelf.
Secret
Pages
what?
says 4-5 for that.
Secret Bookshelf.
Okay.
What?
What do you think he said?
Nothing. We were having a conversation earlier in Mumble before the stream started.
Anyway,
What?
Go ahead.
Whatever.
Continue. You're good.
6 power, 2 cost, 3 purple wreck, dilemma. You may pay 1 token less to play your first event each turn, 1 bonus, 8/8 confronts.
So,
It does give you a discount, but it's kind of expensive. I think that this is going to take too long to pay itself off.
you gave it a 3/5.
I did give it a 3/5, but you have a point with your rating.
Yeah, but he hasn't even said anything yet.
I
He just put a
know.
number
Why?
down on a spreadsheet.
We've discussed this like 3 separate times already.
Yes.
Okay. So, this card creates value, turn over turn, for control. The issue with this card is that it costs 2, and you have to spend resources to make it not a liability. Control doesn't like extra problems that can be confronted.
but Control also likes having extra troublemakers in play, causing grief to the opponent.
Especially with cards like Capper. That's a fair point.
It does. In my view, I think that this is almost always going to be a greater liability than it is a benefit. Like you play 2 cards to repay its cost, 2 events. But I feel that a lot of times you might not have even needed to play those cards if it weren't for playing this event.
Yes, because you have to defend this, you have to put a troublemaker up on it. Right, it makes sense. I'm giving this a 2.
I'm going to give this a 3. I had it as a 4 originally, and I like Cheese's explanation of having to spend resources to protect a resource that you already spent additional resources to play, if that made any sense.
Yeah.
I am not as convinced that you need to go for the TM wall setup given the high confront requirement on this. 8 is not insignificant. High. And if your opponent has enough action tokens that they're able to go ahead and confront, again, it's one of those things similar to Royal Guests or Royal Family where you read the situation wrong.
Yeah, I completely agree with GT. Everything he said, I believe as well. I have this at a 3.
Pages also has it at a 3.
I'll dock it down to a 3 from a 4.
You got every single person. You got to win, Cheese. You got every single person to reduce their score.
Yeah.
Except
I already had this at 3.
All right.
We're going to still count that as a win. All right.
So next card is Snack Stand. 2 cost, 2 power. Play to your home. As this card enters play, choose a color. Immediate. Exhaust this card to pay 1 less to play your next friend with the chosen color this turn.
This is not Snack Stand.
We don't use your alternate name for this. It's Snack Stand.
I mean, it's entry.
No, it's not.
It is for orange.
It's entry in the deck that's going to use it.
Now, so this I think has the same problem as Premier Cloud Chaser and the current CCN Flitter and probably a couple of other things that I'm forgetting. You want to see this within the first 3-ish turns of the game, and I don't want to see it ever any other time.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, the earlier you see this, the better it is. That's true, but it still gives you incremental value. If you think of this as an aggro card, I agree. I don't like this. I see this as a mid-range card. Decks that are going to be a bit slower to get going, and then are just pounding you with value every single turn once they get everything set up.
Maybe. So your line of thought here is that this is an action token generator for something that wants to be more...
For non-purple, yes.
Yeah, non-purple, I guess is the words I was looking for. Okay, fair. I guess I can see that. I don't think I can really give this that high of a rating, though, still, just because it's locked into a single color, and like I said, its value tapers off dramatically, I think, as the game goes on.
I can dig it. I'm going to give it a 4.
Yeah, I have this at a 5. We'll see if I'm overvaluing it, but I really like this card.
Yeah, I have it at a 4. I think this card is strong.
Fair enough.
And Pages thinks we're all wrong and put it at a 3.
And Cheese thinks we're even more wrong and put it at a 2, but Cheese is wrong. So
I've got it at a 2.5. I could 3 maybe, 2.5, whatever. My argument is basically just I don't see CC being run all that much, and that is indicative of the state of the meta to me.
Well, she's also only Harmony right now.
Sure.
Calm Soul says this feels like Factory Jack, but without the Jack. But it's actually quite different. Factory Jack, yes, it is a similar effect in that it's trying to give you AT value by exhausting once per turn, and not necessarily a body. But the fact that you are color locked and the fact that it is not a body is very, very relevant.
And it's friend locked.
Yeah.
Yes. AJ is so much more versatile than this is.
And you can't bank it up turn after turn. Yeah. I can't rate this any higher than a 4, unfortunately.
Okay. Let's see. Next.
Storm Warning. This is a resource that you might actually be fine with playing on problems. 2 cost, 2 white rec, 4 power. Play on a problem. Your opponents can't move characters to or from that problem unless they pay 1. That includes your characters. They can't move your stuff away. Or to it, I guess. It's fine. It's a 3.
That's not bad. The one-sidedness of this is actually, I think, where a lot of its value comes from. Have a 3.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a 3.
And you can Stygian it.
Sure
I would like it better if the old Zippo deck was still around, but it's not, so it's a 3.
Oh god,
Rip.
That would be so rude.
That is highly rude. I'm also annoyed because there's a picture of Chrissy that's just off the edge of the frame.
Is this the card where Pip is? Is that Pip right there? That little dot?
She's over there.
I will neither confirm nor deny any allegation of Pipness on a given card.
He didn't put Pip on anything. That's the joke.
Of course he didn't.
But did I?
No.
Nope.
Summoning Bell.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
Wrong button there. Alright, there we go. Summoning Bell. GP. Rack of 3s on Storm Warning.
Yeah. Who likes bodyguards? No one.
Ooh, I like Bodyguard.
No one likes...
No one except Bugle likes bodyguards.
Nobody likes Millhouse! 1 cost, 2 rec, 5 power, resource accessory, play on one of your friends. Main phase, exhaust this card to put a BS unicorn friend token with prepared into play at that friend's problem. The only saving grace on this card that stops me from giving it like a 6 is the fact that it has to put the token into play at the problem where the resource is attached to
the host is located.
Yeah.
This makes unicorn tokens have a 3/5.
Yeah, this is dumb. This is so good. Make a unicorn token every turn. It's also a resource that exhausts. Now your handy, like, incremental value just gets that much better. This is
I am very willing to ready this with Handy.
It also
I have
flips.
this at
It
4.
flips for 5 as well. Like you can run this in control decks and not feel any shame about doing so.
Who
You can
printed
run this in a Celis farm and be so happy.
Who printed this card?
You did.
Both of you did.
I just
Yeah, but he's trying to avoid blame.
This is the Spider-Man thing again.
I just copy and pasted stuff onto the card. It's not my fault. It's broken game text.
This is a 4.
It's not broken. It's just
I
dumb.
love this card.
3/5 cheese gives it a 2/5,
Yeah, I don't understand Cheese's rating.
and Pages gives it a 4.
I don't know if I said, but I gave it a 4. I'm pretty sure it's just because Cheese doesn't play bodyguards.
Yeah, he hates that card. He definitely didn't take it to Continentals or anything.
What? If you're going to accuse anyone of that, you're going to accuse me of that. Also, I think Cheese is walking his dog or something.
Yeah.
He's letting his dog out.
Doggo has demanded attention and stuff.
Yeah, but that deck didn't live and die on bodyguards. Bodyguards was just in it.
Still
It's cer-
singular. Hate
it's
you
certainly-
all.
It certainly didn't mind it.
Let's just move up here.
Yep.
Uh,
Prismlight says pink decks might want to think about standing up.
I don't get it.
I don't know which card he's referring to.
I'll read this one in place of Cheese. Twilight
They
Sparkles.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. It's Twilight Sparkle Balloon. 4 power, 1 cost, 2 rec in purple. Asset, play to your home. When you move a character, look at the top card of your deck. You may put that card on the bottom of your deck. Note that this does not put the card back on the top of your deck. It is only letting you look at it. That is very necessary to avoid combo shenanigans. And yes, some pony said toyetic.
Toyetic is a word invented by marketing people. It means an object or a person, usually from a children's cartoon, that could easily become a mass-produced toy.
Buy our products and toys.
Buy our toys revelations.
It's fine. It's a 2.
Yeah, there's some non-bows here, I think. Maybe you can find some use. 2/5. The card filtering is kind of nice.
Like, it's cute, but like, deck space.
Card filtering is pretty good. I'm gonna give it a 3.
I didn't realize that it didn't put the card back on top. It's a 2.
If you put the card back on top, you'd have an infinite movement loop with Doctor Hooves, and we can't have nice
It
things.
would've
Sure
been
would.
It would have been a 6 if it put the card back on top. So you can do bad things with that.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Cheese gives it a 2.5. Pages gives it a 3. Congratulations.
Oh my god, troublemakers.
And we're starting with the worst
We're in-
kind of troublemakers.
Children!
Cutie campers, blank flanks forever.
I
0
can see the
points,
bottom.
4 power. Your friends with no play requirements have +1 power. Nice Calm Ordinary Day is now a bunch of 3 power friends.
Or 4 power friends.
I don't know what this card is used for beyond that.
It's cute.
It works with tokens.
It works with tokens. It works with Love Vampire. I don't know.
So it does depend a little bit, but if you are messing with this thing and you get into, say, the Professor cycle, or the Kind Pony cycle, or, the Sequestria cycle, you know what I mean.
The
Loyal
kind
pony.
pony cycle. All those kind ponies.
Well, yes, that's what they do. The infinite Fluttershy's, you have to hug all of them. The
I'm
Loyal
okay
Pony
with this.
cycle, all of those things, those are all 2 power. No, they're not. Now they're 3 power and get you into your rack.
Isn't that
This
bad?
card has Kettle Corn on it. That's pretty good.
I had to erase Kettlecorn's cutie mark. She has a cutie mark in the sequence. There's also some random fold that I just erased off the right side.
Just disappearing foals over here.
Yep.
It's interesting. It's probably better in limited.
I think this card is not sin limited, because it's increasing your game plan while making it harder for the opponent to confront. But outside of limited, yeah, it's a 2.
It's a 2.
2-5.
I'm gonna go with a 2 on this one.
2.
Pages says 2-5.
2-5. All right, time to make everyone quit the game.
So, this is unnamed Gray Pegasus. Could
No,
not
it's
deliver.
not. Read the card. Read her
This is the
name.
first time having the correct name, right?
Yes.
Unnamed Gray Pegasus.
Read her name.
Unnamed Gray Pegasus, who could not deliver.
This is Zalgo could not deliver.
Sure.
She is a 3-power, 1-point troublemaker. At the start of each player's turn, banish the top card of your deck face down beneath this card. Main phase, pay 1 and retire this card to discard your hand. Then put all cards banished beneath this card into their owner's hand. Notably, that 2 comes before the discard, so you can do all of your discard replacement effects. This card is actually probably okay. I have this at a 2, but I think it might actually be a 3 because this is very similar to draw an additional card every turn.
On a 3-power troublemaker.
Yes.
With 1 bonus point. That's why.
I think there's a reality where this card is fine. But yes, it is difficult to use.
I might consider... Okay, this is weird, but I hate the fact that Tempest Shadow is getting so many more troublemakers that she has to sit there and think about finding when she flips at the beginning. Because putting this into play turn 1 is not the worst thing in the world.
It's really not. Like, especially if you are, like...
Yeah.
I can see a very weird reality where you use this with still partying. Like, I wouldn't actually rule that out, and you don't care if you get the cards back.
2.5.
I'll give this a 2 because you can also use this to defend against chaos control.
Banish the top card of your deck.
Oh, I guess I read it wrong. All right, whatever. Have a 2.
I'm gonna go with 2.
Yeah, I'm giving this an optimistic 3. But I admit it's very optimistic. I can see this just not working as well. Pages says a 2.
I give it a 2. Wait, no. Yeah, 2.
Okay.
Okay. Iron Will Cash Grab. 7 power, 3 bonus, prepared on a troublemaker. Immediate, pay 2 action tokens to reduce this card's point value by 2 until the end of the turn. So, that ability effectively costs 1. Given that you are gaining an action token when your opponent is starting a face-off against it. Which is almost the only time you'd ever want to do it.
Yes. Because you're not going to be using this in anticipation of Spitfire or anything.
Right. So with that being said, it is a big power troublemaker that has a lot of points to it, which is usually not something that you want to see if it's not innately an epic. We have a purple card that can make this troublemaker an epic.
Yep.
You just have to figure out how to punch him.
That's it.
Also, he's got bits for eyes.
He does indeed have bits for eyes. That being said,
Like a true capitalist.
it is a big threatening troublemaker that you can definitely play to block off problems, and if your opponent defeats it, they're likely only going to score 1 point for doing so, but it will tax you slightly. So it's not great. I'm going to put it as a 2.
I'm going to put it as a 1.
This can have a 2.
I'm gonna also give it a 2.
I agree. It's a 2. Like, that 3 bonus shouts at you, oh no, this is bad, but it's not actually nearly as bad as it looks.
It's pretty bad.
It's not that bad, given that you can also do the Cozy Glow main shenanigans with this, where you get those 3 points for winning face-offs.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, there's probably something fun that you can do there. Pages gives it a 2.
Okay, next card.
I can see the end.
Yeah, right.
This one's you, Cheese.
Yeah. Olden Pony Shoe Seeker. 0 points for power. When your main character's on its art side, this card has +3 power.
If your main character is Grogar, this card has +3 power.
Yeah.
Something like that.
My
That's
issue.
That's kind of rude.
I mean,
that
yeah, that's basically where you use that.
I don't think there's card slots, like in constructed core play. They're like, I think there are much better slots for Troublemaker control. I think there's better slots for aggro. Like our next card. I don't see what deck this would ever go in.
It would go in Grogar when you're running Buckball strategy.
I don't think Grogar would play this.
I think Grogar would play this, would play Sirens, and would play Maniac.
I think Grogar that wants non-epics considers this card, yes. But, like,
this could
there
also
are
be
definitely better Troublemakers, but, like, if post-rotation, I think this is going to be one of the better Troublemakers available.
This is also going to be useful for defending a problem until you can get your slower to flip main up to it if you need to.
Yeah. Well, not even necessarily up to it, but just while you haven't flipped. Like if you're running Capper or something.
I don't think any farm deck would run this. Like,
Yeah.
farm's not going to run.
It's not a farm card.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
I have it at a 3.
As do I.
I'm going to put it down to a 2.
Have a 2/5.
I'm gonna stick with my 3. I think that there's more use for this than.
Oh, GP and I are getting close to colliding.
Let's see. Pages gives it a 3. Next card. Hey, it's these 3 dorks. Sirens, repeat offenders. 5 power, 1 point. When this card leaves play, if it wasn't a token, put a token copy of this Troublemaker into play face up.
If no one else is going to say anything, I'm going to go on the tirade here. This card is so good.
It really is.
This card is insanely useful. It is so sticky. It is relatively low bonus points that don't require you to spend action tokens like Iron Will does. It's a decent flip average. It doesn't prevent you from confronting, and you can do so much with recursion on this. Your opponent manages to DFO through this or plays a dilemma. Siren immediately comes into play and blocks the problem. Or you DFO from behind your own Sirens, and it still comes back into play to block your opponent.
The biggest thing here is, like, let's go back to pre-rulebook, 2013 or early 2014 or something.
What, you mean pre-comprehensive rules?
Yeah, pre-comp rules, when Troublemakers didn't disappear when you DFO'd.
My playgroup back then got that update somewhere far before the comprehensive rules came out, and it turns out the game was a lot better after that.
Yeah.
I must have started.
I never played with those rules either. I just was
must
aware
have
of them.
started after Seattle had already got that rule update, because at no point did anyone ever tell me that Troublemakers stuck around.
That was
Same.
That was before 2014. That was back.
Yeah,
in, like,
it must have been 2013. Like
that was mid 2013. That was old.
Yes, but there's a reason they changed that rule.
Because that was dumb. Anyway,
I think this is really good for aggro.
Also, it's got a picture of Taco Tuesday on it. Have a 4.
Have a 4/5.
Have a 4.
Yeah, this card is actually very good. One thing that we hadn't brought up is Grogar. Banish this, bring Grogar in play, still have Sirens in play at the other problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is a solid 4.
I think I gave this a 4.
Pages gives it a 3.
3/5.
We'll yell at him later about that.
Okay. Really? What's it doing?
It doesn't want to see the scariness.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay. What's going on here is OBS has a bug in it where it cannot load more than
100 and
250 megabytes worth of images into memory at the same time.
So what you're saying is
You have to
OBS
go
is
and manually
managed
swap it
by
out.
the next card.
So I'm going to not delete these because that would be annoying to recover from.
I
You
think
just
we
make
can
a new
still
one.
talk about the next card while you're doing that.
Yep.
It doesn't have a lot of text.
Well, fair. Okay. The next card is the Maniac. Crazy Curls. 5 power, troublemaker, 1 point, villain.
That's it. Notably, what does it not have?
Does not have epic. What does that mean when it uncovers?
Still frighten all your stuff and your opponent's stuff, but you can still confront.
Yes, you can confront it.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, see, that's the face of the person who updated OBS and didn't tell anyone.
Wait a second. Is the text box on this?
She's monologuing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he did that
It
intentionally.
intentionally rolls off the end.
okay.
It was actually rather annoying to make it do that.
Did you have to make like a new layer for the
Yes.
that bar at the bottom? Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we've talked about Maniac in a few previous streams. I think at this point, it's not a complicated card. It's just remembering that it's not epic, but villain still works on both players when it uncovers.
Yep.
Mhm. Yep.
Remember when villain and epic were synonymous?
This is a 4.
Yeah,
This is a very solid 4. Yeah.
This is
Yep.
a 3.
I'll go with
3-5.
4.
Pages gives it a 4-5.
I don't think anything with villain is anything less than a 4, just as a rule.
Just because it's like surprise.
It
And
is
with,
so AT efficient.
and with those pink cards from earlier. Yeah. Okay.
You can have a 3-5.
Hooray.
Into problems.
We're getting there. Moving.
Oh boy, this one. Alternative solution. This is a 2 purple plus 2 not purple, if you remember those from back in the day, problem. 0 bonus, 6 wild requirement for the opponent. If you would perform a confront step at an opposing problem, you may perform an additional confront step at this problem instead. So what that means is you can start scoring 2 points a turn just confronting this problem. Or more if the opponent has a dilemma.
I was going to say 2 points. No. You wait for your opponent to play the dilemma, then you stop them from confronting, and then you're like, thanks for the point acceleration, bro.
Exactly. This problem is kind of actually insane. Yes, it has a low requirement for the opponent, but if you can prevent the opponent from singling this away or doubling this away, you are closing out the game very, very quickly with very little investment. And that matters a lot.
Between a combination of this and buzzer keep away, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I would frequently rather have this flip up than buzzer keep away. Simply because 2 points a turn for the price of confronting once, as opposed to 3 every turn.
Any deck running purple that is not pure aggro, and even some decks that are aggro, will want to run 2 of these.
Mm-hmm.
I'd almost go to the point of saying, even if you are running aggro, you're probably going to still look at this pretty hard, just because you can sit there and be like, that's a nice troublemaker you've got on your problem and your dilemma. It'd be a shame if I just confronted my own problem twice.
Sure would.
Yeah,
This
will
a 5.
not start multi-problem face-offs, obviously.
Correct.
I know what purple deck wouldn't run this. Mono purple.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, I don't like 6 on the other side.
I think the potential for closing out the game is worth the small risk.
Fair. Have a 4.
Sure, you can have a 4. I think that the 6 is very dangerous.
Plus, it has a 0 bonus.
I don't think it's as dangerous as you think it is because of the 0 bonus. This is a 5 from me.
I think this is the best problem in the set.
Okay, Cursed's got another possible reason. That's fair.
If your deck is all about large single characters, you probably wouldn't run this, but there's plenty of other choices you can run. This is for a 2-color or more deck.
This is 2-color or more control.
Pages gives it a 4/5.
It's not quite Final Question because, like, Final Question you can still DFO with. But I mean, it's comparable, I guess. Utopia.
Kind of.
Also, some nice shenanigans with Similo Duplexus.
Yes, I love it.
The Similo
And
is where.
what
this
about
really
Luster Dawn?
And Luster Dawn as well.
What about
Well,
both?
If you can ready the main.
No, you don't need to worry about reading in the main. You just play Focused Attention like we talked about earlier, because that card is so good.
Kind of dumb.
You still need to ready the main if you want Luster to do multiple things, but whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Next problem.
Who is this one? Is this one me?
Yep.
It is. Diplomatic Debacle. 4 not pink, 2 wild, 6 wild for the opponent, 2 bonus. Your flipped chaotic cards triggered abilities trigger an additional time. I rated this as a 3. I spent about an hour and a half this morning when I was out running errands, mulling over what this problem could actually do. And while I have not confirmed anything yet, I think there is enough Johnny potential here that I'm going to bump this up to a 4.
There's definitely some Johnny potential hiding somewhere in this. I don't know if it's good, but Johnny's going to have fun finding it.
It is hiding in adventure if it's hiding anywhere. And I feel like
Or Harmony.
Or Harmony. And I feel like with Discord being able to guaranteed find this problem and this working off of any face-off, not just location-restricted ones, there is some jank you can get up to here for sure.
So you're in 4 rec pink and then not confronting with pink.
No, it's 4 not pink, and you don't care.
Discord.
Okay, you are in 4 rec pink. You don't care about confronting this problem.
Sure.
So
you care a lot about your opponent confronting it.
You're going to find this problem when you're going to start comboing off.
Oh, you just want a combo?
Yeah.
Okay, but we're judging on core. I don't see this in core.
Okay, in core, sure, that's fine. That is a fair point. I need to remember we are judging on.
Yeah.
It is
in core. I say this is a 3.
I think if you expand this out to adventure, I think it's a lot more interesting.
I do think there's probably something that's buried in core that you could do with this. I, however, don't know what it is, but I recognize it's probably there. I'll give it a 3.
I'll give it a 3.
My 4 will remain. Pages gives it a 3/5.
Calm Soul says Princess Mac, yeah, that's where I was going in adventure. Just being able to run a pink main like Skystar and then suddenly make your main 7 power for the rest of the game with nothing your opponent can do is so dumb.
Okay. It's me. Fashion Intervention. When you banish a card, your character's hero have +1 power until the end of the turn. Which is a 3 bonus, 8 for the opponent, 7 for you.
I thought this had other text on it. I thought it said when you banish. I thought it specifically called out when you banish a card from anywhere.
Well, I mean, when it says when you banish a card,
this is that.
It is that. Maybe. I don't know if the comprehensive rules support modifiers referring to cards not in play zones.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Because the source is not the whatever card got banished. It's just looking for a card getting banished.
Okay.
But yeah, so like in terms of an aggro card, I don't really think it is. Like 7 is pretty tough. It is a bonus of 3, which is nice. I don't know. And yeah, white banishes cards, but I don't think it does it that often.
Fit of Peak is a really good way to do this.
It is.
Yeah, but it's like a single card. I don't know, I think it's a 2. Mostly for the like being hard to hit, kind of trying to be an aggro card, but not.
I have this at 3 because 3 bonus is kind of nuts. Its confront requirements are admittedly difficult, but you're probably going to want 2 characters there, and then banishing 1 or 2 cards will get you to what you need. It's like, I don't think it's actually that hard.
Yeah, so like comparing this to Free Owl, which I think would be the best comparison, or maybe to that whatever that other one is.
It's Free Owl. That's what you're thinking of. And
yeah,
Well,
you're thinking of Free Owl.
There's another one where your like trait has plus power.
Oh, that one's a 2 bonus, yes.
Yeah. See, like the thing is that Free Owl guarantees it, and this doesn't, and I think that's the difference for me.
Yeah,
It's
you have to use this in an aggro deck. If you use this in anything else, I think you're making a mistake.
Definitely.
Have a 3/5. This is a nice card for white aggro.
I think I put this at a 3.
You did.
I put it at a 2.
Pages put it at a 3 as well.
Yeah, but we've established this stream that you're the pessimist.
Next card.
And I think for a pessimist, I'm pretty optimistic.
You're more optimistic than Ara.
Yeah, but Ara's just angry.
Yes.
He needs to be more lovely.
Hangy.
No, changelings. Angry changelings. The good kind of changelings, not crayon bugs. Late return fee. 1 bonus, 3 not purple, plus 3 wild. At the start of face-off, each opponent banishes the top card of their deck. And 6 for the opponent. So this messes up chaos control.
Well, not in core it doesn't, because they're using Pinky Sense. But yes.
Still getting rid of cards. Maybe you might get rid of a chaos effect they would have liked to use
that's true.
separately.
That's true.
It's fine.
It's a pretty solid attrition card, I feel. Like, yes, cards being banished from your deck, like, isn't that... Like, normally that won't matter, but as something that is in your problem deck and not your, like, actual deck, this can sometimes snipe combo players, and I think that's pretty relevant.
I think I can give this... I was going to give it a 1. I think I can give it a 2. I don't like this as a go-to card in Control. I don't like that low of a confront. And I think the ability is completely useless against a lot of decks. I think it's a little bit useful against combo, and maybe a bit more useful against opposing control.
Mm-hmm.
If they get
control is pretty relevant too.
If they get greedy with a Mistmain and you can banish one of their Mistmains, that's real good.
Yeah. And if you can control their top deck, then it's even better, but that's...
Yeah, Spider Surprise, put this on top, now it's gone.
Yeah.
Or detention as well.
Or...
I just don't like getting my stuff banished.
If this were a 7 for the opponent, I think I would put it at a 3.
At a 3. That's fair. I have this as a 3. I'm a bit more optimistic.
Yeah, I've got it as a 2/5.
Have a 3.
Yeah, I have it a 3 for the reason I just said. I don't like my stuff getting banished, especially if I know I was about to get it.
I feel
just
like
for the feel bads.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing as when you flip something and it's just like, aw.
Because what'll happen here is it's the start of the face-off, so you banish one thing, I'm like, okay, well that card wasn't going to help me. Oh, hey, look, there's the card that was going to help me, now at the bottom of my deck. Cool.
I mean, it doesn't, like, unless you were doing some top deck setting, I don't think that that's relevant, but, human psychological...
Yeah, I know that when you actually, like, break it down, it didn't actually matter, but still.
Feels bad, yes. And I think Cheese is just going to kind of hate on everything that looks like a control problem that isn't one of the good control problems.
That doesn't have the right
if it's a
numbers.
control problem and it doesn't have the right numbers, like if it's a problem and it has the wrong numbers on it, like
I completely understand that. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay,
I also get like why you don't sometimes, but
well, here we have not a control problem. Maybe. It actually probably is. Let the rainbow remind you. Starting problem, 2 bonus. 8 for each player. You need -1 wild to confront this problem for each color among your characters here.
Hey, what power are tricorns?
-5.
yeah, -5.
Yeah, tricorns are why I bumped this up to a 3. Because Reanimator likes this problem.
Fine, it can have a 3.
Yeah,
Reanimator loves this problem. Any tricorn is capable of confronting this by itself,
Yeah,
regardless of color.
My question is, does aggro run this? And I'm not sure it does.
No, it does not.
I don't think anything that is not 3 color or more would run this.
Yeah, and that's why.
That's why I have it as a 3. And I would have had it at a 2 if not for the tricorn argument.
Yeah, but the decks that do run it are gonna like this.
I think this is good enough in Reanimator that I'm going to go ahead and give it a 4 because this will mark the first 2 bonus problem that deck will run.
And it'll like it.
And it will like it.
After hearing the arguments, I have elected to drop this down to a 2-5.
To a 2-5.
What? But
weren't you
why?
at a 4 previously?
I don't understand. Yes, he was at a 4 previously.
I was at a 4 previously, and you've pointed out that I was being dumb, and it needs to be a 2-5 instead of a 4.
He was giving it a 4 based on aggro perspective. Okay.
Oh. Aggro decks run tricorns sometimes.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
No, they don't.
All those 3 color aggro decks that play 5 color. Oh, no, actually.
Celestia doesn't count. Celestia doesn't count.
There was a deck that ran Celestia.
Celestia
I don't know if it was correct to do that.
I ran Cadence in an aggro deck, like, way back when that set first released.
I remember that. Yeah. I'd run
Cadence, man.
I'd run Cadence in that.
Anyway, no, I still think this is a 3.
Okay. Next card.
Pages.
Method overacting. This is a fun one. As soon as it pops up. Yeah. 3 not yellow plus 2 wild. 5 wild for the opponent. 1 bonus. Opponents can't exhaust resources. You know what resource opponents like to exhaust?
Stick.
All of them.
Lots of them.
Staff. Shovel.
Snack stand.
Yeah.
Pirate ship. Spooky ruin.
My question is, what deck wants to run this?
A very, very high number that are looking for 1 or 2 problems to round out their deck that are not in yellow.
Yep.
Basically.
Exactly.
But they're gonna be aggro.
It annoys
There-
me.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I think there are better choices.
There are not.
There are frequently not. That's the problem.
There's choices that you were settling for. This is better than settling for.
This is defense against Handy messing with your things.
This is defense
not
against
really.
like staff.
This is also
the
defense
big thing.
against your opponent doing things with their resources that annoy you.
That's the thing.
But
yeah.
There's
only
nothing about
aggro-
this I don't like.
I think only aggro would want to run this.
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
let me
And
back
so
up.
it's gonna stop it for like a turn or 2.
Let me back up a
Yeah,
little
exactly. You just need a turn or 2.
bit.
That's
I'm
it.
annoyed I cannot run this in yellow because I would run this in yellow if I could.
You cannot run. Well, you can.
You can.
But Not mono yellow.
It is not a good idea.
I think it's fine, and
I think you
Maybe
can
not
do it
yellow
in non-mono
primary.
yellow situationally.
I think this messes up enough stuff that it's significant impact. Have a 4/5.
Exactly. Yeah, I have this at a 4. I think when this is in play, you're very happy. Well, if your opponent has the resources. Otherwise, you're fine.
I have it at a 3.
This is a 4.
I also have it a 4.
Pages says 4.
All right.
All right. Playtime's over.
I am rather surprised that this does not end up with a rack of 5s.
Starting problem. When you challenge a troublemaker here with your main character, if your main character is on its start side, you may pay 2 action tokens to turn your main character over. 5 for you, 6 for the opponent, 1 bonus. The only reason that this does not have 5s across the board is because the 3-entry cycle gives yet another method of confront to flip mains being able to run lacking lesson plans instead. And then not having to rely on having a troublemaker and having to wait multiple turns to see what happens.
It's expensive. It's 5 AT to flip your main.
Compared
2 to move, 2 to flip, 1 for the troublemaker.
Yeah.
That's why I have this at a 4.
And you need to be running troublemakers.
Okay. I might be over optimistic here. But if
not just troublemakers, epic troublemakers.
Especially if you take this back into the older formats, this just gets higher and higher up the chain. I still think this is highly impactful because it enables a bunch of mains that you're just like, but I don't want to deal with this crap.
I think that, well, remember when it flips them all over, it's equal.
Sure, thank you for that.
Yeah, I think in other formats, I think it has more impact.
I agree.
In core, it's kind of limited in the decks that it goes in.
I'm still going to leave this up here simply because I think this might help make Professor Sparkle work again.
Professor Sparkle is one of the decks that would end up using this, for sure. Gallus Farm might also consider using this. Mm-hmm. I know that sounds weird, but it might happen, and you could make the same argument for Wonderbolt Farm as well.
That's actually a very funny point in chat. It takes some doing, and it takes specific mains that you have to run into to do this. But if you can flip Changeling Pretender against some main start sides,
that's very funny.
That's no, some of that's just straight up busted. If you can copy
Seleno's not going to let you.
No,
which
none of
you
the
win
pay
because
2
you
to
made Seleno flip.
Correct.
None of the pay 2 are gonna let you.
You hope they won't, because if they do, you're just gonna start laughing.
No, the funnier one is Rarity. It's like,
yes. You're getting ahead of me. I'm gonna go ahead and score some points. Yes, there's a lot
keep
of
flip-flopping your main forever.
That's fine. It's still funny. I'm still giving this a 5.
I gave it a 4. Yeah,
I'm gonna give it a 4.
I'm gonna give it a 4 as well.
Pages has a 4/5.
Oh well, more people dropped that than I thought.
I was the only one out of 4, wasn't I?
You and I were both at 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Cheese.
Pranking opportunity. When you frighten a friend for the first time each turn, you may draw a card, then discard a card.
You're not allowed to rate this problem low. It has a 9 for the opponent, therefore it is a control problem, and that's all you've cared about so far.
Except there's much better cards that do things
in
on Friday.
Blue?
Okay.
Name one blue control problem in core right now.
Moving out is about as close as you can get because it's still an 8 for the opponent.
Yeah.
I think you're just being a butt on this one.
Yes.
Me?
Yes.
What?
The funny thing is,
I rated it the same as everyone else.
I was about to say the funny thing is, you're arguing, but our ratings are the same.
I didn't even look at his rating. I was just assuming he was going to rate it low. Okay,
No,
that's
it's a
fine.
solid 3. Okay, yeah. So like you get to cycle, and if you're running this, you're probably also running like the thing that gains power whenever you discard or whatever it is.
Mhm.
And like more card cycling, and it's a 9, so like it's a good control card.
That's
It's a solid 3.
It's a 3.
Yeah, I'd say it's a 3.
2.5.
Boo!
Paige
Boo
has said
this
2.5
man!
as well.
Cannot use in an aggro deck. Don't like.
Can this instead say you may frighten another friend?
No.
Didn't we have a problem that says that?
No, we had
no.
Goosebump Giver way back.
Oh, okay.
Pages gives it a 2.5.
Who's amazing.
Okay.
Rookie mistake.
Rookie mistake. This one's mine. Anyway. During a face-off here, you may pay 1 action token less to play your first card during that face-off. Bonus 1, not 3, blue, plus 2 wild, and 6 for the opponent. Aha! Rainbow trash.
We need to spend the next 5 minutes convincing GP to reduce his score by a half a point.
No. He's allowed. That's pretty
No.
good. Like it.
This is such a good farm problem.
This is just a good problem. Have a 3.
Yeah. I think this is a great farm problem.
It's even. I know Cheese is going to disagree. There are decks that focus on control type strategies that may consider running this because of the discount.
I agree. Some control decks would run this. Yeah, it's a 3.
They would think about it.
Counter farm decks would run this. Despite that, it's a 3.
I'm going to give it an extra half a point because I really value AT savings. So,
Yep.
3-5.
And it doesn't have a floor, which is very nice.
Yeah. Rainbow is where she belongs.
In the trash.
In the waifu basket?
Correct.
Okay.
Both of you are.
Silent treatment. 1 bonus, the 3 yellow, 2 non-yellow for you, 6 wild for the opponent. When this problem is solved, you may put an opposing friend into its owner's hand. Yellow bounce. Sure.
It's like Yellow's version of unreasonable demands.
Yeah.
Basically.
Except
or the
that
blue
Banish
one,
is like a billion times better than
Like, I think this
Bounce
one's
to
better
hand.
than Nightmare Night, What a Fright.
which is
And-
Frighten.
Yeah, that one was Frightened, and that one was still pretty good.
This is a May, right? Yeah.
It is a May.
If it
Unlike
was
Nightmare
mandatory, I would give it a 0.
Yeah, that's because you would have to balance like a plushie dash or something. No, I think this is a solid 3.
If that's what I gave it, yeah.
Still don't like bounce
It is
as
a-
opposed to any kind of other removal. So 2.5.
I think it's a May, so it's fine. There's a lot of decks where you're okay bouncing.
It's
I
a
think-
little It's a little high for the confront, but it's
And
fine.
like
It's still a
if
3.
you're running this, it's gonna be a aggro deck.
Yes.
And originally, I think originally my thought I was about to give it a 2 because of the 1 bonus, but then it's like yellow is okay with 1 bonus because it has tons of other ways of getting
Yellow-
its points.
Yellow's fine with that. I'm docking this half a point simply because there's an opportunity cost of running literally anything else.
I have this at a 4. I think the tempo from this is very, very nice.
Especially
If this were 2 bonus, I would give it a 4.
if we're going to end up seeing more mid-range / like heavy friend investment control decks like Reanimator or whatever, then yeah.
But are we
I'm-
going to see them in yellow?
No, I'm saying if we're going to see those in the meta, then this card is going to just be that much
Oh.
better because it can hit big value cards.
Oh, I see.
That being said, I'm still rating it as a 4. I think Aura significantly undervalues bounce.
I do. Because I think it's bad, because I think that gets my opponent more enters play triggers, and that's generally a bad thing.
You
It's
don't
a May.
choose.
That's
It's
why
a
Don't
it's a
hit the
May.
enters play.
Then
But
it's an
that-
opportunity cost because I'm running this instead of anything else.
There aren't
The
that
question
many
is,
choices.
what else could you run?
It's the
Is
same argument you had with method overacting.
Well, either way, it's
Granted,
still
method overacting is colorless, quote unquote, in this
Right.
specific
Yes.
color.
Yes.
Pages has this as a 3.5.
Yes. Okay, next card.
Stunning expose. This is immediately after no spoilers, I believe.
It is.
When an opponent retires a non-token friend for their home limit, you may draw a card. 4 not white, 2 wild, 0 bonus, and 7 for the opponent.
No, this is after Sweetie Belle's like, here's Rarity's diary.
Oh, this is from season 1. Okay.
I am going to destroy her.
Oh yeah, it does say full free press right there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of. It's very strange how.
Yeah,
that
they
is-
don't do English because they don't want to have to do multiple encodings.
Yeah.
Or not encodings, whatever, fonts.
Sure.
Meanwhile, Gen 5
Scripts.
is just like, wee, English.
So, if there's any deck that is going to run this, I think it is
Go Home.
GoHome.deck
Yeah.
that uses Thanos.
Go home.
Yeah, I think you're going to windmill slam this into GoHome.deck.
A 0 bonus 7 wild is decent on the front right there anyway, as well.
Go home. So, Go Home is a pauper deck.
This is a pauper problem.
It is a pauper problem, but it's also actually a I guess you're fine with a 6 because it kind of is a mid-range deck actually. Like you need to be confronting, and sometimes double confronting.
Sure.
So I guess it's not. Yeah, it's not terrible in there. I think I gave this a 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have this as a 3.
This is a 3.
2.
I actually
you got
think
a fixed.
I fixed it. It's fine.
Okay.
2,
okay.
2, 5.
I have this at a 2. I don't know. I don't
You
think
just-
Go Home.deck is going to see much play outside of Pauper, and I didn't really take Pauper into account with these ratings, so
You just not.
Yeah,
yet?
like we're not really. There is a non-pauper variant.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a decent control problem that is
Anyway,
everyone
that's-
has access to.
Yep. Less rat holing.
Pages says 2.
Pages says 2.
Tagging out. When one of your friends leaves, 4 orange, 2 not orange, 8, 1 bonus. When one of your friends leaves play, if that friend had any +1 power counters on it, you may put that many +1 power counters on another one of your friends.
I think this makes Big Orange somewhat less fragile.
It can't run. You can't run it in just Big Orange. It
Yeah.
has to be something else.
Elvesiness.
Yeah, Orange Blue would probably consider this as an option. Although Blue has a lot of bonuses, so you're probably doing things like surprise takeoff.
I guess Elves runs this. I don't know that anything else runs it, but even Elves is like, that's an 8. I don't know about this.
It's not an 8, it's a 6.
Oh, it is a 6. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
pretty-
it's fine.
It's 3s across the board.
I think this is fine in Elves.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
preserving those +1 power counters is interesting. So, sure.
Long
Yeah.
Smolder is a lot less. Oops, that's all gone.
Yeah.
Next card.
She gets all the fun ones.
Unsparkling. What does this card do? Let's see. 7 for opponent, 2 bonus, 6 for you. When an opponent discards a card for the first time each turn, they discard another random card. Yeah, that's pretty impactful. It's random, but
Poppy claps her little flippers with glee.
Like, being 2 bonus is the worst part about this card. But I think that effect is still very good.
Run your discords, run your eyebrow raise, run your or I'm sorry, not discords, grubbers is what I meant.
I was wondering.
your opponent uses Pinky Sense and discards a card, and then actually has to randomly discard another card, which they can still save, but
Oh,
hey,
no.
it gets another card out of their hand.
That's actually really annoying.
Well, if they replace the discard, they don't have to random discard. But if they just wanted a card out of their hand, they're fine.
Your opponent does anything with training, and it gets so much worse. This is the training killer.
Yet training sees this problem and goes, well, do I have Gallus in play? I guess I won't do training. If they have Gallus, they're like, yeah, maybe?
Oof, that's, yeah.
Ouch. 3/5.
That's 4 power.
This is a 4. Random discard is very powerful.
It's a
especially-
3/5 because it's a control card with a bonus of 2.
With a 2 bonus, yeah.
I think I gave this a 3.
No, you gave it a
this
4.
a
Oh, I gave it
4.
a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
This-
think I'm
this-
okay with it being a 4.
This next
Two
one is
discards
across
is
the
good.
board. Yeah, next
Yeah,
one's
I gave
across
this a
the board.
4. I think I think the decks that want this really want this.
Pages gives it a 4 as well. Okay.
Also, let's go back into Harmony and play that problem with Yellow Parasprite, baby! Yeah!
That sounds good.
Don't worry, I'm planning on it.
Still winning games in 2021.
13 sets later. All right.
Yep.
Nightmare Moon at one problem, Yellow Parasprite at this problem.
That's a face.
All right. You're locked in here with May. 5 for the opponent, 2 bonus, 2 pink plus 2 not pink. If this problem would be replaced and it isn't a dilemma, banish it, then put it into play as a dilemma instead of putting it on the bottom of its owner's problem deck.
This card is so absurd!
That pinky face. I think that Tyrrhic face is exactly what the control player looks like when this problem flips up.
And that pinky face is what the Hot Wings player looks like.
Exactly.
Yep. This does just instantly go into Hot Wings.
It
Free
sure does.
dilemmas, especially free dilemmas with a bonus of 2 and a 4 confront requirement.
Yeah, and this is when it's replaced, not when it's solved.
I do
Yeah.
think there is some. I mean, Hot Wings isn't core legal, but I think there is a pink-blue aggro deck that also uses this all
Any
the time.
pink aggro deck runs it. Any pink mid-range deck probably runs this too.
Yeah, probably so. Schlorgadorb asked, when you solve it as a dilemma, does it go to the discard pile? No, that was addressed like 2 sets ago.
Yes, we have rules for that. Yes.
It just goes on the bottom of its owner's problem deck.
We fixed that because Silverstream.
Silverstream, yeah.
Anyway, yes, I'm very happy that I got to use this flavor. And we've got like a twofer of flavor references here. Good luck figuring them out.
This is quite good.
One
Hey!
is Watchmen. I don't know what the other one is.
I know what the other one is.
Anyway,
Framed Roger Rabbit. We're into
Yeah,
the
it's
ultra
Roger
rares.
Rabbit, yeah.
Ultra
right.
rares! Ultra
Ultra Rars.
All right,
Okay.
so the thing says we've been going for 6 hours and 13 minutes. We're going to
No.
be going for another hour.
It says 6
God, I
hours
hope
and
not.
19
Anyway.
minutes.
So we have Prince Rutherford, Yak Smash, 4 cost, 3 blue, wreck, 4 power, hasty, and swift. When you win a Troublemaker face-off involving this card, you may reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, put any number of Troublemakers revealed this way into your hand, then shuffle your deck. Good lord, this card goes instantly into Blue Farm, at least at a 2 of...
It goes into the 3 of.
You think, is it a 3 of? It definitely
is-
goes into a 2 of, probably a 3 of as well.
It is you're probably not going to play more than 2 of them over the course of the game, but you want to play at least 1 every single game.
Yeah. Or hit it with Pony Shadows.
The only thing that's unfortunate about this card is it is expensive, but despite that, it's definitely worth it to have in your blue farm decks. This is a 4.
Yeah. Troublemaker not perfect. This is a 4.
Yep, it's a 4.
I disagree here. I'm not sure that this one passes the Thunder Lane test. I'm aware that Thunder Lane is not in core, but I
I thought Thunder Lane was 5.
So, if you talk to Pancake, The biggest problem that blue had was it would run out of gas very quickly. It didn't have a lot to spend its action tokens on, and if it ran into dead draw situations, it was really bad.
Yeah. Like
being able to get a friend that not only helps you avoid that situation, fills up on troublemakers, and gives you a big boost in the face-off, but can also help you confront and score points that way is huge.
We actually saw this very recently in the Invitational with Cheese. He had a game where he just didn't get troublemakers.
Maybe.
Like,
That was a
almost
terrible
zero.
matchup. I don't know if Rutherford would have helped, but
I mean, digging 5 cards deeper is...
I'll give it a 3-5.
I am unconvinced, but okay.
I
will
think
sit on my 3.
I think Hasty Swift on a I think this sure Hasty Swift on a 4 power body is good combined with the ability. Like it can have 3-5.
I mean, that's the other thing to think about as well, is it's not just a one-off modifier. It has Swift. Paying 1 to get this up to a problem where one of your non-villain epics is about to flip so you can use it again for 1 action token is really good.
Just for the power.
Fine, have a 3-5.
There we go.
Yeah. Pages says 4. Ah, boy. In my opinion, this is the 3rd best card in the set. We've got Tempest Shadow, Troubles in Town. 2 cost, 4 orange rec, 3 orange power. She is Unicorn and Storm. Play with the top card of your deck revealed. You may play friends from the top of your deck. Immediate. Exhaust this card and put the top card of your deck into your discard pile to pay 1 less to play your next friend this turn.
I feel like there's some Bonbon shenanigans that can occur here.
Yes.
There is definitely Bonbon shenanigans that occur here.
You can't ready her, but like you can ready something. She fixes your flips. She is meticulous, quote unquote 1. She is AT generation. She's power efficient. And she's card draw asterisk. Because
she basically increases the number of cards in your hand by 1 at every point in time.
If it's a friend.
Sure.
Yeah. That the opponent can't make you discard.
I mean, they can.
Yeah.
They can mill you for 1.
Well, that's not discard.
Technically discard.
Does it say discard? Anyway, this card is just so valuable. Like everything this card does is something that Orange wants to do.
Yep. Orange Blue loves this even more because you get the synergies with Joe as well, so she's exhausting and getting bigger. Orange White loves this for numerous discard and mill focus strategies. Orange Pink loves this for just the value focus game plan. Orange Yellow. We're not going to talk about Orange Yellow.
She's not a 2.
She's not a 2.
No card's perfect.
A non-dragon version of Orange Purple might consider doing something like this. We'd have to see.
Yep.
But at the very least, those 3 primary colors, the pink, the white, and the blue. Oh, man. And mono orange, too.
Oh, yeah. Mono orange likes this a lot as well. Like, even knowing what you're about to flip, you can go, maybe I won't farm that troublemaker.
I think my main concern with this is just that it does give away deck knowledge.
It does, and I do agree that is a downside, but I think
that there's enough upsides that it's worth.
Yes, exactly.
I agree.
Fair. Okay.
I have this at a 5.
Yeah,
This is a 5 and makes up for 4 horrible sets of orange ultra rares.
It's a 4.
I'm gonna leave this at a 4.
It's not Jar Judger.
I'm gonna have to agree with GP and Bugle. This card is dumb and goes in a lot of different orange decks. This is a 5.
Jar Judger is a -1. Fight me. Pages has this at 5.
Pages has this at 5. Yeah.
No googly eyes. Rate is 1.
Yep.
Hey, you can
No.
modify it yourself.
Hold-
Just make sure the one that's physically in your deck is unmodified,
No. Hold up. Back. If you're gonna complain about googly eyes, you should have complained about googly eyes on Claude, because those canonically have googly eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
I encourage
I want some
googly
2
eyeing.
atom. I want some 2 atom thick googly eyes.
You are free, and I encourage googly eyeing your Claudes. Let's see. Next one.
Minuet Day Outing. Hey, look, it's a
Organizer.
song.
Day outing organizer.
Yeah,
Day Outing Organizer.
Pink got another song.
Yeah.
We've hinted at this multiple times throughout the stream tonight.
3/3/3. Unicorn. When this card enters play, choose 1. Gain control of an opposing friend until the end of the score phase. Put up to 2 friends with cost 1 or less from your discard pile into play. Or discard up to 3 friends, then draw twice that many cards. This is a very versatile, very unique, unique in terms of a friend having this many modes to choose from, cost-efficient body. And what makes it most interesting to me is the fact that there are so many different pink decks that would absolutely want to play this card, but almost all of them will only want to play it for one of the modes.
I would like this a lot better if
Except
Berry
pink
Punch and
orange.
Orange Swirl were still legal.
You'd like this a lot better if BPOS were legal?
Yes.
Why? So
Yeah.
you can just choose the first mode by choosing the second mode?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Choose the first mode twice.
What we need is a 1-cost portal friend.
Yeah. So
This is just generally solid. Have a 3/5.
I think the last mode is really only gonna want to be played by Living to Laugh.
Yep.
Normal pink doesn't want to spend 3 for that. The middle one is interesting. I guess I need to look more at what friends it could hit in core.
Pink orange likes that a lot. His Rockhoof,
Pipsqueak, Diamond.
Diamond Tiara, who we're getting to in a moment. Haven Bay,
It brings back party mares.
Yeah.
And
Party Mare. Yeah.
if you end up with going from 0 party mares back to 2,
Fine, you can have a 4.
Yeah, I like this card a lot at 4.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is a good solid 4.
Come on, Aura. Come on. Don't you want to steal all the things and then retire all the things?
He could if he had very much an orange swirl.
7.7.
Wow. Okay, we need to not only ban this, we need to.
No, he was trying to change it to 3.75.
because the memes. Sure, fine, have a 4, I guess.
Yay! Go ahead, Cheese.
Oh,
look, she's... Hold on. How did we plan this?
Because
How-
Cheese was mysteriously absent for a moment there, and the schedule shifted up. This is going to be the prettiest card in the set by a mile.
Well, because it has a... Oh, no, it's a different card that has a royal rare. Yeah, Tantibus, Living the Nightmare. 3/3/3, 3/3/3, 3/3/3. Chaos. When this card is flipped, you may banish opposing friend involved in the face-off. At the end of the face-off, put that friend into play frightened. That's pretty nice. Opponents can't confront this card's problem unless they pay this card's controller 1. First time we've ever seen AT being directly transferred.
It's literal taxes.
Anywhere other than to the infinite bank of the game.
Yeah.
I think both these abilities are pretty nice. I don't consider this a T game. Because if the opponent is confronting you, you're doing it wrong. It's a deterrent.
Right.
And even then, your opponent's going to do it unless they can't afford it. Like that's the only reason they wouldn't do it.
What gets especially fun is if you can combine this with the Zakora from Defenders with Eccentric 3 that says
If they
your
don't,
opponent,
yeah.
if they don't, you get one.
Yeah.
What is the timing on that incident? Like, do they declare it and then you have DAT and you can stop them, or?
It would be when the. Oh, you mean? Sorry, what?
He's referring to the timing on if they choose to pay the one action token. Is there a priority window in between them paying that one action token and the confront actually going through? And I would say no.
No.
Okay.
This is like the instant where like it's basically a replacement modifier, but it, like
this should have the same timing as the can't move unless pay one thing, where
which acts similar to replacement.
You go into you would get through the confront step to the point where it says confront the problem. You may choose to pay one.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, I like this card a lot. I think if Chaos Control can become a thing in Core, this Chaos ability is why.
I actually think that its Chaos ability is significantly more relevant than its in-play ability.
I agree.
I think the in-play ability isn't gonna matter. Well, like
making the opponent lose action tokens is not irrelevant.
It's not, but it's similar. It's like not that much different than like Showy or.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Well, except you get something. It's a combination Showy and prepared, basically.
Yeah, but it's kind of worse than Showy too, in that it only like they just have to pay one, not like per friend.
Sure.
I guess a better comparison would be Luna Tricorn, but
it is nice.
I have this out of 3.
It's nice that this is not unique, so you can have multiple in play.
One at each problem, yeah. And then you use that AT to disrupt the other problem.
Or just have one at one problem, and assuming they pay for that, or go for the other problem first, and you're in adventure, run interdimensional portal and be like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah, but they're gonna time it. They're gonna like.
Yeah, I would always.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
they're gonna. What is it?
They might not be able
not
to
procedure.
with Luna shenanigans.
Yeah,
it is procedure.
Oh, actually, I forgot about this. The other card that this works incredibly well with is Double Take.
Oh, yeah. Now it's over here.
Yeah, you actually have a 1AT way of doing this in Core.
But again, they're going to try and confront the other one first, normally.
Sure. Still amusing.
It is funny, yes. And if they do it incorrectly, or they had to do it that way, like, it's a decent fun. Like your stupid eccentric one play.
That was the best. That was great.
Anyway.
4 from me, I think.
4 or 5.
I have this at a 4.
As do I.
If this is out somewhere, you need to do something about this. It doesn't matter
if
you remove it.
If it's out?
I mean, if you know your opponent's going to flip this, then you should definitely do something about this.
Yeah, if it's going to get flipped, I think if it's in play, pay the 1, whatever.
I mean, I'd like to banish it if it's in play. That way there's no chance of them...
It would be nice to get rid of it, but...
Yeah. I would... I'm fine with this in play. I like this on top of my deck better.
Yeah. Is a Showy like a must-answer card? No.
Nah, 4 or 5. Pages gives this a 3/5?
Yes.
I think, Bugle, you want to do the next one? Is
No,
that
no,
what
no,
you
no.
were?
No. I'm referring to auras that are further down. Aura's got the next one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant
this one,
Ivory,
right here.
Yeah.
Look how cute this is.
It's very cute.
Like, I'm rating this a 5 on cuteness alone.
Which is totally fair.
Fluttershy, Birds of a Feather, 4s, 4 power, 4 cost, 4 rec. Pegasus critter unique. It is very important that this is unique. Immediate. Exhaust this card. Put a number of 1 power critter friend tokens into play equal to the number of critter friends you control. This also counts as a critter.
This is the secret entry into the crime cycle, as Fluttershy is a mob boss.
This
Crank
makes
shy.
very very large numbers of critter tokens. Like,
Oh my goodness, yes.
extremely large numbers of critter tokens.
Exhausting this after a Raptor Razor is just like, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
exponential number of critter tokens.
I have all of the critters now.
And if you've got treading water out to keep the critter tokens the problem, your opponent very rapidly has a bad time. You thought unicorn tokens were bad? Like,
Nah.
they are pretty bad. But only like 10 of those? No. We're going to go for like well into the hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this with the one-turn kill dilemma combo in Adventure with Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
There's going to be a few critters.
Yeah, I think this card is fantastic. I think the immediate makes this card work very well because you can uncover a troublemaker and then suddenly swarm, beat that thing up.
Oh, that's pretty amusing. Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to dodge home limit with this.
Yeah.
Fluttershy raises her hoof, screeches. 1,000 birds fall from the sky.
Yeah. If your opponent drops this down, you better get rid of it fast. Otherwise, you're gonna have critters all over the place. And
I just realized this should be a Hitch card because it's a Hitchcock reference.
it is actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like several
Is
levels
it?
of
How
memes
is it a
deep.
Hitchcock reference?
Hitchcock's the birds, yeah.
Oh.
That's alright, that's yeah, alright. I'll allow it. Have a 3-5.
Have a 4.
Have a. What did I rate this? A 3. No, I can have a 4.
There
I
you
can
go.
I can see how dumb this can get very quickly. I think this is a 5.
I think this is a 5. This, if unchecked, this thing just goes nuts.
I'm gonna run this in Zippo.
Yeah.
You definitely should run this in Zippo.
Let me move all
100%.
of your characters to this problem, then that problem, then back home.
Let's see. Pages gives this a 4-5. I don't like this merely because it's a gigantic target and it's very expensive.
You can't just
that's it.
play cards that
Dies
aren't
to
targets.
Doomblade.
Yeah, Dies to Doomblade is not a good argument.
Well, that's the argument I'm making.
This is why Ara only plays Mosh Pit, because as soon as his friend has any amount of value on it, the opponent starts aiming for it and he hates it. So Ara just plays trash friends the whole time, so the opponent never removes anything.
Right, I just play bodies that are also events.
Well, you want value on a card?
I hear
Here's
you
more
want
value.
value on a card.
Gallus and Silverstream, Seeing Things. 3 cost, 3 blue, and pink rec, 3 power in those colors. Hasty, competitive 1, and eccentric 1, and if an opposing friend was frightened or dismissed this turn, you may pay 3 less to play this card. Hey, what do blue and pink typically do as their control options?
Smiles!
Yay!
It is very, very common to pay 0 for this card.
If you're not
And-
paying 0
Yeah.
for this card, you're doing it wrong.
And being able to do it hasty, even better.
Oh, by the way, it's also a griffin.
It is also a griffin.
Yep.
Can
Our last
have
Griffin of the
5.
set.
I looked at the deck it goes in. It can be a 5.
There you
go.
I'm bumping this up to a 5. I had this at a 4, and then I saw that game between Ivory and GP.
Oh, I already thought it was a 5 before that game.
I will never get a more disrespectful play of this card than that one. Oh, my opponent has confronted a problem with Trihorn Bunyip and frightened their Bunyip to score points.
That was just rude. Alright,
Hey.
fine, have your 5.
Yeah!
That's a thing that this card can do.
Did you have the eccentric one to block the other problem or something?
Sure did.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
After
Sequencing.
Ivory played
Sequencing.
No, Ivory had to do it that way.
Oh, because he had to play Defend the Hive or
He
something.
played Defend the Hive to move his 5 power Thorax to a 5 wild problem.
That was rude.
Yeah,
No.
and then he later played 3 Gallus and Silver Streams in the same turn.
That was
Well, I knew he had 2 of them. It was
Yeah.
the third one I didn't expect.
That was
Yeah.
also highly rude.
Well,
And
yeah, you knew I had 2 because you bounced them back to my hand, which, admittedly, was correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a rack of 5s except for Pages at 4-5.
Yeah.
Whoever shows up, we'll yell at him.
This thing is it doesn't have like
He
a
has like
presence
5
in
minutes.
play, but it has a huge presence in your hand.
I love this card.
Yeah, this card is great.
All right.
Also,
GP, we're
also-
swapping.
yes, we are swapping, but real quickly on that one, also 3 free pink unity for still partying. So, there's that.
You're not getting a 5 on this one.
I don't need to get a 5 on this one. I'm giving it a 5 anyway. 3 cost, 2 rec, 3 power, calming 2. Calming matters. Shut up, calming matters. Your characters at dilemmas have +1 power. When a dilemma enters play, you may move one of your characters to that problem.
This does not care who played that dilemma.
Yeah.
It sure doesn't. Assuming you play Vapor Trail and then play a dilemma, you have a 4 power character for free at that dilemma that also has calming 2.
Or if the opponent plays a dilemma and you're like, yeah, I'm going to move this over there. Have fun confronting with the calming 2.
This is the equivalent of, can we have Daybreak or Day Shifting Core? We have Day Shift at Home. Except the Day Shift at Home isn't even that disappointing.
She's
Because-
still good.
Because
And
it's
she's
a
a Pegasus.
It's a Pegasus at 3 power that has another keyword that can hose your opponent over. Like, it's good.
It's another Pegasus with another anthem.
I have not had great luck with this card when I've tried to use it, but I recognize what it should be able to do, so that's why I'm settling with the 4 instead of a 5.
Oh, you know what? I can't put it on the same level as Gallus and Silverstream.
Have a 4-5.
Wow, I didn't think it was going to be that easy. I was just saying I've had bad luck with it, so I'm biased.
Had the previous card not been Gallus and Silverstream, and had the next card not been what it's going to be, I could have done this as a 5. But sandwiched by those two,
What are you?
I have this as a 4. Yeah.
You're a vapor sandwich.
Yeah, I think she's very good, and it's nice to see her on a card that probably won't be banned.
probably. We'll find out.
Ah.
We'll see.
I think my average has gone up like a whole 0.1.
No, it's gone up by 0.1.
Yeah,
That's what
my
I mean.
average has gone up a lot, actually.
4-5.
Oh my god, you've surpassed me.
Yeah, because you dropped down when you dropped down to the 5 here. That's
Yeah.
why I did it right now.
I
Okay,
just
go
gives
ahead.
it a 4-5. Next card.
The 5 was vaporware.
Diamond Tiara, Scorched Friendships. 1 cost, 2 orange, 2 pink, 1 power. Eager. If an opponent would gain control of one of your friends, you may exhaust this card to retire that friend instead. Sure would be a shame if I took your thing and then it went to the discard pile instead of back to your control. Sure would be a shame.
And if I also drew cards every turn.
And if I sure also drew cards every turn.
When do we get the promo of Diamond Tiara with like 5 chins?
I believe you are confusing Diamond Tiara and her mother.
No,
No.
no, it was Diamond. Her
It
It
mother-
was definitely Diamond.
Have we
Oh.
not had a card with that face?
We have not.
Have we not? Huh.
We have not.
Yeah, this is a card.
Does card things?
I would absolutely rank this as a 5 if she was just pink, but in pink orange, I'm giving her just a 4. But she's very good. Or
Is
she
she-
had 1 rec. She had 1 rec. Oh my god,
She's still quite good.
she's still very good. Yeah.
This is a 4 or 5.
Have a 3.
3.
Y'all be hating on them 1 power eager friends.
I think I gave this a 4? Yeah, 4.
I think 1 power is better for Eager because you don't want to ever move this away from home.
I meant 1
Yeah.
cost. Sorry, not 1 power. Still.
Oh, yeah, 1 cost. Yeah, that makes sense.
Go for it, Cheese.
Pages gave that a 4.
Rarely and trendy style de jour.
I want trendies.
Trendies.
I want some trend.
I was thinking it too, GP. I'm right there with you.
Okay.
Okay, 2 cost, 3 power, 3 wreck. At the start of your turn, each opponent discards a random card. Until the end of the turn, you may play cards discarded this way, ignoring their play requirements. I think in a multiplayer game, this is a 5.
Ugh.
I have not played multiplayer since like 2015.
Yeah, that's about right.
Who is Orange White Villain Challenge?
Iron
Yes,
Will.
other than Villain Challenge.
Iron Will. Yeah, I buy that.
I'm not doing Iron Will Villain Challenge. That sounds dumb. It's
Orange
been in
White-
like 2
no.
episodes.
Orange White Villain Challenges, you just have to play Bugle, but Bugle's playing by the Villain Challenge villain rules. Good luck.
Oh, gross.
What?
He gains 2 extra action tokens and draws an additional card at every ready step.
So, like, discarding or like, okay, Yellow Parasprite is a good card.
Yep.
Yes.
Now,
This is a Yellow Parasprite, except you also get to play those things.
well, except that it's not right after your opponent has drawn a card. It's
Right.
after they've drawn a card, taken their turn, ended their turn, and now it's your turn. I still think that like the Yellow Parasprite effect is relevant. It's just not the same. But I think this is a 4. Especially like because you can play the card, it's power efficient. There
Yeah.
are variants of orange white that do care about the power.
Yeah, I agree. This is a 4.
Yep.
Also, pair this with the freaking problem, the not orange problem.
Gets very rude.
You
It
get
does
a-
not. It doesn't allow you to play the other card, but it will cause them to discard another one.
Yeah.
You get a 3/5. I'm removing half a point because Trenderhoof.
Understandable.
So
I'm
it's-
giving this a 4.
So it's actually a 4. That's fine.
Next card.
Pages says 4.
No, I'm actually giving it a 3/5 just because Trenderhoof. Okay,
I
next-
like AT.
Next card. Twilight Sparkle and Twilight Sparkle, closed loop, 4 power, 5 cost, 2 pink and purple wreck. Should be a double unicorn just for clarity's sake. You may banish this card from your deck while you are searching your deck. If you do, you may play this card this turn. When a card leaves a discard pile for the first time each turn, put a warning counter on this card, then gain 1 action token for each warning counter. This is going to be expensive.
Well,
If left unchecked, it's going to pay for itself.
yes.
Very, very
I
quickly.
like AT.
I like removing cards from my discard piles, like big friends that I want to put into play.
Yeah.
This is a nice reanimator target. I liked Bugle's thought, though, either yesterday or the day before, which I thought was very spicy.
Running this and still partying.
Correct. You run this
I
and
was
still
gonna
partying
say,
just to thin your deck by 3 card slots.
yeah, I mean, that's a thing you can do. And it's probably a thing you should do. Maybe?
I don't know if it's a thing you should actually do.
'Cause
but
you might
it's
draw
funny
it.
if you- yeah, because you might draw it. And you don't want to.
You have pinky sense. Who cares?
It actually, what you do have is Klugetown, and discarding this to Klugetown gives you purple to play Tranquility. Yeah.
I mean, so far, all I've heard is reasons why you should do it.
I wasn't very warm on this until it was pointed out that this goes into Reanimator pretty quickly. Because like, what are you gonna do? Remove this and not the tricorns?
If you're
Right.
smart, yes.
Well,
Why
maybe.
wouldn't the horse scream?
If you were smart, you would scream too.
If you were
Yeah.
smart, you'd be doing the same thing.
4.
You know what? It can gain so many action tokens in Reanimator, I'll bump it up to a 4.
It can have a 3.
I brought this up to 3.
Dropped it up. Oh,
brought it up.
Okay.
Joking aside, I actually think this is simply a 3.
Pages also thinks it's a 3.
Prism Light in chat thinks that Reanimator's going to get this banned.
It's a 5.5 or better. It's fair, maybe. Next card.
If something's getting hit out of Reanimator, I don't think it's this.
Okay, next we have Zipperwill, Puppy
we'll see.
Dog Eyes. 2 costs, 3 purple, 3 yellow, 2 power. Pegasus Full. When this card leaves play, if it wasn't put into its owner's discard pile, an opponent loses 2 AT.
Cheese wanted Zippo earlier. Here's Zippo at home.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's still your opponent loses 2.
under certain circumstances, this thing says an opponent loses tokens. That's a thing that has gotten cards removed from the meta in the past. I recognize that this is somewhat difficult to do in this case because just regular removal will not work.
Correct.
So 3/5, just because you can make a friend that you're like, oh, I kind of don't want to touch that.
I have it at a 3.
I think this makes sense at a 3.
Like, you're in purple yellow, you can do weird things.
What? Like what?
You can bounce it.
With what?
Luna's Future. Or Kirin Tail, or Sanctuary Scuffle.
I thought Kirin Tail could only hit opponent stuff.
I thought it was a friend into its owner's hand. Let me take a look.
Is it? That's rude.
Kirin is
Lose
into
4.
its owner's hand.
Yep.
Yes, if a token copy leaves.
Yeah.
And you can also take away 2 AT with Kirin Tail, so it'd be 4
actually,
AT.
No, Cursed. Token copies do hit the discard pile, and then they die, and then they disappear.
Correct.
Yeah. I think paying to jump through a hoop to make the opponent lose 2 is not worth it. So I have this at a 2.
Fair enough.
It was originally a Fluttershy, and then we made the critter thing one a Fluttershy instead, and then this got downgraded to Zippo, and that was kind of sad for Flutterbat, but well, it was because
it's still super cute.
It's very cute, and it's much better art. It's a much better flavor fit.
Well,
yeah.
And then the other part of that is, I'm sorry, you want to make something that says opponents lose tokens better? No.
Pages has this at a 3.
I'm just going to run this in Adventure with Interdimensional
Yeah.
Portal. I'm going to run everything in Adventure with Interdimensional Portal. Like, come on.
Yeah, I have this at a 3.
Okay. All right, here you go.
All right, folks, you ready? This is Saddle Row Storefront. If you've been keeping track, I mentioned my second and third best card in the set. This is number 1. Cost 1, 3 white rec, 3 power. Play to your home. When you score 1 or more points, you may exhaust this card to gain an equal number of action tokens. Holy crap, this thing is insane.
How many AT is this going to gain you over the course of a game?
14.
No. Very rarely will that ever happen. I think the average is going to be like 6.
If this card gains you 6 and you spent 1 AT to do it, that is still so much better than what you'd find with most other AT gaining cards.
Right.
Is it?
Yes.
6 times? I don't think I've ever gained 12 action tokens from Factory Jack.
No, it doesn't work that way. You don't do it. It's not a multiplier. It's just the plus. I have definitely gained 6 AT from Factory Jack over her cost.
I certainly haven't done so with Starlight.
Cursed says he's been waiting 7 hours for this card. Yeah. I think the thing that also really sells me on this is that color is not purple.
Yeah. It's not.
It's also the same color as Stygian.
It's the same color as Stygian.
And this is not unique.
Yeah,
It's-
it's not.
It's the same color. Well, one of the colors is Rarity Pony Pirate.
Didn't we just print something named Mildly Outrageous? Oh, this isn't unique either.
No,
No.
this is not unique.
No. I think this card also makes Changeling Throne very, very viable again. And that's one of the reasons why I think this will be getting you more than 6.
It reduces the cost of it by 1.
Exactly. I think that's huge. Or if you have 2 of these out, it's a free point every turn.
I'm gonna give this a 4 or 5.
It
I
can have
this
a
at
4.
5.
This is a 5.
I also have this at a 5.
I think if you are running white, you run 3 of this card.
I can't think of a deck that doesn't.
Next card.
And if you're
Alright.
real lucky, you can use Handy Shenanigans, but that's rare. I
Alright,
admit it's rare.
GP.
I
Give
get-
us
I
the
get-
big bad moon.
I get a fun one. She's back! Nightmare Moon Night Vision. 6 power, 2 bonus, epic, unique troublemaker. Your opponent's maximum hand size is reduced by half, rounded down. Your maximum hand size is doubled.
Should we remind people what unique on troublemaker actually means? Since troublemakers inherently have unique?
Sure. Unique means you can only have 1 copy of this troublemaker face up in play at a time.
They
Yeah.
don't inherently have unique, they just can
There
violate.
is a uniqueness violation,
Yeah.
but yes.
Yes. A face down troublemaker does not have a name. So
Yes,
have
You
that's
two
can
of
also
stack
these.
them all at 1 problem.
Yes. That is fine, but you cannot have more than one of these things face up. There's also,
Prism-
by the way, a royal rare of this. So look out for that at events over the next year.
Continentals promo.
Prism Light says run dilemmas to control both this and Legion. I mean, it'll stop you from confronting, but this is not a troublemaker that you're necessarily playing to block the opponent from confronting. You are playing this because you are going to take a massive chunk out of your opponent's hand. Or you're playing this because you're going to farm it because it's a 2 bonus 6 power epic troublemaker, which is very nice. Or you're playing this because you're running Last Laugh.
Yeah.
Or Lyra.
Also, don't play this turn 1 against Pinky.
Pinky will thank you for doing that.
I get to discard how many cards for free?
There's very little to not love about this card. It fulfills so many different roles. And, I mean, there was a game earlier today that I played against Prism Light where he was stuck with more expensive cards in his hand and ended up having to discard 5.
Oof.
That is brutal.
I like finding this with Tempest. I'm just going, okay, have fun.
Yep. Turn 1, Nightmare Moon. Hope you didn't want most of the things in your hand.
Well, not most.
There is a
It's only
downside
2
to
or
it.
3.
If you try to hug her, she'll start biting you.
So, this is a 5.
Oh yeah, this card has such impact.
Yeah. 500%.
It's a shame that the primary combos. Well, like this will actually affect the pink blue still partying deck quite a lot. Because
Yep.
that one wants a large hand size. Not so much the mono pink version.
Have a 4.
Yeah, you can have a 4.
Pages gives it a 5.
Okay.
You thought
That
we were
was-
done? No.
We got some reformations to celebrate.
All right. Let's see.
Ara and I can swap, I think.
Having a blast. This isn't actually on here. Okay, we basically talked about this already. Turns out that Pinky gets a lot less scary if she can't fire a cannon on your turn. Go figure.
She's still scary.
This is also going to be included in the package of stuff for fond memories.
Those of you who saw us at Cider Fest probably have this. It will be available for everyone else.
All right, first Reformation. Pinkie Pie still partying.
think you went from 0 ban cards to 2 back to back.
Sure did.
Alright, do you want to talk about this one? I want to swap.
Sure. Alright, so Pinkie Pie still partnering, 0 power, 3 cost, 3 rec. Basically, the stats on this are exactly the same as Living the Lap. The only difference is you score 5 points instead of just straight up winning the game. Now, as the ban justification went over, essentially just straight up winning the game is just kind of too good. With this, yeah, you can get a decent chunk of the way through the game. In fact, if you can get all 3 of these things out, and you can successfully connect all 3 of them, that's still enough to win. What is more likely to happen is you will need 1 or 2 of them to close the game out from where you currently are and have been slowly aggroing along. You are not allowed to just sit at home and play solitaire anymore. You actually have to, get out and see the world.
Slowly aggroing, he says.
It can go as fast as you like, but the point here being, yes, you will eventually find all 3 of them. It does cost quite a bit to get all 3 of them into play.
The difference between 9 and 3 is substantial, and you can't just throw them away willy-nilly.
Right.
That being said, I think this still has enough impact to give it a 5.
Those decks do not work as well as they once did. That is a wildly different statement than saying that those decks do not work. They still work.
Right. Yeah. I agree. I think this card is still a 5.
They're
I
not
give it
just
a 4.
6s. I think this has to be a 5. This deck has a proven track record.
There is no form of point acceleration that exists in the game in any format that is greater than what this card provides.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, numerically.
Kind of. You do need to go get Spring Step, but you can still do it.
You have to build your
That's still
entire...
5.
I said greater than. I intentionally worded it that way.
Okay, if you have a bunch of spiked lava
you
balls,
can't just take the numerical value and do that calculation. That's like completely the wrong way to do that.
I know.
Technically correct.
The best kind
which
of
is
correct.
the best kind of correct. Okay.
Yeah. Decks have
Paige
to change.
says 5.
Yeah, decks have to change how they play dramatically. The mono pink deck is going to have to be very, very careful about what it does with its cards in hand if it wants to not have to.
It does still run Chrysalis as copies 4 through 6, but you can't use 2 Chrysalises. So
I guess this card has significant meta impact still. It can be a 5.
Thank you.
All right. Next card.
Yay. Melted Expectations.
Like our brains.
It's a bad version of Heat Wave.
That's all you wanted to say?
It costs 2. It has a power of 3.
This card sucks. No, this card
Sucks.
is
It doesn't suck. I think it's a 3 though. Like the doubling the cost is huge. There's a bunch of decks now that don't want to run it.
Well, there's also a bunch of decks that just got Princess Combo Meal.
Yeah, but those two are not the same.
They are not the same card.
Well, they're not the same card from the perspective of a control player that wants to eke out every single minutiae of value. This will still wreck a confront just as well.
It will, but you can't just wreck a single confront. You need to wreck all of them.
Yeah. I personally feel this card is still very, very good, even at costing 2. Turning off an opposing character at immediate speed has been proven to be way, way better than we thought it was, which is why the original cost 1. I still think this card is very good.
As do I. I think that the additional AT is not going to deter that many decks from still running this. This is still definitely a 5.
I think it deters anything that was an aggro deck, like a pure aggro deck, from running this. I don't think those do anymore.
I think I'm going to disagree here and say that with the amount of essentially whining that this can't be used anymore, I've heard, I think that is enough of a impact that it's like people aren't going to. This is not your first choice anymore. It's really not.
I think
Funnily
that
enough,
in
I've
core
also
you're
heard
still.
people say, "Does making this cost one more even do anything?"
A lot of that was said at the beginning before much testing had been done.
3-5.
4.
I think that you're gonna find that this is still better than most other options in core for
5.
this purpose.
Probably.
Yeah, I think I would
Pages-
still run this in the deck. The still partying deck.
Pages gives it a 4-5.
Take us home, Ivory.
Okay, here we have Reformed Legacy Leech, now called Spirit Siphon, which is same stats, 3 costs, 2 purple, and 6 power. Main phase, banish any number of cards from discard piles. If 3 or more events were banished this way, gain 3 action tokens. If 6 or more events were banished this way, draw 3 cards. So we now have a ceiling, but you can also banish any
Whatever you
types
want.
of cards. But you only get those extra benefits if we're only looking at events.
Notably,
So you can get rid of those stupid reanimator nonsenses, but you're only gonna be able to get you have to get events in there as well to get more.
Yeah.
Notably, this also can hit both players' discard piles now.
Yes.
Well, it hit both players' discard piles before, but it could only hit both players' events before.
So you can sit there and clean out all that stuff that you don't want to get back into your draw deck with vinyl.
Or school shutdown.
I feel like unless you need to play this as an emergency, this is usually a 0 cost main phase magical misfire that doesn't draw you a card.
Which,
But 0 cost instead of 1 cost is relevant.
it's fine. It's basically a sideboard card. I don't
it
think that decks are going to run this as a main deck option, and that's okay.
It's an option. Have a 3.
I'll increase mine to a 3 as well.
Yeah, I have this as a 3.
I'm
As-
keeping it as a 2.
I remember that I don't remember what everyone else rated it, but I remember I rated the original Legacy Leech as a 3. I'm going to rate this as a 3 as well, because I think this is more in line with probably what was closer to the original intent.
What that one was supposed to be, yes.
Which is what I was basing my rating off of when I rated it, not what it actually was.
Not what it became, yeah.
7 hours, 8 minutes.
And 20 seconds.
We're not done yet. We still have to do the outro. You got 90 more seconds. Ready?
We do still have to do the. Hold on, before we get to the outro.
We have announcements.
If anyone is, yes, we do have announcements, and if anyone is still there in chat and wants to take a guess at where the rankings were for players, who was highest and who was lowest, now's your time to do so.
I mean, we told them who was highest. I think we told them who was lowest too.
It
we told them-
changed during the.
It sure did.
Yeah, because Beagle's highest now.
Oh, jeez!
What?
Gonna let them guess.
Oh, I thought they
Cursed
guessed
says-
at the beginning.
Cursed says he has to prove me wrong. Well, I'm gonna assume us again with Spirit Siphon.
Calm Soul says cheese is lowest. Yeah.
Because we said that like 10 times already.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
All
think it's a surprise.
Yeah. Let's not beat around the bush too much here.
Announcements. Van Hoover.
We're going, unless things change. But like, I have a flight, and I think
Oh, the
everyone.
travel
Well,
restrictions laxed up enough? That's good.
Uh,
That's very good.
I mean, they're the same as they were like a month ago, I think. But
Yeah.
like,
But like,
people should
laxed from,
go.
like, a year ago.
Wait, Pages gets here at the very end. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like people should try to go. The restrictions aren't that insane. It's doable. Like you do need to prepare and like figure out all the logistics, but
When is Van Hoover?
January 7th through 10th. Is
Yes.
that correct?
7th through the 9th.
Yeah, I
Except for
can't
ninth.
do that, sadly. But I hope everyone has a lot of fun that does get to attend.
We're going to be running Adventure as a constructed tournament and also running a Cube limited event with Paige's hopefully newly updated Cube.
That will be the first sanctioned adventure tournament, I believe.
It sure will. Other announcements?
Coco?
At some point, I'm going to kill off Coco 31, which has just completely failed the fire, and restart a core tournament.
That's fine. Watch Meticulous Talk stream in 2 weeks as they review this set, and somehow with half the number of people manage to take twice as long.
14 hours?
Yep.
Also, watch the Meticulous Invitational matches if you haven't seen them yet. A lot of those were very good. I'm not going to say all of them.
You should
but a
watch
lot
all
of
the
them
ones
were.
that I was in. They're the best.
There's Paige's 14 hours. Correct. Anything else?
Ponies are cute.
Ponies are cute. That brings us to the end of our stream for today. We'd like to thank everyone, both here now and watching this recording later. If you aren't already a patron and you enjoy what we do, please consider donating. Doing so does enable us to continue making content like this and lets you earn some great perks as a bonus. If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can reach out to us through Facebook, Twitter, or email. Patrons at or above the $5 per month level also get access to our Slack channel, so you can chat live with us any day, anytime, except for like right now, where we're all going to go to bed. I don't remember the rest of it. I don't have the stream script up. That's fine. We have been Commentarios Magic. This has been Slogfest 2021. I have been Grandpaws.
Big Cheese?
Cat?
Ivory Starlight, and special guest to my left/right.
I'm Bugle, and my job here is done.
Have you set out and accomplished everything you wanted to do today?
I'm not saying those curse words.
That's fair. We'll see you all next time.
Bye.